We are live from Council Chamber.
Thank you and good morning. Welcome to the December 5th Urban Planning Committee meeting. I'd like to start this meeting off by taking a moment to reflect on the lands on which we're gathered today. From time immemorial, diverse Indigenous nations have stewarded these lands, including the Nahiwak, the Nehewiniwak, Nakota Iska, Denisolina, and Niitsitapi. Many more First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples have gathered, traded, and celebrated on this land for generations. This place also forms part of the Métis homeland and is within Métis Nation of Alberta Region 4. The signing of Treaty 6 in 1886-87 created a foundation of good relations, welcoming peoples to this area from around the world. Today, Edmonton carries on this tradition of welcoming peoples from many nations as we continue to live into the spirit and intent of treaty. Now for a roll call of my committee members. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Morning. We're also joined in chambers by Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. And online, let me just pull that up. We're joined by Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
And I believe that's everyone for now. Councillor Tang, could I ask for a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Councillor Tang, approval of the minutes?
Sure. I'll move to approve the minutes from October 31st Urban Planning Committee meeting.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. I'm not aware of any protocol items, which will move us in. We're going to take a brief moment just to do a quick administrative piece. We had initially cross-referenced 7.4, 7.5, and 7.6. Have we had some clarity in terms of the speaker who had registered if she wished to speak to all items?
Not as of yet. We're just double checking.
Okay.
We should be in a position where we can proceed with uncross-referencing though.
Okay. Okay, so at this point, I would just move unanimous consent to uncross-reference 7.4. So we would still deal with 7.5 and 7.6 as cross-referenced reports, but 7.4 would be its own. So that it doesn't need to be selected, but if someone did want to select it, of course, they could. And if the speaker did want to speak to that, we'll ensure that there's an opportunity for them to do so. So with that, we'll move to selection of items for debate. Colleagues, if you want to click on. Councillor Tang, I know you had, Councillor Rutherford.
I would like to select 5.1. And 7.5 and 7.6.
Thank you.
And 7.4.
And 7.4. Okay. Councillor Tang.
Great. I'll select 6.2, 7.1, and 7.2.
Do you mean 6.1, not 6.4?
Sorry, did I say 6.2, 7.1? And I'll leave the others for you if you want.
Sorry, real-time traffic monitoring?
That's right. Nope.
Okay, great. And I will select 6-3. Oh, sorry, 7-3. Okay, so my selection, I have 5-1, 6-2, 7-1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Great. So that leaves us with item 6.1, which we can vote on now. Please vote.
Do we have a mover?
I will move that.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. We do have some requests to speak. Councillor Tang, would you like to
Sure.
do the honors?
Yeah. I would like to move that the Urban Planning Committee today hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. 7-1, we have 30 registered, and that's still current, right? I'm assuming. On district planning, we have Karen Brown, Lydia Kawan, Colin Hefferon, Kaylin Anderson, Elise Shellington, Paul Lanny, David Johnson, Jacob Dewan, Adol Kodian, David Percy, Andrew Bembridge, Marie Gordon, Kevin Taft, Rob Smythe, Carol Secord, Lindsay Sturton, Elaine Soles, Jan Harstaff, Beverly Zubat, Lori Krause, Diane Forbes, Suzanne Cheddarchuk, Nicholas Rubottom, Jason Cunha, Catherine Mowat, Kelsey Becker Brooks, Paul Grewal, Laura Cunningham Spele, Debbie Cronwyd Martin, Wanda Banis. On 7-2, closed and shared streets in downtown, we have Jason Civixe, Alex Haritsu, Shannon Lohner, Cheryl Prober, Panita McBrien, Stephen Rates. On 7-3, affordable housing contributions approach, Laura Bruno, Adol Kodian, Kaylin Anderson, Nicholas Rubottom, Jason Cunha. And I think this is 7-6, administration response to EDSAP ridership improvement strategies, Maria Adria.
Great, thank you. Please vote to hear from these speakers.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. I don't see any other requests for time-specific items on the agenda, but I just want to take a moment, particularly for our speakers, since we do have some time-specific items that were already published as part of the agenda. So for everyone speaking on 7.1, that's the district planning conversation. We won't be starting that until 1:30 p.m. So you're free, if you're here now, you can sign off. We won't get to your item before 1:30 p.m., so please feel free to join us back at that point if you're here in person or online. The first items we're going to be dealing with are items, are we still doing 7.4 as the first item?
The time specific would be for 7.5 and 7.6.
Okay, so we will go to items 7.5 and 7.6 first. Then we will go to 5.1, or should we do 5.1? I could use some guidance here.
5.1 would come forward after 7.5, 7.6.
Okay. Then we will be at 6.2, 7.2, 7.3, 7.4. Whatever we can get to before 1:30, and at 1:30, regardless of where we are on the agenda, we'll be at 7.1. So I'm sure that's clear as mud for everyone, but we will work our way through. And before we get to that as well, I just, by unanimous consent, we have, one of our colleagues has a timing constraint and would like to give a notice of motion now. So I would suggest that we bring item 11 forward with unanimous consent. Great, so we'll do that. Councillor Cartmel.
Do we need to vote to bring 11 forward?
Unanimous consent, I understand we can
All right,
do so.
okay, very good then. All right, so thank you, Councillor Stevenson, I appreciate the accommodation. So at the December 12th City Council meeting, I will make the following motion. That administration provide a report outlining a detailed plan for a 2-year trial for the use of fare gates at 2 transit facilities, including 1 LRT station with an underground platform and outline a detailed costing for the trial and an evaluation plan in the report. And that would be due Q2 of 2024. But I'll be making that motion at council on the 12th. Thank you.
Thank you. I also have a notice of motion. For a motion I'll be making at council on the 12th, which is that the 124th Street Business Association be provided with $75,000 in one-time funding from the 2023 council contingency. Look forward to discussing both of those further on the 12th. Any other notices of motion or motions without customary notice? Excellent. Well, with that, we will move into our first item, 7.5, 7.6.
Just want to say good morning to the Urban Plan Committee and everyone else attending the meeting this morning. Thank you so much again for another opportunity for the Edmonton Transit Advisory Board to be here and present today. My name is Giselle General, and I'm the current chair of the board. And right beside me is one of the board members of the Transit Board, Joshua Jackman, who is also the chair of the working group on ridership improvement strategies. So he'll be taking a lead on the presentation and answering your questions. Thank you.
Next slide, please. So before we get started, we just want to give you a quick presentation overview. First order of business will be just to explain why we did the report and to give you some of its relevance. Next, we'll be taking you through the report in its entirety, giving you some of the main points, the factors impacting ridership, and our recommendations. After that, we're going to get into what might be the most intriguing part of our report. We did a reworking of the ETS satisfaction survey. We then look at some of the things ETS has done really well. They've been a leader on a number of things and have a lot of initiatives in progress, and we wanted to make sure that we acknowledge that. Finally, we close out the presentation with a few takeaways. Next slide, please. So why this report and why now? Some might consider this a little bit of hyperbole, but when you consider all the different social pressures at work in our city today, the current state of transit, we came to the conclusion that we're actually a city in crisis. Social pressures like homelessness, substance abuse, mental health, increases in violence, whether directly or indirectly, these all add up to big challenges for the ridership. And we feel that addressing changes in ridership and making some improvements will help address some of these issues. Secondly, this is a very timely report. The time to act is now. If we don't act right now, we really believe that lives are going to be affected, and in the worst way. And one thing about taking time not to act, we believe that it could pose some reputational risk for ETS. Lastly, we are a growing city. Ridership improvement is in line with the city plan. And what's the city plan? The city plan is our blueprint to a better and brighter Edmonton. When we take a look at our city approaching 2 million, if we're able to address all the different factors that are affecting ridership, we feel that we'll be in a good place to really deliver on the city plan, and all these different things together, a city in crisis, timeliness, and a growing city, we feel that these really provided a good backdrop for our report, and they informed our research and analysis. Next slide, please. So our report was based on the findings in the ETS and DAT satisfaction surveys. And what did we find? We found that you can really pinpoint all the ridership challenges, and our job was just really to provide some sensible, practical, and feasible solutions. Next slide, please. So for ETS, major factors impacting ridership are safety and security, cleanliness, and service reliability. Next slide, please. With safety and security, our approach here was to kind of build on some of the recommendations made in the ETS Transit Safety Plan. Integration was one factor mentioned there, but we felt that this needed to be built on in a big way. So integration can only be really achieved by large, diverse networks, and we really strongly recommend the formation of an advisory board or a council. A formal advisory board or council is going to give the opportunity to present some accountability. It also lends to really good governance and strategic vision. And we feel that advisory boards and councils are a real way that you can affect policy. When it comes to improving perception of safety, of course, better feedback is a big part of that, but we wanted to build on that and mention that the current state of perception of safety and security could be far worse than understood or known. Next slide, please. Cleaning. Cleaning is something that's come up time and time again for ETS, and we identified this, of course, as another factor. Here, what we're actually looking at is not just looking at cleaning at a very, surface level. We really want to impress on ETS that cleaning has to be a very structured program. We're looking at hiring a director of cleaning, having cleaning personnel with titles, and having some formal standard of cleaning. We want this done in contract form, something that can be accountable, that the ridership can be accountable to the ridership for. Next slide, please. Service reliability. This is something that ETS is still doing really well. We've acknowledged that on-demand service, on-demand transit is doing really well, but we encourage them to continue with this. But we also considered trying some different strategies. There's other ways that they can really impact service levels. And in our report, we proposed 4 different, very unique ways that other municipalities are doing things to change and improve ridership. Some of those were free transit in different forms, dedicated transit lanes, commuter contests and challenges, and even gamification of transit. Next slide, please. For dedicated accessible transit service, that's DATS, factors impeding rider satisfaction would be consistency of service, ride time, and contractor relationships. Next slide, please. For service reliability here, again, we tried to acknowledge in the report that DATS is doing everything that they're, within their parameters to move things along, but there's still some areas for improvement. The online booking system is something that's been in progress for a while. We hope that that's something that will come into effect very soon. But we also had some concerns with the performance metrics. So on-time arrivals, when we went and got the feedback that we did to inform the survey, we found that a lot of the ridership had some concerns with the windows and even just how the metric is constructed. But generally, we're looking at right now, hopefully, the pandemic is behind us, and we hope that DATS will look forward to bringing on more capacity as time goes by. Next slide, please. Contractor relationships. This is a big one, and it's a delicate balance. they're operating with a dedicated number of contractors and some dedicated full-time staff. We're just trying to impress on DATS. Please don't underestimate, don't undervalue the wonder that you have in your great full-time staff, but realize that the contractor relationship poses some serious risk in terms of consistency, training, and in the event that something happens, you're left with, skeleton staff. So we just hope that DATS will focus on contractor relationships going forward and take it with some seriousness. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you so much. So our version of the ETS satisfaction survey, we just tried to do a reworking and provide some different insights. And what we're looking for here is just to really focus on the user experience, find ways to interact with the ridership, and do it in such a way that you can solicit some authentic and accurate feedback. Next slide. Our version of the survey, we just really attempted to have some real open-ended questions and really just try to get the riders to, interact with ETS in a way that's really different than just, yes or no questions. The current ETS satisfaction survey is good, but we didn't find it had enough questions that gave an opportunity for open dialogue and to give different insights and drill down on specific areas of the city. We also thought that the satisfaction survey could have a little bit more focus on climate resilience and sustainability. Our last piece in constructing our new survey was just that we're hoping that when ETS takes a look at the survey, that they can see it as an opportunity to build on something wonderful that they've done. The satisfaction survey could be an opportunity where people can be online, they can have pictures of bus stops, they can do a lot of things to get a lot more authentic and direct feedback. And finally, we think that it's an opportunity as well to maybe host town halls or different focus groups. They can find ways to connect with the ridership and ask people for more direct and more personal and intimate feedback. Next slide, please. So what has ETS done well? They've done a lot of things really well, and we would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge that. The electric and hydrogen bus fleet are, leaders. They have been leaders in that, and I think a lot of people in the city of Edmonton would be very proud to say that we have one of the best fleets and a fleet that's growing and improving. The ARC program is a way to have fare that's in a virtual form, and that's something that everyone's excited about, and that rollout has been going really well. We look forward to more there. The community outreach transit team has been doing a great job saving lives, connecting with people in a lot of social circles, and combating mental health and a lot of other social disorders. And if there's one last thing we could speak about with ETS, if you don't remember anything else we've mentioned, as the riders, we find that ETS, they're assertive when they need to be, and they're also humble when they have to be. And maybe this comes from leadership or their governance, but it's one of their biggest strengths. And whenever there's a problem, ETS steps forward and lets the ridership know that they have a partner and that they have a defender. So this spirit, this positive attitude, willingness to really step forward when something goes wrong, we encourage them to continue this because this is what makes ETS the great agency that it is. Next slide, please. Finally, here's our takeaways. So if there's anything we hope that the branch of ETS can take away from this, and to the members of the Urban Planning Committee, we're really hoping that the ridership can be galvanized and that there's a focus on user experience. We also hope that in the future there'll be more focus on climate change. These are one of the biggest things that are impacting our city, our province, our nation, our world. And then we also hope that there will be more attention to diversity and inclusivity. Again, something ETS is doing well, but a lot of the ridership do have mobility challenges and accessibility, and a lot of our feedback felt that although this is being addressed, there's small, very specific things that can be done and that are not being addressed or being heard. And lastly, we're just hoping that ETS can just see the importance of this. The time to act is now. So if we can, have some visionary thinking and look to the future, the time to plan is now. Next slide, please. So we thank you kindly for all your time and attention. We're very happy to answer any questions you might have for us.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Now we'll invite up our administration to provide their response.
While they're getting our presentation up, maybe I'll just start. Good morning, committee members. With me today is Carrie Houghton McDonald and Sarah Feldman from ETS. We also have others available online to help answer any questions you might have after the presentations. We also want to thank ATSAB for their work and appreciate the opportunity to have these discussions. We look forward towards the vision of the we are working towards the vision of the city plan. Building a vibrant and prosperous city requires an integrated approach for the transportation network with convenient and equitable choices for residents. A robust transit system is foundational. Obviously, this includes also an evolved mass transit network that puts mobility and that supports mobility and connectivity. We have a lot of discussion. We've had a lot of discussions at council over the past 2 years about ridership and mode share, and everything we are doing in ETS is about our riders and how we contribute to the city plan and our climate goals. I'll pass it over to Carrie, and she'll take us through our response to the report.
Thanks, Eddie. Next slide, please. So the ETSAB report provided feedback and recommendations on a few things, including safety and security, cleaning, and on-time reliability. We have extensive work underway for these 3 areas that I'd like to talk about. So for safety and security, it is one of the key levers for ridership, along with our service factors, accessibility, and faring, among others. Our Enhanced Transit Safety Plan emphasizes collaborative efforts with a tripartite partnership with the Edmonton Police Service, as well as Bent Arrow Traditional Healing Society. And we've been doing a lot of coordination with other levels of government, as well as extensive community partners. The underlying issues affecting transit safety and security, as we've discussed before, are much bigger than transit and even bigger than our city. So we're grateful for the partnerships and the further integration we've been doing, such as joint teams of police, transit peace officers, as well as our COT teams within our transit spaces. Safety and security initiatives are aligned with the Canadian Urban Transit Association Transit Safety Task Force recommendations that were released earlier this year. And it has a focus on safety, security, as well as social supports. We provided progress updates on 6 different occasions since June 2023, and the next update to Council is scheduled to take place December 12th, where we will be providing more information and further updates on our progress. For cleaning, we've been delivering enhanced cleaning since 2020 for our riders, staff, and contractors. It includes the cleaning of vehicles, LRT stations, transit centers, as well as our bus stops. Cleaning standards and protocols are followed for all custodial and cleaning services. We value the work of all of the people who work hard to keep our spaces clean and welcoming, and are grateful for the ongoing budget support, very recent decision, to continue to deliver an enhanced cleaning standard, and we're deeply committed to that work. The next item relates to on-time reliability. Reliability is one of the guiding principles under City Policy C539A, our transit service policy. This topic was also recently discussed in the October 11th Urban Planning Committee meeting through our administration response to the ETSAB Winter Mobility and Accessibility Report. As you know, service adjustments are made 5 times a year to account for changes in travel patterns, such as increased ridership, construction, as well as road traffic. We're very thankful for the budget support to add more bus service to the network, and it will help address reliability even further, in addition to crowding, address service hour gaps, and better meet equity-related needs. Next slide, please. DATS, our paratransit service, provides a vital transportation service for thousands of Edmontonians who are unable to use conventional transit due to a physical or cognitive disability. I deeply appreciate the work of all of our operators as they deliver these essential services for Edmontonians. Each layer in our DATS service work together to provide the best transportation option for the DATS rider. We work closely with all of our contracted partners to ensure that they meet our standards, and they are fully integrated. So whether we're talking about training, performance standards, or how we support our DATS riders, contracted operators supplement our awesome in-house DATS operators, and both are really important for DATS riders. In 2019, the multi-year DATS Program Enhancements Plan launched to improve paratransit service by enhancing our trip planning, rider information, ride times, on-time performance, service delivery, as well as other key aspects of the service. And that was built with DATS riders, so we did extensive engagement with them. Since then, administration has completed 25 different actions that have improved access to transportation service for our DATS riders, and we have an additional 5 actions rolling out in 2024. These improvements, again, are based on direct feedback from riders and through our rider engagement. Over the past couple of years, we've seen steady increases in our DATS ridership. In September 2023, DATS delivered an average of almost 18,000 trips per week, which was a 16% increase from that same time frame in 2022. DATS accommodation rates, which is the proportion of trip requests that are accommodated within an hour of the initial requested pickup time, have also met or exceeded 98% since the action plan was launched. And lastly, the action plan has also contributed to improved DATS satisfaction. So overall satisfaction was 93% this year compared to 90% last year. And all that to say, it doesn't mean that the work is finished. We know there's ongoing opportunities for continuous improvement, and we're committed to following through with that. Next slide, please. So another area that ETSAB talked about was our rider research. So ETS has a transit industry leading rider research program that's been in place for a long time and has evolved to incorporate multiple different research methods. And we recently presented our approach at the Canadian Urban Transit Association conference that we hosted here in Edmonton just a few weeks ago. So in 2020, we expanded the program to ensure we are hearing from a wider range of audiences, including frequent transit riders, occasional riders, paratransit riders, and non-riders who stopped using ETS or who haven't used it more than once or twice in a given time period. The program employs a variety of research tools such as online surveys, telephone surveys, mobile ethnography tools, focus groups, as well as more recently QR code surveys. Our research streams allow us to gather a more holistic view of ridership and a diverse representation of riders and non-riders alike, considering factors such as different demographic groups, trip characteristics, and their travel patterns. This is part of a comprehensive effort to understand the attitudes, perceptions, and experiences of our riders and non-riders alike. Our surveys and research tools are designed in a way to provide actionable and meaningful insights, allowing us to prioritize service enhancements and transit initiatives that have the most meaningful impact for Edmontonians. Since its implementation, the Rider Research Program has adapted to changes in public transit, ridership patterns, as well as the rider journey. Next year, we're also going to be exploring options to expand our youth research in collaboration with the City of Edmonton Youth Council and other council advisory boards and committees. Next slide, please. In terms of other ridership strategies, we've implemented different outreach and engagement initiatives over the last few years to further attract ridership, and we're going to continue to pursue those related opportunities. In the summer of 2022, as an example, we launched the Rediscover ETS campaign to encourage public to use transit to explore the city and connect better with their communities. The campaign included on-site activations through ETS ambassadors at local attractions and in our transit spaces, partnerships to reach wider audiences, and social media contests to engage with riders. This year, we continued to partner with several community events and organizations to position ETS as a primary transportation provider for local attractions during the summer and fall. This introduced non-riders to transit, provided an opportunity for us to tap into new advertising channels and position us positively in the community. We've also developed targeted programs for children and youth, as discussed in a previous report about youth ridership, partnering with the Edmonton Public Library as well as school boards. Moving forward, ETS is going to continue to explore these opportunities to attract ridership. This includes exploring mutually beneficial opportunities with external festivals and event organizers, or gamification strategies to offer rewards. And our last slide. So ridership is at the core of what we do, and we are focused on the core levers of ridership that are within our direct influence. As we've discussed before, research clearly shows to grow ridership, service factors generate our best return. We're really excited about service improvements we've been making and what will come, such as recent decisions to improve bus service levels to get closer to our service standards. We will be adding more service in February 2024, and then again in April 2025, improving coverage, frequencies, and reliability, adding new routes, more frequent service, and more peak and off-peak service. We have reviewed all of ETSAB's recommendations in great detail. There are opportunities to improve, and they have described the board's views of some of the root causes of rider experiences, such as reasons why riders have concerns about cleaning. Where possible, we will take the recommendations into consideration and weave it into how we do our work. So as a specific example, there is alignment about the recommendation to include community groups and work related to transit safety and security. As outlined in our regular reports to Council about this topic, we broadened our approach quite a bit over the last 2 years to include more community partners, and we will continue to do that. There are also some elements, however, that touch on things a little bit outside of their scope of a volunteer board, such as discussing collective bargaining, workforce composition, some of our management rights and related elements. There are also some recommendations that don't quite align with our work on equity and inclusivity, such as during our rider satisfaction surveys, the suggestion that we ask riders about personal elements such as mental health and addictions. The specific purpose of our rider research is to get necessary information to inform actions, to improve the rider experience related to components of the journey. Overall, we are working with our partners to support a growing city where transit is convenient, reliable, safe, inclusive, and accessible for all Edmontonians. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. We have now our speaker, is Maria Adria? Hi, if you want to come down, if you'd like, you can stand at the podium or you can take one of the seats here. Chris will help you to your spot. Yeah, great. Thank you for joining us this morning. How it will work is you'll have 5 minutes to speak. There's some lights on your podium, so green for the first 4 minutes, yellow for the last minute, and then red when your time is up. Once you've spoken, my colleagues here will have a chance to ask you questions, so please don't go anywhere. And yeah, take it away. The floor is yours. Good morning. Oh, and I'm so sorry. You just need to turn on the microphone there. That should work. Try it now. It doesn't change. The light doesn't turn on.
We've activated it
Oh,
here.
you've activated it. Thank you so much. Oh. There we go.
That's green now. Good morning. I'm a resident of St. George's Crescent. I've lived on the Crescent for 30 years now. With my spouse, we have raised 2 sons. But I'm not here to speak to you as a resident of Glenora. I'm here to speak to you on behalf of all the people who have gone before, planning and working towards that garden community. And I'm here to speak to you on behalf of all those people who will come after me, after us. All of the people in this room will soon be gone. Most of what we have accomplished is already done.
I'm so sorry. Were you here to speak about the Edmonton Transit report or the district?
I'm here to talk about transit TOD.
I think maybe it was the district planning.
The district planning.
Okay, well, I'm so sorry. District plans are actually going to be discussed this afternoon at 1:30. We're just doing this transit item is first. So if you wanted to speak to the district plans, if you want to come back at 1:30.
Okay, so in the district plan, the transit-oriented development.
That's part of the discussion.
Yep. And so that is being enacted without regard to the special garden state. This is my...
Okay, so I think the item at 1:30 will be when you want to share those thoughts.
I can't come back at that time. I do speak on behalf of all those people gone and coming, and in a city of crisis, a community, a country, a world in crisis, the wisdom that was set down to create a garden state is something that is needed now and in the future, not only for the citizens, but for people to know about. As an example, we are the wealthiest and most educated people in the world in the whole time past. And to have a place set apart, sacred, holy for the people, to experience, not only to experience, but to talk about a world around. And the wisdom of that garden state is paramount at this time of crisis going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. Okay, well, we'll go back now to our panel, our administration, and also our ETSAB partners. Thank you again so much for being with us here this morning. I'll ask my colleagues, I see one has clicked on, but we'll give our delegation just a moment to get settled, and then we can move to questions. Okay, Councillor Rutherford, over to you.
Yeah, thanks. And I know it's not necessary at committee, but I will just move receipt of information for 7.4 and 7.5.
Thank you. We've got those motions on the floor.
Okay, I guess first to ETSAB, what's your response to the response from ETS?
Yeah, we're grateful for the information provided by ETS, and we can see that they are currently working on some initiatives that will certainly address a lot of the things we mentioned in the report, and kind of has how we spoke about in the presentation. ETS has always been a very attentive listener to the concerns that come forward. So we have every confidence that, our recommendations, our thoughts will be, heard and received really well. Those points we're very passionate about, and, we just, all we can hope for is that, they'll really take and consider those fine points and everything going forward, because a lot of time, a lot of thought, a lot of feedback went into that, and there's some things that, even that the ethnography reports, the online surveys, all those things, they do capture a lot of the sentiment of the ridership, but when you're on the ground level, the pulse is the people, and a lot of what we're hearing sometimes is that, asymmetric information. So we're just hoping that what we, the thoughts and the concerns we bring forward, that they'll really take quite seriously going forward.
If I may add just a quick note on the process, actually. I think this is just the third time where it's structured like this, where the presentation of ETSAB and the presentation of admin is done right beside each other. I think it's a really good process, and I hope that this continues moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I guess, saying that a lot of thought went in, I was very curious about the emphasis. So if just at budget, we made some decisions around the conventional bus service hours. But in your report, you talk about focusing on increasing on-demand hours. And so I just wanted to square that, or why the focus and emphasis on demand, and understanding that now those conventional service hours might shift some on-demand to other areas that aren't currently served. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I think it's a wonderful question. I think when our lens, I guess, with on-demand services, more that there's a number of communities that are, maybe on the outskirts of the city or in certain specific areas that have transit service, but it's either, I guess, in some areas non-existent or very infrequent. So different to convention, like, you could still have an area where, example, you're increasing conventional service and the increase goes up, but then there's still those pockets where other people are not getting served. So we really felt that with service reliability, one way to really hit home on that is to really continue, as ETS has been doing a good job with on-demand, but kind of amping it up a little bit. So for example, I'm on the north side, and there's a lot of industrial areas where there's very infrequent bus service. Certain times of the day you either have no service, or services could be hours in between. So on-demand service in these particular cases is quite crucial, and we're not experts, but our our assessment is that, increasing conventional hours won't quite meet the demand. On demand would be the best solution there.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is the focus, because the response from ETS talked about, they focus absolutely on users, but they also focus on people that maybe either infrequently or haven't actually used ETS to say what would, in a sense, bring you to use ETS. So I was again wondering what was the rationale in your discussions around the focus on the users specifically?
Yeah, I think it begs a bigger question, I don't think, anybody would want to say that they're a expert statistician, but, when you get feedback, how accurate is it? The feedback you're getting, is it just a cross-section of time? Are you getting the right, right response from the right people? And our hope is that when we're talking about getting, the user experience, we try to be as broad as we can and look at, different people from, different specific walks of life and try to get that different type of feedback that we believe would be kind of more authentic. So a good example would be, sometimes there's a concern. Someone might say, well, I'm in this, the question could be, do you have a problem with your bus stop, or, is there, a bus stop that's damaged, or do you have enough seats at that bus stop? So, maybe somebody might reply and say, yes, we don't have enough. There's no shelters in this area at this particular bus stop, but we're trying to, when we went out and got our feedback, some of those commuters would say, well, we call 311 and we say, well, we don't have a bus, we don't have a bench, or the shelter was bashed in and there's glass everywhere. So there's ways we believe that feedback can sometimes be more specific. I don't have a bench, or the bus is always late in this area, but maybe you can drill down to the stop. So an ETS survey could have maybe a picture of that particular area, and you can really zone in on the neighborhood, on the street, on the avenue, and say, this is the particular spot where I'm always getting this problem. So sometimes there's a general address, but sometimes the feedback for the user could be really more specific, and that would help, I think, providing that extra level of satisfaction.
Great, thank you so much. I have a few quick questions as well. So first of all, thank you again both for being here today and for the work that you do on ETSAB. I really appreciate the focus that you had on both conventional and DAT service, so thank you for that. I appreciate your comments just around, and you've just elaborated too, like some of that more sort of like geographic, kind of that spatial, capturing some of that spatial feedback, and also more of the qualitative feedback. I had a chance last week to attend the Nosy Fest, so just wondering if that's an example, sort of the Oracle, the work that was done through Oracle, I think it was, to have those longer form interviews and conversations with riders. Is that something that you think we could build on to capture some of the feedback I think that you're speaking to?
I can speak to this because I was, as a member of the public, not ETSAB, I was approached to participate in this as well. And short answer is yes. As part of the survey set and information we have also gathered from ETS, they did a similar kind of ethnographic survey thing a few years ago where users can download an app and take updates and take photos of every single point of their journey, and there were 8 responses. So it's not a big number, and that's where when we looked at that, we realized there's a lot more potential in this. And as part of the Oracle project that was presented at Nosy Fest, it's a bit different because I had an individual who conducted interviews and asked really interesting questions about a specific transit experience also. And the way the questions were framed is also within the context of social issues, which is really fascinating. And speaking from my personal experience as an interviewee, I think it's really good, and there's a lot of potential to that. I suppose in an ideal world, having that available more often would be good, because there's another person that you can have a more open-ended conversation. And then the other technique that was done a few years ago with the app, where you leave your house to take a picture, take track of the time. You do that when you take the bus, or when you go to your stop, and then on your first bus or LRT stop you've taken, and then on your departure point, that detailed transit journey documentation is also pretty good.
Great.
So short answer, yes, and both. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you for that. Maybe just moving to administration. So, I think that there has been a shift, or, I've seen this shift in terms of some of the station-specific surveys that you can take in terms of the level of safety. And I imagine that that provides a real richness in terms of, what the differentiators might be between different locations. Do you see opportunities to continue to expand that so that some of that spatial data or spatial trends can start to be captured?
Yeah, thank you. We have, as Carrie mentioned, a lot of quantitative tools as well as qualitative tools. Recently, we've trialed this QR code survey with stations, and that's been really interesting. And we're just looking at that now and assessing our next steps. But we also gather that station level data through some of our other tools. So our rider survey that's quantitative, we gather stop and route information of the riders. And we also do mobile ethnography. So similar to the Oracle tool with our other vendor, we do a method where riders can talk about their journey using an app, and we'll give them specific tasks along their journey to report back. So we have a richness of tools to gather this kind of more place-specific data about the rider journey.
Great. That's really exciting to hear. And just wondering, I do think a real strength of the satisfaction survey as it is now is it's very robust from a quantitative perspective. I was thinking of the Edmonton Insight community, and there was sort of that opportunity where different groups within the city, you could sort of request that certain questions get asked. Is there an opportunity for ETSAB to, if they had specific user questions that they wanted to have posed to the riders, if that can be included in part of the survey?
Yeah, I think we could work the city's research team, and not part of ETS, we could work with them to explore opportunities to do that. I know they have a program for what surveys go out through Insight Community, but if there was a survey that ETSAB wanted to conduct, we certainly could facilitate, that conversation to see if the Insight Community is a tool available for that.
Well, Insight Community, and then I think also the just the satisfaction survey as well, as the method that you have for that, if there's ways where they can have questions added on and just sort of build off that, because again, I think that you've really built that robust quantitative aspect to it.
Yeah, we have some qualitative questions in there as well. I think, yes, we can explore, and we just want to make sure that it aligns with the design of the questions. So we keep it to a certain number, we keep it focused on, it's all of the core components of a rider journey.
Right.
And that's very deliberate and intentional.
Right, and I assume too that you want comparable data over time as well, so recognizing some of those limitations, but there could be an opportunity there to build off of each other. Great, thank you. I'll go next to Mayor Sohi. Oh, sorry, Councillor Tang. Councillor Tang first. I'm sorry, Mayor Sohi.
Great, thank you very much for both reports. Giselle, I'm curious if you or members of ITSAB had a chance to participate in the festival that Councillor Stevenson was referring to last week, where you have an opportunity to hear over 150 stories from different Edmontonians like yourself.
I appreciate it because you shared the information about it during the councillor lunch, which is wonderful. I am also trying to navigate, project management for the sake of the board members, which are volunteers. So what I did is I forwarded the information particularly to our board members with a strong research background. And they were interested, but the scheduling unfortunately did not work out. Same thing for me. I have a day job.
So
Yes.
no, that's okay. I'm glad you were able to participate in some way. And then in the months of this work leading up to it, I'm curious if ETSAB had the opportunity to kind of get a glimpse in your meetings about such a research project in your meetings. Have you had a chance to kind of provide input or just get a little bit update here and there?
For this particular project, no, we haven't. So, but now that the presentation and the events had concluded, I look forward to us having the post report.
Yeah, I think that would be really valuable
Yes.
because it speaks to so much of the stuff that you're talking about. It would be a real missed opportunity if you don't, as a committee, that you don't get a fulsome presentation on that.
Yeah.
And then I guess to administration, I'm very, I thank you very much for providing in this attachment various things that you are research related that you're investing in. I'm curious if of all your kind of research dollars, where does that go mostly towards? Is it mostly quantitative, like surveys? Which ethnography by nature isn't survey-based. They're much more in-depth and very qualitative.
Yeah, we have a partner that does this work with us, so we have funding supplying both. So it's integrated, and we're not prioritizing one over the other. I think over the years, traditionally it was a satisfaction survey, and I'm just really happy that at least in the last, I'll say 4 years, we've really expanded it to include more qualitative, include multiple different methods, include non-riders. We hadn't really contemplated that until, maybe 3 or 4 years ago. So I think our budget dollars are well used and incorporating all of it together.
And thank you. And then I'm curious too, in the various inputs of data that you get, I know ETS have certain outcomes we want to strive towards, making sure our services are reliable, buses are clean, people feel safe perceptions, right? In these various input of data, are you seeing any, new outcomes that Edmontonians want to see? When you do come across those pieces, how does it integrate into your perhaps established outcomes framework?
I think over the years, and not unique to ETS, it's interesting how the themes are similar. And you could ask, TTC this question, you could ask TransLink this question. People want really great service, so they want it to be available, they want access, they want it frequent, they want it to be reliable, so they can depend on it, they want it to be affordable for them. All of those elements get reinforced through themes. There might be specific comments that are shared about a specific, as I mentioned, it's about the rider journey, so making improvements, and I'll give an example. We can improve accessibility, let's say, at a bus stop. That's a very micro-level suggestion, but that's also actioned and helpful for us.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I think both of your reports, there's a strong emphasis on service provision, which is what transit does, right? And I think that's important. And I think all those three things are important. And for ETSAF folks, I imagine you're also aware that in the budget adjustment, we did fund cleaning as a key priority. There are a number of things we couldn't fund, but transit was really important. And just want to make sure that I know this, perhaps this was prepared well before that, and you wouldn't have known the outcome, but just wanted to see that you are aware of that. I guess what is a little bit missing for me in both pieces, but I think your presentation touched on that, is the culture and brand, and I think the potential for narrative shifting. I guess from the ETSAF folks, sorry, I'm out of time. I'll come back.
That's okay. That's a great question. We'll make sure there's time for a full answer. Now to Mayor Sohi. Hello, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Sorry I couldn't join in person. To ETSAF folks, this council has made some very significant decisions related to public transit that started with making the on-demand service permanent, which was a significant investment, as well as adding some off-peak service in the the budget adjustment a couple of weeks ago. The reallocation of the Valley Line Southeast hours, as well as leasing a garage and then buying more buses, adding more service. That will amount to, I think, maybe Kerry can correct me if I'm wrong, close to 100,000 hours of new service. And then additional money for snow clearing on bus stops and active pathways leading to bus stops. So my question to ETSAF folks is that these investments, how do you see these investments helping achieve some of the outcomes that you want to achieve through the recommendations you're making?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. It's a good question. And I think that some of that investment, that funding is going to do a lot actually to address some of the concerns that were raised. I think it's going to bring a lot of extra service to people in different areas of the city. When we did our report, we tried to consider especially those people in those areas that are really being underserved. So I'm confident that the extra funding is going to really reach some of those people who are still have been missing in the conversation. But maybe another piece that I could kind of throw in to answer your question is that we kind of hit on the communication piece. I think that there's something that could be missing. I don't want to say for everybody, but the general population, sometimes they're not really invested or really connected to understand what's happening or to know that that funding is there and that's available. So I think one thing that maybe we can take away from this is that if ETS is maybe able to sometimes, or if this is a portion, an arm of the city that can sometimes communicate that to the ridership and let them know, you know what, this funding is here, this funding is coming. A lot of that comes through media and different channels, but just sometimes to know that that funding is there would probably bring a lot of reassurance to people to know, let them know that, you know, help is on the way. So more
I think that's a very good point. I think even on the on-demand, even though service was there, but it was only temporary, we made it permanent, but people did not see the difference in the reality because they were used to having that service, but that service would have been reduced had we not made that decision. And I think it's going to take some time to operationalize the new investments, maybe to carry. Do we know, when are we expecting to have more bus service added through the decision that was made a couple of weeks ago, particularly on the reallocation of the Valley Line service hours?
So
exactly.
we will be adding the Valley Line hours, so that's 70,000 annual service hours. That'll go in the February schedule change. So through our annual service plan and the motion that was made during budget to follow up with our report explaining how it improves equity, that's all going to come forward in the first quarter of the year. So we're actively working on that service plan implementation now.
So we will see 70,000 new service hours in February, in a few
That's
months.
right. It starts in February.
Do you know how many trips are we talking about? Like, we talk about service hours, but in reality, like, how many trips are, maybe you don't have that information now, but I would be interested in that information because I want to know how many new trips can be taken by people. And also the timeline for the leasing of the garage and additional hours of service and how many and when.
So with the 70,000 hours, if I remember correctly, it was just about 1 million new rides or riders, which is exciting. In terms of the facility, we'll take over the lease in the last half of next year, and then service will run out of that facility as soon as we get the buses. So at the bare minimum, it'll be April of 2025. If we can get buses before then, we'll see if we can put them into service prior to that, and that's going to add another 50,000 annual service hours. So 120,000 in total by the time everything is implemented.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Yeah, exciting times. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. I had a similar question about the various investments that we're making, and I'm just very excited about seeing those hours come online. But I might ask about just the communications piece and opportunities to start shifting that narrative, telling the story about all the investments that we are making and the changes that we are seeing. So maybe to the folks from ETSAB, ETS, of course, has a critical role to play in telling that story and shifting that narrative. Are there other stakeholders that you think could be helping with this as well?
I think there's a lot of other potential stakeholders that can help. Several of ETSAB's former reports can actually be very helpful. There's one on like communication, A Tale of Three Cities, I believe, that we did in 2018, 2019. Even the one on wayfinding, I think, is really helpful. And the other subcommittee report on which focus on the marketing and communication strategies for the bus network redesign that we did in early 2020. There's a lot of recommendations on how to connect with various media and communication outlets and looking into the different ways that people take in and consume information these days. There's a lot of information there, and I highly recommend it's available, and if there's additional information that's missing, the board will be happy to provide more information. But yes, we have the reports. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much for that. Was there something to add? I see your mic's on.
Oh, no, no,
Okay.
no, no, sorry.
Well, thank you for that answer. I might pose a similar question to ETS. When I think about sort of our broader network of partners and organizations that can help really explain the steps that we are taking. Any additional thoughts there? With our annual service plan, so in that first quarter of the year, I think it's a great opportunity for a bit of a roadshow for us with all of the different advisory boards. We can share that information and perhaps in our rollout and communications plan, also consider, let's say community leagues and others that can help amplify messaging. We also received an award about our bus network redesign implementation. That was a really thorough communications plan, so I think we can lift a lot of the great work that was done there and apply it again to tell the story of all these great enhancements that are coming. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang?
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. I was confused. Appreciate my colleagues picking up some of those questions that I was thinking about, but I do want to kind of just hone in on this role that hasn't really been, I think, highlighted. I guess to SF folks, do you see the city and Edmonton Transit playing a more active role in shifting the narratives when it comes to transit, not only as a service provision, but as a public service that can really contribute to community and individual well-being?
Yeah, I think they're really interconnected. So, social welfare, the positivity and connecting that with all the needs of transit. So I believe that there's an opportunity there. And again, I think it comes back to the communication piece, finding ways to connect with that ridership and bring that message. And it was something, again, that we really tried to pinpoint in the report, that ETS has a real competitive advantage of being able to plan big events, really showcase what's happening in the city. So there's a great and grand opportunity, I think, for them to, highlight certain issues that, that are happening at, on social levels, but also big things that are happening in transit. They can bring that forward.
Thank you. I guess over to administration. I think it was very interesting. You did reference, for example, in your report, focus around price elasticity, and you referenced the report from Victoria Transport Institute. About a month later, the same institute published another report focused around shifting the value of transit service. I'm curious if that one's on your radar, and your thoughts around this role of narratives.
Yeah, we look at the reports regularly through Sarah's area and as well as my office. Shifting the narrative, I think everyone plays a role in that, and we agree that, and we've tried, through council reports, through media interviews, to reinforce those overall kind of outcomes that transit contributes to, but it gets lost.
Yeah.
It's not the punchy part of, the transit elements that people like to talk about.
Yeah, I think about how many times in council and committee meetings we talk about transit can be delightful and joyful. And I think, last week something that I saw was 150 and probably over that number of stories, such a variety. I feel like Nam's going to speak to it. But for example, like when you get data through your mobile ethnography or surveys or qualitative, do you see opportunities there to amplify some of those stories about well-being? Because I have seen you do lots of great marketing campaigns, for example, we're partnering with McEwen design students. I remember that one. Do you see an opportunity here to kind of not just look at the survey and be like, this is great data, like to incorporate it as part of even work plan and how we market some of the messages and that kind of stuff?
For sure. I think that storytelling part, we incorporated it during COVID in our annual service plan. We had individual rider stories But there's, I think, lots and lots of potential, and Sarah can take that away with the team. We have, marketing campaigns, we have online storytelling opportunities. We could partner with people if they're willing to share in that kind of a format. We can certainly explore that more.
And then I just want to double check too, and you've already had a chance to kind of review the latest set of ethnography data, right? Or you've had a chance to experience it last week?
Yeah, so, and I think you'll hear about it in the safety and security update as well next week.
For sure.
And then there's reporting as part of that as well. So it'll feed into this bigger kind of rider research program that we have as well.
Yeah, that's great. That's, thanks for that. And I look forward to that presentation on the 12th.
Thank you. I'm not seeing anyone else on the board, so we do have a motion on the floor from Councillor Rutherford. If anyone wanted to speak to this, okay, Councillor Rutherford can close. That's okay. I can just turn it to you.
Great. And maybe just to share, I think I'm really glad for this structure too, where the committee shares your perspective, kind of providing the advice as a citizen body, as you should, and administration has a response to that. And I think it's interesting the focus on the 3 areas around safety and security, cleaning, and service reliability. And I think from this end of the room, I look back to the last couple years and think about how much funds we have invested in safety and security week, in cleaning most recently, and in service enhancement with the recent budget adjustment, but previous budget decisions around on-demand, for example. And administration then kind of takes that away and bring back reports and presentations around how are we putting those dollars to use and actually making an impact in those areas. I do think, as a public service, transit does so much more than just getting people from one end to the other. I think the quality of experience matters. And I do want to highlight the work last week that I personally participated in and experienced. The people who share the stories, not all of them are transit riders. Some of those data are not collected on as people get on and off a bus or LRT. There were definitely stories about fear and violence as expected when we talk about perception of safety, but there were also a lot of moments of positive interactions between strangers. Friendships, struck up, nostalgia, and that's what transit brings to people. And in several instances, examples of how bus operators and security guards are helping vulnerable populations navigate resources. And I see that as a massive opportunity that I hope that we can harvest more, is to build on, is that, when it comes to well-being and safety for Edmontonians, when it comes to transit, it's so multifaceted. And I just want to share that to kind of put this on the radar for both the committee and administration that, I hope to see more movements on those front as well. Going beyond service provision and how it can really integrate into that broader ecosystem of facilitation of community and individual well-being. I think we're doing a lot of that, and wherever I think possible, happy to hear ideas about how those stories don't get lost, as Carrie, you mentioned, and how can we all help to amplify that. I think we are making strides. I think the recent conference was a really good example of where Edmonton is such a leader. And I think we can continue to build on that reputation and continue to improve. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. I'll just speak very briefly to thank everyone from our delegation today. Something I find so exciting about transit is that, ultimately I don't think we need to convince people that it's the right thing to do or it's important for climate change or anything like that. We just have to provide a service that's convenient, reliable, and enjoyable. So the work that you're doing to promote that, I think, is tremendously important, really critical for us to achieve our future objectives. So I'm grateful for the ongoing work and really excited to see what's to come. Really want to thank my colleague, Councillor Rutherford, for her motion around looking at how we distribute our new bus hours to ensure it does take an equity lens. And just so thrilled that in a few short months, we're going to be having 70,000 additional hours starting up every year. Thank you again, and over to, and Mayor Sohi, just under the wire. Over to you.
Very quickly, I just want to thank EdSAB for really connecting with the writers and administration and sharing such a valuable insights into how we can improve public transit for existing riders, but how we also attract new riders into the system. I think that work is absolutely important. From my perspective, investing in public transit is climate action. It helps reduce emissions. It allows us to build more sustainable communities. It is also an action on equity. It allows people to access better jobs, access better educational opportunities. So it's a vehicle for social mobility. And I hear that often from a lot of people that because they had access to public transit, they were able to actually find a better job than where they were working before. Job with better benefits, job with better pay. It is also economic growth driver. When people have better jobs, they contribute to economy and they contribute to a society, but also employers having access to workers. I hear from employers all the time that because they don't have access to their business don't have access to good bus service, they're unable to attract people to work for them. I think it's economic action as well, right? I think it touches on so many things that we as a municipality are trying to do under our city plan. More eyes on the streets, more people walking to the bus stop makes our neighborhoods safer. It is an action on health. You know, more you walk, more you interact with people, more you get out to the community, the healthier you are. I think these are such important investments. We're making, I'm proud that this council is making these investments. So look forward to the results of these investments. And thank you once again to administration and to EdSAP folks for all the good work we're doing.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Cartmel?
Great, thank you. Appreciate the conversation today. This may sound a little argumentative, and I'm not arguing with any of the comments that my colleagues have made previously. But I think we heard a lot about how we're going to make service improvements, how we've approved additional spending, how we need more service hours. And I think when we look at transit as part of the mobility system, all of those things are true. When there might be tangible positive outcomes that include things like contributing to our climate change goals or contributing to less congestion or those kinds of things. But we need to talk first and foremost about transitility, I think anyway, about transit as a mobility system, about moving people around. And there's pieces to that, and it was touched on today. Great big things, routing, great big things, around accessibility and equity and those kinds of things. But sometimes it's just the really small things that we got to really, really focus on. I'm reminded of when I was youth and I relied on transit for all of my mobility because I had no other alternative. And in those days and in that time, transit was something you lived through. It was like a rite of passage until you could do some other thing. And when you when you have the ability, the privilege to do some other thing, which is usually with a car, you then lose track of transit because you don't go back. Going back to transit is literally going back or going down. There's that perception that lives in Edmonton. And we have not changed that perception yet. And I think that we can talk about the big audacious things about transit, the additional service hours, but there's the finer, smaller things that it's never dirty. That if you need to text somebody or phone somebody, the information is immediately there. That the seats are comfortable and you can fit in them. That you're, those kinds of things and I, particularly if you're a new person to the system, You know, if you're somebody that uses the system all day, every day, and you have to migrate to a different route or flip to a different transfer point, or you know that, you know, if the LRT isn't running, this is where you go find a bus, that's great. But if you're not from Edmonton and you wake up on a Sunday morning and the trains aren't running, you're hopeless. Those kinds of things, like, you know, trying to remember to look at it through the eyes of somebody that has never seen the system before. And I want to bring another thing up too. We've had a long conversation here, almost an hour and a half, about transit. And I walked into a breakfast this morning, and the first thing that I was asked about was the report in the Journal about somebody who was badly beaten at an LRT station. We haven't talked about that. We haven't raised that here. It's kind of the elephant in the room. And it's those kinds of reports that undo every other good, positive thing we do. There is a perception versus reality piece to that, but that is the anecdote that people are talking about today. And so when I talk to somebody, you know, this morning that says, we had just had another one, I will never ride that thing again, knowing that when I ride it, when I use it, it's perfectly safe, that incident ought be and should be a bit of an outlier. But it takes our ability to continue to invest in really tough financial times in transit, takes that ability back, because that is the anecdote that is on everybody's mind. That is the thing that's on everybody's mind. That is what people say to me when they say, you've raised my taxes to invest in a system and I will never use that system because of what just happened. And we're not talking about that. We're not talking about how a failure to prevent those things from happening in a much more determined and deliberate way takes away our currency to invest in the system. Takes away our ability to go into the community and say we're putting more money into it because it's a service that everybody will gravitate to, and not one you'll use when you have no other chance. We've got to start talking about that. We've got to start acknowledging some of those things in a more meaningful way so that we speak to them in the moment and diffuse them, prevent them, I don't know. But we're having a conversation today about how cool transit is and how cool it's going to be, and the conversation outside of this room is it ain't cool at all. And when we don't acknowledge the conversation that's going outside of this room, we sound like we are tone deaf, and that's a concern.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you to all my colleagues that spoke before me. I felt really compelled to speak in that we're receiving this for information, and I did take to heart, you know, ETS saying that there's timely, that there's things, but I think what we really need to focus on is similar to kind of Councillor Cartmell's tone and line. There's an ideal state, and then there's the real state. And so when I see the recommendations from ETSAB, it's the ideal state. Absolutely. And I think we would all love nothing more than to be at that ideal state. But as to my colleague to my left here, Councillor Cartmell highlighted, there are some real barriers to getting to that ideal state. I think about the fact that even recently I said, hey, ETS, what is within your circle of control that we could make a tangible difference on rider experience? Because there is so much that is so much bigger than ETS. The ETS is a beacon for some of those, especially LRT stations, but it is so much bigger. And we had, you know, the pie in the sky dreaming of navigators, enhanced cleaning was brought up, and activation of spaces were the three, you know, recommendations, none of which got funded because, as you know, we already approved a 6.6 tax increase. There was also the other report from ETS Advisory Board about assisted snow clearing, also not funded, right? So like there's so many constraints, and I think about constraints from you know, we're having to build a temporary garage because in order to expand our fleet, we need more garage space. I do think about, you talk about that elephant in the room, the one that's coming to my inbox is the electric buses that aren't running, actually. Like, yes, safety absolutely is always a constant thread. But how many of our current fleet do we have that don't even work the way they're supposed to work in the system? So I always think about Donna Meadows. She's a very big thought leader in systems thinking. And she often says, you know, she has levers for systems change. And the first and most impactful lever is build the system right in the first place. But we can't do that. We can't go back and undo our LRT lines and our transit and redo it because it's hard infrastructure. So we have to deal with what we have before us today. And what I was heartened by is, A, the passion for ETS Advisory Board and pushing us as council and as administration to continue striving for that ideal state, even within the context of the current realities, and to ETS staff members for continuing to look for iterative improvements time and time again, and being so welcoming and open to the feedback that they're receiving, both from ETS Advisory Board, from council, from the public. You know, you're getting a lot of feedback on a constant basis, and you're constantly learning and trying to do better within the scope and the capacity that you also have, because you have limitations to that scope and capacity. So I think, please understand that accepting this report from information doesn't mean this work won't continue or that your ideas are not going to be integrated as ETS administration is committed to. It doesn't mean that we're not going to push further on safety and push further on cleaning and push further on frequency and reliability. I think that those are all things that I hear on a daily basis that we are going to continue to do. So I just wanted to speak to that because I didn't want you to think that accept receipt for information was, you know, thank you, and we'll put that to the side now. We definitely take it to heart and appreciate your work. And the last thing I will say is to ETS, I think when you think about the work that ETS Advisory Board has done with what I would consider not equal support to other advisory boards, I think we need to have a conversation about that. I brought it up and raised it as a concern in a recent audit committee. I've heard about it from ETS Advisory Board members myself, and I think it's even more impressive that you've done this work with the support you have, but we need to make sure that those service and supports are equitable across all our advisory boards. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Rutherford. Please vote.
Just waiting on one vote. Mayor Sohi?
I voted yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. So we're at 11 o'clock. We will go through as many items as we can before the noon break. We have some questions on the rescheduling of 5.1. So I will have that and maybe just ask if the delegation for 6.2 could start to get set up to present. Councillor Tang, I believe you selected, oh no, Councillor Rutherford selected 5.1.
Yeah, sorry. I actually don't have any problems with it being removed, but at the Agenda Review Committee, it was recommended by City Clerk to ask this question in public, so that is why I am doing this, is just around this specific body of work. Is there a sequencing, like what does that sequencing look like with the district planning? Because I know it's being moved in light of the conversation that's happening today, but would that be enough time to do that? And would we want the district plans finalized before we do this work? Like, I'm just trying to get a sequencing understanding. I know it was council driven, but yeah, I just wanted to understand more of that.
So Councillor Rutherford, the report itself is to talk about or to share information with committee around the timing of the work, the engagement, the resources, and the budget and the approach to doing the work. So if, depending on the outcomes of the district planning conversation, we'll just ensure that that work is in lockstep with district planning.
So the report that comes back and talks about the plan or the timing and the resources required will look to whatever decisions are made today or future decisions around district planning.
That's correct.
Okay, that helps. I have no further questions. I can move the recommendation for 5.1.
Great, thank you. If there are no further questions, I will just ask my colleagues to vote on the reschedule as outlined in item 5.1.
Just waiting on one vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that's carried. Happy to go over to 6.2. Did administration have a presentation to begin? Okay, please take it away.
So at the February 24th, 2023 City Council meeting, a motion was passed asking administration to identify what is required to have real-time traffic-dependent signals across Edmonton in order to improve traffic flow for all modes of transportation, including learnings from other cities, costs for different types of equipment, ways to incorporate work with other transportation network projects, or our ability to reduce or eliminate pedestrian buttons to improve traffic movement for everyone, adding audio signals, and changes that would require or that would be required to formally define signal prioritization and include all modes of traffic transportation. And with me today is Craig McEwen, Branch Manager, Parks and Road Services, Shrikar Ibrahim, Director of Traffic Operations, and Janice Chow, General Supervisor of Signals and Street Lighting, and I'll ask Shrikar to kind of walk you through the presentation right now.
Thanks, Eddie. Good morning, councillors and Mayor Sohi. Edmonton's traffic signals are designed and operated to help people move safely and efficiently through the mobility network, whether they are walking, rolling, taking transit, or driving. Next slide. This approach supports climate resilience by accommodating active travel, reducing vehicle emissions, particularly during peak hours. And the Traffic Signals program builds on the strategic goals of Connect Edmonton to build a community that connects people to what matters most to them, and the Safe Mobility Strategy to reach Vision Zero through safe and livable streets. Examples of how the network is prioritized to support different modes include areas with high levels of pedestrian and micromobility traffic, such as shopping districts, automatically served pedestrian signals. Traffic signals along some bike lanes have sensors that change lights when cyclists are present and unique signals to control bike traffic. Highways and arterial roads are designed to keep vehicle traffic flowing efficiently, and transit signals ensure that buses and transit are given priority to move through key intersections on high-demand routes. Next slide. Of the city's 1,100 traffic signals, approximately 30% are fixed time. This means that they operate on a pre-programmed schedule that does not respond to real-time changes in traffic conditions. However, they are timed to accommodate different levels of traffic at different times of the day. So, for example, signal timing may be different during rush hour than it is during the middle of the day or overnight. They are used in locations where there's consistent and balanced demand in all directions for all modes of transportation. In this case, we can automatically program lights to change because we know that there are pedestrians or cyclists or drivers that are waiting to cross in either direction. An example of the way this type of signal timing is throughout the majority of the downtown intersections. If we can click, please. The remaining 70% of Edmonton signals are actuated. They operate on timing plans, which are adjusted based on the detection of pedestrians, micromobility users, transit, or personal vehicles. Actuated signals are used in locations where there are a lot more people traveling in one direction, and that direction of travel is prioritized to ensure that users are moving through the mobility network as efficiently as possible. Examples of that is where we have a major road that intersects with a residential road. And how users are detected is dependent upon how they are moving through the intersection. So for people walking, they're detected when they push a button. For people using micromobility, such as bikes or e-scooters, they're detected either through a button or through a video or a loop that is embedded in the pavement, shown in purple on the image. And for people driving, they're detected through video cameras or loops in the pavement, which is shown in blue on the image. Next slide, please. We reached out to jurisdictions with a similar size to Edmonton and found that our approach is similar to most of the respondents, which support efficient traffic flow for the busiest routes during peak hours. All cities used a combination of technology that was similar to Edmonton to detect and collect data about different modes of transportation. Almost all of them used a combination of fixed time and semi-actuated signals. However, there are a few opportunities for us that we will be taking away. While push buttons are the most common method of pedestrian detection, some cities are exploring the use of videos and sensors as an additional way to detect people wanting to cross. And most cities include accessible signals in all new traffic signals, which is another key takeaway for us that we will be engaging with our stakeholders on. In addition to these learnings from other cities, we also took the opportunity to complete an initial assessment of the overall traffic signals program. Next slide, please. Edmonton's traffic signal program includes construction and ongoing maintenance and operations of the existing traffic signals. So the team looks after the construction of new signals in developing areas and through infrastructure projects such as arterial renewal, neighborhood renewal, and the Safe Crossings program. Administration conducted an assessment of the program, and since 2013, Edmonton has grown in geographic size by about 12%. The inventory of traffic control devices increased by about half. However, there was no accompanying growth in resourcing to keep up with this significant increase in demand. The impact of that asset and project growth has limited the team's ability to deliver on scheduled and proactive assessments for timing changes, such as the protected or permissive left turns or signal retiming, as well as upgrading existing signals, so converting a rapid flashing beacon at a crosswalk to an overhead pedestrian or a full signal. Currently, those are completed either in coordination with major roadway projects or based on public feedback. Another point to note is that there's no capital funding for new traffic signals outside of road infrastructure programs, so if a signal is needed based on operations, livability, or mobility needs, there's no current funding to support that. Next slide, please. In order to improve people's experiences of how they move around our city, administration will be conducting a thorough program review to identify gaps in the current program and determine how to best deliver the program in the future. This will include reviewing our criteria for determining the appropriate traffic control at a location, considering factors such as interim measures in areas where growth is anticipated, and this way we're able to balance the community's needs and be more proactive in making those changes and adjustments. We will also be reviewing our prioritization process and how we communicate that to the public, including improving transparency and how we make decisions and making information on upcoming projects easy to access. Anything that can be completed within existing resources or existing budget will be identified, but we will also ensure that we bring forward options for service enhancements along with any budget or resource requests. And all of this work will be done in alignment with the city's guiding strategies and principles as outlined in the city plan, bike plan, safe mobility strategy, bus-based mass transit, and the complete streets design and construction standards, so that we continue to evolve Edmonton's mobility networks to connect and plan for the needs of a city of 2 million people on the go. Next slide. Thank you for your time, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I believe this was selected by Councillor Tang. So happy to turn it over to you if others want to click in with questions.
Yeah, thank you very much for this report and all the work kind of behind the scenes. Can you talk to me a little bit about sort of what's on the horizon after this report?
Yeah, so we will be taking a look at all the processes that we've got in place for the signals, so expanding to look to see if we can look at fully actuated signals, looking at incorporating the lead pedestrian intervals, the scramble phases, as well as looking at all the criteria for how we select the locations, including the transparency around how we communicate that to the public.
And then we'll sort of, because you had mentioned budget really hasn't changed, so will that be part of the review as well? Oh.
Yeah, just maybe on like the entire traffic operation program itself is something that we want to have a look at. So, you know, as far as we know, and looking at where we are today on growth of inventory versus people and how we're addressing the needs of the traffic network itself, it's really taking a full lens look at the operation of that traffic network. How are we being proactive? How can we manage that in the future? Taking a really good look at that people, budget, time, equipment that we've talked about in other areas of our
Great.
operation, and making sure that we're bringing that back to council for review.
Do you have a timeline for that?
Yeah, so the plan would be to come back in Q1 of 2025.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
And I think in the list of things that you said you would look at is the lead pedestrian interval. What is that?
Yeah, so that's when you have a signal that allows the pedestrians to have time first to begin their crossing before the vehicles would get the green traffic. So the idea is to increase the visibility for people, for pedestrians that are entering the crosswalk before vehicles enter in.
Right. And then do we have some of those right now?
Yeah, we have a couple of locations across.
Where?
Yeah, so we have one on Scona Road, 99th Street, and Saskatchewan Drive. Janice, if you have a list of the other locations. We have we have a few,
Okay.
like a handful of locations.
Yeah, I have used some of those. I don't know if that kind of clicked for me, that or if it was that obvious. I I think I saw that like in Toronto, for example, in some of the busier intersections. And I'm really curious about, and I imagine you have data or you will look into that, how they compare to the effectiveness of, say, scramble crosswalk, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, and there'll be like accompanying education needs as well, so that Edmontonians can understand what to expect with when we launch all of the different aspects of there as well. But yeah, there'll be locations where the lead pedestrian interval makes more sense than a scramble, depending on the design, depending on how many people are walking or driving or rolling through the intersection as well. So there's slight distinctions around that, and we'll make sure that the program identifies which locations would be best accommodated by each type of traffic signal change.
And then you also mentioned accessible signals. Is that something that is a constant conversation with the Accessibility Advisory Committee, for example?
Yeah, Jen.
It is, yeah. We're in conversation with the committee and also with the Canadian National Institute for the Blind.
Right. I'm just curious, you had a picture of the light where it says to hold for audible signal. On those writing, is there Braille? I don't think I've ever paid attention to this, but I'm now curious.
The shape of the arrow.
The shape of the
indicates-
arrow
yeah.
is the, okay.
And there's training for through the CNIB Institute.
Okay, so the design of that is based on CNIB recommendation? Yeah, I was curious because it's for folks who are visually impaired. But if they're visually impaired, how do they read hold for audible signal?
The training is provided through the CNIB. And
I
so they
see.
do work with
I see, okay.
citizens.
What if you're not part of that training, I guess? Anyways, that was interesting, and I will be curious if there's any kind of, I don't know, upgraded standards or best practices from other cities. That I don't know when was the last time we've had that kind of review with accessibility community, and whether or not things have changed since then, and I think it would be worth looking into.
Yeah, we do follow national standards and guidelines, and so we are in line with other municipalities across Canada.
Huh, okay. And that's recent standards, like 2023?
Yeah, as far as we know.
Okay,
Yeah.
great, thank you.
We also meet with them every year to take a look at the list of the locations that would make sense for us to install them. So the change here would be, rather than having that full list, is that whenever we have any new locations, any new signals that would go in, it would automatically include the accessible pedestrian signals.
Thank you very much. Councillor, Cartmel.
Thank you. So I'm going to paraphrase, so correct me if I'm not correct. From what I understand, you're saying that our equipment is really old. Our equipment is old. Maybe I'll leave the qualifiers out of it. And that's why we struggle to do actuated signals. Is that fair? Or there's more to it than that, perhaps? Yeah.
There's more to it than that. So definitely the age of the equipment is one piece, but in order for us to go into the fully actuated experience, similar to like what the Netherlands have, there's additional infrastructure that would need to be installed on the road, but then also communications with the signals controller.
Right. So there's infrastructure deficiencies. We don't have the loops in the road. We don't have the controller to make that work.
Correct.
And we only have them in a few spots.
That's true. That's accurate, yes.
Does that prevent us from, so understanding that, does that prevent us from sequencing lights so that we reduce the amount of times you stop along an arterial? It seemed that we used to be able to sequence lights, and now we've lost that, either that capacity or we've stopped doing it.
So we still have coordination for the lights along specific corridors to make sure that we're having the efficient movement throughout there. It just depends on the location, the type of the roadway, the number of folks that are traveling through, depending on which mode of transportation that they have. But we still do have coordination for signals along networks or corridors.
Yeah, obviously that's far more complex in the core where there's no predominant directions than it would be on a suburban arterial where there's one main road.
Correct.
Okay. I as you can imagine, there's lots of traffic and engineers out there, so there's lots of complaints about sequencing and delay, and it depends which mode you're in, so, you know, take
Yeah.
that to heart too.
And the coordination can also be dependent on the time of day, so during peak periods versus off-peak and so forth.
So I wanted to ask about that. It seems that in my experience in other jurisdictions has been that the predominant travel, road of travel is mostly green, and then it goes to, you know, that traffic gets interrupted when a car approaches, whether it's attenuated or not, I suppose. Maybe that's an attenuated thing. But the sequence is relatively short, like 10 seconds, whereas our sequences seem to be a minimum of longer. That, like, we don't get a red light for just a couple of cars to duck in. We get a red light for quite a long time.
Yeah, the amount of the red light would be dependent on how much traffic has been detected on the side streets. I can jump into Janice to correct it, but it'll be dependent on the context. So if we have like a large queue that we know that's happening on the side streets, then there'll be more time to allow them to proceed through the intersection.
But if we're not detecting, you know, could that, I guess, is there room to, you know, maybe this is a standards thing, I don't know, to reduce that red light to something much shorter than it is on, like, at off-peak hours, as an example?
Yeah, that's absolutely something we can take away and look into as part of this process, for sure.
Or another element that we don't seem to use a lot of is, you know, having a light operate during peak hours when there's a lot of traffic, but then in the off-peak hours going to a flashing red, flashing yellow kind of an approach. We don't seem to do that very much.
Yeah, no, one part of the reason behind that is usually if there's a requirement for a traffic signal to be installed, it means the traffic volumes that are going through the intersection are heavy enough that it requires it throughout the day. But like I said, that is something that we can take away and look into and see if there's an opportunity to pursue something like that. But I know there's mobility and safety like elements assigned to that as well.
Fair. Oh yeah, fair enough. There's, you know, it's not just about the cars. I get that. I can think of a couple of intersections in the ward I represent where it's really busy until 6 o'clock, but after that, there's no need for a signal. So, you know, there might be some room there.
What we were hoping to get across, like, or one of the key messages in this report is, we don't proactively look at intersections that are already built and analyze them without that public feedback. So we'll build new intersections, we'll time them, there's standards. But something that's been existing that might have a certain timing in place. Previously, before the city's inventory grew and grew, every 4 years, each intersection would have that evaluation of, does this make sense? Should we relook at this?
And we're falling behind on that.
We've been falling behind on that. So that's the review we're looking at is, what would it take? And so that same conversation that Eddie and I have been talking about in other programs and people, time, equipment, the city has grown to have the ability to proactively look at timings and corridors is something that we would like to explore further on.
I have one more. Countdown clocks. When it gets to 0, the right should change, I think. What do you think? In the form of a question.
I can, yeah. So that is something that we're looking into as well, Councillor Cartmel. One of the predominant reasons why that happens is because somebody would have been detected on the side street. So if they complete a right turn, which means that they're no longer at the intersection, the cycle's already sort of detected it and it gives it the time. So that's why it'll flash back into the pedestrian walk signal. But that is something that we've identified as something to look into to see if that's an issue with the controller, if it needs to be upgraded, or what options we have available. So that it goes down directly to either stays green or goes down to like not having the weird sort of amber face there.
Great, thank you. I have just a few questions. Thank you so much for this report. Really appreciate, as always, just how you've quantified how our resources haven't kept pace with our growth. That's really important to have. Just wondering if, you know, we've sort of identified that gap. I, of course, have my mind turned towards OP12 in terms of what the priorities are for funded. Do we have sort of like an optimal staffing idea at this point, or is that what the work plan will
Yeah, that's
come
the
about?
intent of the work plan. So obviously getting that gap and understanding what would it take to have a robust kind of traffic operations program, giving council options the same way we've done on other reports on what that would look like.
Okay, but the timeline would be Q1 2025?
That's correct.
Okay, so we're going to be having some of those conversations this spring, but this would maybe just be earmarked for later conversation. Okay. I think, you know, I really appreciate that the update is going to be focused on alignment with city plan, bike plan, safe mobility strategy. Something that I think is maybe a bit of a gap in our existing policy system is that we don't have an explicit hierarchy of road users. And so I'm just wondering what principles you're going to take forward when looking at what we mean by optimization, because I think optimization for one user can look different, right? Like I think about Jasper Ave, 115th Street. This is like my least favorite crossing in the city, and I believe that intersection is optimized for vehicle flow, but is certainly not from a pedestrian side. So wondering how you plan to look at that, or what the approach will be.
Yeah, Councillor. So I think we'll be borrowing from a lot of the principles that exist in all of those strategies, looking to main streets and identifying like who are the people that, or the mode of transportation that we want to be prioritizing, and then how to create the more optimized opportunities for them. So you hit the nail on the head. There's going to be a trade-off, absolutely, around that. There's only a set amount of time that you have available to kind of allocate it to a specific mode. But that is something that we will, like I said, we'll borrow the principles from the strategies that we have corporately, and make sure that we apply them consistently.
Okay, yeah, and I feel that as you go through your work, some of those tensions may come up, because I think that but it sounds like what you'll really look to is some of that contextual information.
Yeah.
Great.
The land use, we'll try to have opportunities as well where we're, listening to feedback from the public, listening to feedback from yourselves as well, and taking that into consideration in helping form what those guidelines are going to look like and how they can be applied.
And in particular to 115th Street in Jasper.
No, you don't.
I know. Okay.
It's okay. That we can follow up offline. That's a very personal bugaboo, so not to take up committee's time. I apologize if I missed this in here, but I know that as part of our conversation around bus rapid transit, we've talked about, I think there was a technology where the bus can change the signal. Is that contemplated in here? Is that more of the actuated? That's part of that suite?
Yeah, the transit priority signals. So we have a couple of already a number of corridors within this Edmonton that would have that, and we would look to work with our partners in ETS to make sure that if there's planned growth there, to make sure that the signals are supporting that.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
And then back to Councillor Cartmell's questions around sort of that. So the key gap that I'm hearing is we don't have any tools or resources to look at existing intersections. So I'm thinking of some downtown streets, which I think traffic volumes are really quite low on, and maybe don't even require signalization. So that would be part of the work plan that could potentially come forward as part in terms of having that ongoing assessment. Okay, great. Well, I have no further questions. Again, appreciate the report, and happy to go next to other members of council. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering about the inductive loop. Is that impacted by snow or ice cover?
Sorry, Councillor Wright, is that for the actuated signals?
Yes,
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it would function the same way that we have the loops that we right now on the city. So it's more on the weight of the axle of the vehicle on the pavement. So I don't think we've had any issues with the snow and ice on the operations of our signals.
Okay, I was just wondering how that did work. And then I think I just heard you say earlier that the audible signals are now standard at all new locations. Is that right?
We're going to work with our partners to see that be part of our process moving forward. That's correct.
Okay, because that's what, a $15,000 bump each time, and then it would be prohibitive to have that installed at all existing ones, right?
We have
that's just on.
No, we have a program by which we review a list of locations and existing ones and install them as part of that. But this would be more standard practice for any new signals going in. Would be that they would automatically have that component.
Okay, and then my understanding for in new areas, the developer provides funding up front for signals, but not necessarily put them in at the time that they put in the roads. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right, Councillor Wright, and that is one of the pieces of work that we're going to be looking into to see what we can do in terms of getting some of those signals in sooner.
Okay, because I'm just wondering, like inflationary costs, right? If we wait 5 years to put one in, how much more has that increased to have it done? Okay, and then I just, in regards to on the, for bike signals. Currently, I understand that they're sort of up on the sidewalk by the bike lane. Is that convenient for cyclists?
Some of the locations that we have bike detection in the roadway lane. So where there's a bike lane, a dedicated lane for the cyclists, the loops are in the roadway.
Okay, but if there's like a button that they have to press on a stand, is that convenient for them?
If there is no bike detection, then at the moment the cyclist has to dismount and then push the pedestrian button.
But what we can also add is there's some areas that we're trialing other technology. So, for instance, there's video detection at 41 Ave and Ewing Trail. There's another location. We have thermal imaging as well at 82nd Ave and 111th Street, Stony Plain Road, and 153rd. So I think there's opportunities to trial out new technology. And like Janice mentioned, there is, like I know 83rd Ave is a good example of the bike detection in the roadway. So as a cyclist rolls over it, the blue light turns on. But I think, to your point, not all areas have that convenient technology, but something that we'd be looking to incorporate more and more as time goes on.
Okay, awesome. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Just a few more questions. So, really appreciate the report and all the detail, and I thought it was excellent. You had completed a jurisdictional scan and included that in the report. The one thing I understand through conversation is, while we didn't get to include in the report, you have had some conversations with folks from the Netherlands, which was sort of one of the reasons I crafted this motion. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councillor Mike.
Yeah, and I guess I wanted to get a sense of how did you, from your conversations with them, what did you learn about what they're doing differently from Edmonton and maybe a number of other North American cities?
Yeah, so the Netherlands experience is that most of their signals that they have are fully actuated, which means that there is detection for every single movement in the intersection. But then there's also advanced detection as well. So, for instance, if you're a pedestrian and you're approaching the intersection, you get detected ahead of time using a video or a thermal, depending on the location. Once that's detected, you see a light. If you don't get detected that way, you would have to push a button and then you would get the light automatically as you arrive at the intersection. For people driving, as they're approaching the intersection themselves, they get detected with the advanced detection. So by the time they arrive at the actual intersection, if they're going through, turning left or turning right, they get the signal timing sort of green to allow them to proceed through the intersection safely. So sorry.
No. So essentially, it allows for a more real-time response than we have right now, and that's because they put, I think it's about 6 times as many actuators in the roads than we will. Is that right?
That's correct.
Perfect. So you've talked about the review that's underway that's going to be coming back in Q1. I guess my big question is, and I don't want to say that should be the only thing we do in the city going forward, because as you've shown in the report, there are other tools. But at a high level, if we want to get to the point where we are seeing traffic flow like that model, whether using the actuators or other tools, how do we make sure we are essentially, as a council, saying that is the direction we want to go, therefore we need to start building the budget to allow for that type of investment in infrastructure along all corridors going forward? So I guess that's just the big thing. I just don't want us to get into a scenario where we're saying, yes, this sounds great, and then nobody actually budgets for it, and then if I'm being very blunt, what we said probably 6 or 7 years ago about Twilliger being future-proofed, I don't know if that actually happened. So I just want to make sure we can give that permission to say, if council wants to allow the flow like we see in that model, that we make sure you have permission to do that.
Yeah, I think the preference is probably looking at that review of the traffic operations model and coming back with that to council, and then having a conversation around the programmed approach to traffic in the city of Edmonton, and then going from there on where do we look at investment in the program itself.
Okay. And I mean, because some of these investment, I don't mean to, make light of certain levels of investment, but if we're talking even for an actuator, I think it was $5,000. If you're doing 6 times as many, that's still a lot. But the overall action of that infrastructure cost compared to the overall cost of road reconstruction, I think would be in the order of, maybe 10 to 20% of the project, not the bulk of the project. And so it's while it's not an insignificant amount, I just want to make sure we're as a council are saying this is the direction we want to go. So as you're doing that review, please make sure the review essentially assumes that model going forward.
Yeah, I think
Is that something we can do? We've drafted a bit of a motion. I want to make sure that if we give you that, I want to make sure that that would be clear enough to say, if you're doing the review, we should go in this direction.
Yeah, we certainly are looking at all of those aspects right now. We're not in the interim period between now and when we come back in 2025, are certainly taking advantage of all the opportunities that we have to advance the system network.
Okay. And that maybe leads to the last question is just, because this cost of an overall project is low, are there any projects that are coming up in, say, 25, 26 that you could flag to say, these are some of the most important ones. We want to make sure that we future-proof them. We might not do it for every project, but here's 3 or 4. Would that be included as part of any review work that you're doing?
Yes, Councillor Knack, that would be something that we would look at between now and sort of NQ1 and see what opportunities we have for current projects that we can make some of those changes at.
Excellent. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the excellent report. So I have 5 questions. We'll see how much I can get through. So first, when it comes to moderating wait times for pedestrian push buttons, I understand we can moderate that based on time of day, peak, off-peak. Does seasonality factor into that? I'm thinking of a -30 day where someone who is in a warm vehicle might be, well, it kind of comes back to that hierarchy of road users, right? Has that been contemplated? Is that part of our approach?
We have contemplated it, but we do not currently moderate it for seasonality.
Is that something that we could look at going forward?
I think we can look at it, and right now we're not aware of any other cities who do that, but we can do another jurisdictional scan on that and just see if any changes.
And could be an opportunity to potentially lead in that space as well as a winter city. Okay, thank you for that. Now, with no further capital funding for new traffic signals, I'm just wondering how that will influence some of the planned projects for safe crossings. I know, I'm looking at the dashboard right now. 2023, of course, fine. 2024 to 2026, I assume that's good. But is that on a go-forward basis, does that mean that we would not have future funding available for full signalizations as part of?
Sorry, no, so currently, if we don't want to make any upgrades to the full signals, it would get done as part of either safe crossings or through any of the IIS projects. There's just not individual funding outside of that.
Gotcha.
But any funding for upgrades for the traffic signals would be done in coordination with other programs, capital programs.
That makes me feel better, thank you. And then just going to the bike detection, I've heard really good things about that, by the way. And exciting to hear you're looking at video detection, thermal imaging as well. I'm also wondering, I know Councillor Wright brought up sort of the inconvenience of having to dismount and go and push a button to get the signal changed. I think it's on 127 through Westmount when you're crossing Stony Plain Road. There's actually sort of a stand that's right off of the bike lane. Are we going to be doing that more? Is that sort of within our repertoire? Was that a one-off?
Yeah.
I think that was previously installed, but it definitely is in our repertoire, and we're going to consider all different types of technologies.
Excellent. Okay, and around the limitations of proactive signal timing changes due to those budgetary constraints, in the absence of that, what does the process look like? Like, can someone? I know I get requests in my inbox for people wanting some variability on the timing of crossings. Is that how things are processed then? Do those get added to a queue? What does that look like?
Yeah, so through 311 or through policies, we get those requests from the public. We add it into the queue. We do the assessments as we are allowed, timing-wise, like seasonal-wise. And then if there's any changes that we can do within our own operating budget, we go ahead and do that. If there's anything that's more substantial that requires any infrastructure or capital changes, then that gets highlighted for when the program goes through any of those capital programs, or when that location goes through capital programs, sorry.
Okay, thank you. And final question, just around what to expect when we do get the report in front of us, Q1 2025, around the ongoing review and assessment. Really appreciated the slide on that gap between the growth of inventory and what we're actually able to accomplish given limited resources. I know I've really enjoyed some of the gap analysis provided for things like snow and ice. I think there's some work going on around horticulture. Will it be a similar style of gap analysis that really makes it clear
That's exactly what we're trying to achieve is we did that with snow and ice. We've done that with turf, with horticulture. We're trying to copy that same model of, how do we look at the resources we have, the work that's in front of us, what are we capable of achieving, and then providing options. And so it's not necessarily a funding request, more of a this is what we're capable of achieving, and resetting those expectations and being completely transparent with what's capable of with what we have.
Excellent. Well, that clarity is very much appreciated, and I got through my questions. Thank you.
Very efficient. Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang?
Great. I have a motion to put forward administration, or the clerk, you have that wording. Yes, okay. That administration provide a report along with an implementation plan for a review of the traffic signals program, which includes updated guidelines with options for advanced detection and full actuation of traffic signals, along with prioritization criteria for upgrading existing or installing new traffic signals in alignment with the city plan, the safe mobility strategy and other roadway network guidelines, and that the review explore options for service enhancements and resource requirements, including impacts to the 2025, 2026, and 2027 to 2030 capital and operating budgets due date the Q1 2025.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Did you want to take 2 minutes to introduce that?
Yeah, perhaps very briefly. We all care about better, smoother flow in traffic, and we care about signalization. I actually think it's one of the, road safety, safe crossing is one of the top 3 issues I certainly hear about in the ward I represent. But I do want to acknowledge Councillor Knack for a lot of the heavy lifting he has done with the motion put forward that led to the current report that we're hearing about, and the work leading to this, to the shaping of this motion. I think that internal review is really important, and hopefully this provides some clarity in direction and a more action-oriented implementation piece that incorporates some of the, the things that we've discussed today, like actuated signaling technology, incorporating into existing capital upgrades, etc. And, I think there's a lineup of timeline, as administration already mentioned, and hopefully provides you the flexibility to do this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, just to Mr. Robar, is this what you were talking about in responses to other councillors before this was put on about does this hit that mark on that, what you were suggesting as a path forward?
Yeah, I think it does. It has all of the options that we're talking about here that we talked about earlier. So I think we're okay in what the motion looks like. It will be delivering that in Q1 of 2025. So I think as long as we are okay on the timeline, I think that's the most important thing for us. It's going to take some time to go through this work.
But then if you go through this work and there's no budget, what was the point of this work? So I'm just trying to be realistic of directing administration to do work, because I'm seeing that there would likely be at least recommendations of budget requirements.
So I think what we'll do is the same we've done on other reports, is showing you or council what the ideal or optimal situation would look like for a traffic operation and review that we're doing. So that will highlight the budget controls that come along with that. As far as identifying costs, those costs will be identified in that kind of program or stepped approach, same as we did in snow and ice or turf. It'll be council's decision whether or not to apply that to budgets and future budgets. So I think
When
that
you
choice-
say program, can you break it down for me? Like I know you haven't done this work yet, but what are you envisioning in terms of like what kind of ways would you break down that program? Like pedestrian signalization? Like I'm just trying to get a picture, like traffic circle, like 118th Avenue, St. Albert Trail, like where would that fall? No, just kidding.
I don't think it's be that specific. I think what we're talking about here is the alignment to city plan, what the mobility network looks like, and how we are using our traffic program to uplift what the city plan is intended to do as we grow out that program approach. And I think the identification is really around how are we managing that traffic network on a day-to-day basis, so we have an operational expectation that we're managing the traffic network every single day and making sure that we're monitoring it in a certain way. Obviously, the monitoring program itself is something that we need to explore. That's a big challenge around that and what we get for data in order for us to make data-informed decisions on changes or being proactive. Obviously, looking at the growth patterns of the city as well. So as we look at growth, where growth lies, what the growth in those the amount of homes we can predict. Obviously, the amount of people that we would expect in those homes, what kind of traffic volume that would put on our network, and what kind of improvements we'd have to make in order for that traffic to go smoothly, be a bit more proactive with those approaches instead of reactive. So elements of the program would include things like that, where we're saying here's the elements and lay that out. Here's what it would take for us to achieve those outcomes. What's the cost associated to that? Where do we stand today, and what can we achieve of that program approach? If that makes sense.
Do you need anything in this motion to include in that report? Because what I heard is we meet Canadian standards, but we don't exceed Canadian accessibility standards. Do you need anything in this report to bring back some of those kind of options?
I think the issue is more on our level of ability to be proactive. So if we look at, we're doing a lot of reactive work as we grow in the city. All of our outcomes are really coming into us, and like Councillor Stevenson said, if this issue is at this intersection, we get that issue, we'll go out and look at it. But our ability to kind of monitor the traffic network on a daily basis is challenged with this staffing level that we have. So we are implementing to standard. I don't think the standards are an issue that, we're applying them to our intersections. We are able to prioritize our work based on the standards and the traffic standards that are allocated to us. However, making those upgrades when they're needed is more of the challenge, and identifying that at the right times when we can get that into capital budgets, look at growth, and ensure that we're giving a proactive map for council to make those decisions on as we're getting that information in, and we've got the information that we can use to program that approach on the network itself. That's our bigger issue, I think. So not so much the standards themselves.
Okay, I get the standards, but how do I get it? Will this report include anything addressing accessibility improvements?
Yes, Councillor. So the what we're coming back is going to be mostly around how do we identify what is the more appropriate traffic control type, expanding the search beyond what we currently have. So like activated signals we have in a small scale, the scrambles, the LPIs, we have those in a fewer locations, right? So it's more around if we wanted to provide that at more locations, how do we prioritize them, how do we select them, how do we identify that, how do we communicate that to the public and the decision making. So it's more around like the rollout of the program, and then looking at how can we best improve the system using the different types of tools that are available.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack?
Just to speak, thank you.
Okay, well, I'm not seeing anyone else on the board. So happy to turn it over to you. Last call. Okay, please go ahead, Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson, and thanks, Councillor Tang, for moving this motion. The idea here and through this work stems back to a test we did many years ago where we tried smart traffic signals over by Epcot Tower and Rogers Place. Didn't quite work the way we had hoped for, but I think the lesson that was taken away was not necessarily the right lesson when we did that test, and instead of trying to look at existing technology like is identified in the report to continue to enhance and expand movement of traffic in all modes, we just sort of stuck with where we're at. and as the report shows, between the inventory growth, between where we're at now, we're sort of falling behind when there is good proven technology that is, relatively speaking, quite affordable when thinking about the overall construction project, that we could be incorporating and helping to drastically improve how things are happening and how traffic's moving throughout the city. So the idea behind, appreciate that the review's already happening. I think we needed to be a little more clear in the form of a motion, say, yes, we want to do this. So as you're doing your review, coming up with the plan and updating the guidelines, make sure they are updated with these improvements in mind. Let us know what the budget considerations are, but then council can make those decisions. When I had some earlier chats with the administration leading up to this report, I asked the question around, what is the percentage cost? And we referenced that a little bit in questions, but really we're looking at, in many cases, maybe around 10% of the project cost. So when we're reconstructing a road, if you were going to increase the level of investment in inductive loops or different, cameras or thermals, the overall project impact is really minimal. But we still need to budget for it. So I think we needed to provide that direction. We need to provide guidance to, ideally, it'll ultimately be a final decision of any new council, but it's just such a small amount that can actually have a pretty significant impact. I referenced the Netherlands for a reason. I've been watching some videos from there and how they use the inductive loops in particular to allow that really flow of traffic throughout most times of day. Of course, during rush hour, there's always going to be constraints, but outside of those peak hours, there's a much greater responsiveness, and that helps those who are walking. It helps those that are biking. It helps those that are even driving. And I think that's the idea here: is that the technology is proven, the cost is minimal. Let's make it clear that this is the direction we're going to go forward with. I'm just going to briefly reference something connected to this report, but isn't necessarily specifically referenced in the motion. The one area I do hope we have some additional work on is how I'll kindly call them the pedestrian activated signals, the push buttons, otherwise affectionately known as big buttons. I still think those are imperfect right now. There are many areas where you push that and you're waiting 1 to 2 minutes, and even during rush hour, and that's incredibly odd because the parallel signals, a few blocks in either direction, those traffic lights will change every 30 to 45 seconds during rush hour, and yet you still have to wait seemingly for 2 light cycles before certain changes occur. And so I hope as we're going through this review that we can better address some of these areas. I truly don't think there's a scenario where it makes sense where somebody who cannot drive and has to push a button to cross a street has to wait more than at most 30 to 45 seconds when you're thinking about close by intersections that are operating in similar timings. And so I wanted to flag that for administration as something I hope they can work on as part of this broader body of work, and happy to provide a whole list of examples of where that still happens across the city, and how I think that's not really responsive to the concerns that people face, especially those who can't drive. And this ties a little bit to Councillor Salvador's point that in the middle of winter, if you have a -20 day and you're standing and waiting while there's no traffic coming, it can be very. It seems like we're prioritizing one person's experience versus another's, versus recognizing the technology exists that allows us to respond to all folks in different ways. So thanks very much. I'm out of time anyway, so hope folks will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Tang to close.
I guess just maybe very briefly to appreciate Councillor Knack's points. I think those are great. I appreciate that this provides some clearer expectation for what to expect come Q1 2025, and appreciate all the input from administration to shape this motion so it's well accommodated within your current capacity. And I guess on the point of accessibility signalization, I also heard today that your commitment to continue to engage with the community, and so as the rep on the AAC along with Councilor Wright, that's something I will be looking forward to is when you share progress or whether it's a presentation with a committee when the time comes to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Just before we break for our lunch hour, I wanted to do a bit of agenda management with my colleagues. Recognizing the number of speakers that we have for our item at 1:30, I wanted to suggest that we postpone items 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4. I apologize, I see some of our speakers here, but I don't want to keep you until 8 p.m. and then not be able to hear from you. So I will move that the following items be postponed to the January 16th, 2024 Urban Planning Committee meeting. 7.2, closed and shared streets in downtown. 7.3, affordable housing contributions approach. And 7.4, commingle paratransit on-demand and on-demand services. And I'll just note that it has been confirmed with administration that they do not have concerns with this postponement. Our agenda for the 16th is also currently empty, so. Yes, Councillor Tang?
So you think that if we are time specific with 7.1 at 1:30, we have until 9 p.m., we won't be able to get to 7.2, 3, or 4, just.
Yeah, I mean, 30 speakers times 5 is over 2 hours of speaking.
2.5 hours.
2.5 hours with questions. I think typically I think we might be able to get to speakers and questions maybe before dinner, but then I think we'll have a very robust conversation as committee following that, but open to other thoughts.
Thanks
I
for
thought you were
clarifying.
reaching. Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit premature to move all of them. Because then if we do get through the item 7.1, let's say by 7, I just would like to clear some stuff up and get it, because I feel like we just keep getting backlogged, but it's not a hill I'll die on, but I mean, I specifically got childcare to make sure I could be here till 9 p.m., so I also want to consider that as well.
Sure. Well, I do note that some of the speakers on 7.3, I think there's a 100% overlap with people who are speaking to 7.1. Maybe if members who are speaking wished to not, or we could go with 7.4, which has no speakers. It just requires our administrative delegation to stay. But it would allow speakers. For me, if we look at those two items, those have significant numbers of speakers. So the chances of getting through both, even if we were to finish at 7, I think is quite low. So happy to keep 7.4. I think we could potentially get to that. Councillor Rutherford?
The closed and shared streets in downtown, like you said, there's a lot of overlap of speakers. They're here
No,
anyway.
to clarify, there's overlap of speakers for 7.3. 7.2, I don't know that many are also speaking to 7.1.
So why don't we just keep 7.1 and 7.3 and 7.4 on the agenda, and if we don't get to 7.4, we can punt it later.
Yeah,
again, like, I just think about if we get to the end of the day and then we've already moved the items and we finish early, then I've done a lot of accommodation with my family to like not have my kids this week to be here. So that's a risk that I just feel like we're being a bit too premature, but it's not a hill I'm dying on. We can vote and let the votes fall. Like, it doesn't matter to me.
Okay, did you want to propose an amendment to the motion, or otherwise we can just move?
I propose that we punt 7-2 only at this point.
Okay, sounds good. So we'll just amend that to be 7-2, so we'll give some clarity for those speakers, and we will try to get through the rest.
And just to confirm, that's a friendly amendment?
Yep. So we are moving to shift 7.2 to the January 16th, 2024 Urban Planning Committee meeting. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Excellent. So we will be back at 1:30 and we'll be starting on 7.1. Look forward to reconvening then. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the December 5th Urban Planning Committee meeting. I'll just do a quick roll call of my committee colleagues. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
And Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
And Mayor Sohi.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. So as discussed, we're on item 7.1. We'll start with a presentation from administration, and then for all the speakers who are here, when administration has done their presentation, we'll be moving to you and I'll talk through that process. So over to you.
Good afternoon, members of Urban Planning Committee. I am Kim Petrin, the Acting Deputy City Manager of Urban Planning and Economy. I'm joined here today by Kent Snyder, Branch Manager of Planning and Environment Services Branch, Shauna Kuiper, General Supervisor of the Planning Strategies Unit, and Sean Boley, the Senior Planner for the District Planning Project. We're here today to share with committee the full drafts of the district policy and plans at the same time as we are concluding our engagement session. This is our second check-in with Urban Planning Committee this year. In January, committee directed administration to revise the plans and take a bolder approach by considering what the nodes and corridors could become at a population of 2 million, rather than the incremental approach of displaying a 1.25 million milestone. The plans before you today have implemented that direction. To inform and bring Edmontonians along on the journey to the city plan's goal of welcoming 2 million people, this project over multiple years has included extensive conversations with Edmontonians and aligned with the zoning bylaw renewal project. District plans provide an important foundation that will guide us to the transformational vision contained in the city plan. These plans provide a consistent policy structure which will allow for the future addition of climate actions, provide focus for public and private investment in our downtown and in nodes and corridors, and will be a starting point for future local planning. The new zoning bylaw and district planning are critical pieces of work that will align the city's planning, regulatory framework, and policy framework with the city plan and contribute to the streamlining of the city's land development processes. We understand that these changes cause both apprehension and excitement. This work supports Edmonton's vision to becoming a healthy, urban, climate-resilient city of 2 million people that supports a prosperous region. And as you know, Edmonton continues to grow faster than forecasted. District plans will provide a measure of clarity and predictability to Edmontonians, to investors, to council, and to administration. I'll now hand the presentation over to Sean to share an update on the project.
Thank you, Kim. Next slide, please. The city plan identified 15 districts and introduced the idea of the district network to improve how we plan. It states, to build complete communities, districts will provide the framework for local services, amenities, land use, and infrastructure planning at the local level. In other words, districts are the new geography for local planning. After 3 years of engagement, council input, drafts, and edits, administration is now presenting draft plans that will serve as the framework described by the city plan. Next slide, please. District plans will simplify Edmonton's planning system. Some parts of the city have very old and out-of-date plans. Other parts of the city have no local plan at all. District plans will give the entire city a base level of guidance and allow us to repeal old plans and guidelines that are no longer helpful, so our local plans will be aligned with the city plan. The plans will provide a consolidated source of information on the city's priority areas and infrastructure plans. For example, without district plans, if you wanted to know what the city is doing to support growth in the central district, you'd have to look at the city plan, the bike plan, the downtown public places plan, the capital city downtown plan, and other documents. District plans can answer this question in a single plan by showing information from each of these sources. District plans will clarify the direction in the city plan, and they will act as a simpler tool to use to address new or area-specific land use issues. These are the most important outcomes of this work, so I'll provide some examples. Next slide, please. Here's an example of how a district plan provides more clarity than what is shown in the city plan. The image on the left is from the city plan, and it shows the nodes and corridors in the Scona district. It provides the high-level concept, but it is hard to use when evaluating a development proposal for a specific site. The image on the right is from the Scona district plan for the same area. As you can see, it shows parcel-level boundaries for the nodes and corridors, and it shows the location of local nodes. So it's now much easier to know if a particular property is in or out of a node. Next slide, please. Here's another example. This is what the city plan tells us about district nodes. It says that these nodes should have mid-rise and some high-rise buildings, that they might be 800 meters or a kilometer across, and that they have at least 150 people or jobs per hectare. But when considering a rezoning application, where in the node should high-rise be supported, and where should we limit it to mid-rise? How tall is a mid-rise or a high-rise? What if an applicant wants to do low-rise development? Should we support that as well? The district policy draws on previous planning decisions and documents like the Transit-Oriented Development Guidelines and Residential Infill Guidelines to answer these sorts of questions. Next slide, please. The district policy also defines support for development outside of the nodes and corridors shown in the city plan. Low-rise development is encouraged at local nodes, along arterial and collector roads within 400 meters of mass transit stations, at the edge of neighborhoods on corner sites, and at or beside existing shops and apartments. The policy also supports development at the edge of nodes and corridors that provides transition to the scale of the surrounding development. As apartments are built in nodes and corridors, smaller apartments and stacked row housing will be supported along their edges. While the largest buildings are directed to main streets, there are plenty of places to build multi-unit housing along local roads as well. Next slide, please. District plans also support sensitive multi-unit development even outside these specific areas. This image from the district policy shows examples of small-scale development supported in residential areas outside of nodes and corridors. This aligns with the city plan's direction to enable ongoing residential infill to occur at a variety of scales, densities, and designs within all parts of the residential area. The recent adoption of the city plan has made some people feel unsettled and confused because it contains big ideas but lacks specifics. The additional clarity provided by district plans is important because it gives people a better understanding and some assurances about what changes they can expect. Next slide, please. District plans will be a better tool for future planning work. Right now, new local planning often requires creating a new planning tool such as an area redevelopment plan. When district plans are in place, local planning work can simply add new policies to the area-specific policy section of the district plan. These area-specific policies supersede general policies, so they will act as a method to resolve tensions between competing priorities, like heritage preservation and redevelopment. For example, the Scona district has a primary corridor along White Avenue, and both the city plan and the district policy support tall buildings in primary corridors. However, this corridor overlaps the area in Old Strathcona where heights are limited by the Strathcona ARP to preserve heritage character. In order to resolve this, the Scona district plan keeps the area-specific direction as an area-specific policy to ensure sensitive redevelopment. Not all nodes and corridors are the same, and not all unique local planning questions are resolved in these initial district plans. Right now, the plans only have area-specific policies where administration could draw them from existing statutory plans, but policies will be added as more local planning advances. Next slide, please. There are also many things the district plans won't do, at least not the initial version of the plans being prepared now. They will not propose new ideas or programs. For example, they don't contain novel approaches for climate change adaptation because we have not yet determined what those should be. They do reflect what we know about this topic, but they avoid repeating commitments made in the city plan where no new specifics are available. They don't create new opportunities for growth and development, and they don't upzone any properties. They do support density in specific places, but only by following what is already in the city plan. They don't address everything that is discussed in the city plan. For example, the city plan identifies a network of habitat greenways. District plans show this network, but don't add more information about wildlife movements. Instead, the plans are meant to move Edmonton towards better governance of the planning system. They provide an improved and consistent foundation for local planning and policy development to build upon. Next slide, please. The report describes some of the ways that the draft plans have changed since 2022 in response to engagement, feedback, and motions received from Urban Planning Committee. I will highlight two of these changes. Next slide, please. The first change is the removal of the intensification areas. These were sub-areas within the nodes and corridors that were considered to have greater redevelopment potential in the near term. However, stakeholders told us that they created ambiguity about what type of development would be supported outside of these areas. As a result of this feedback, the intensification areas were replaced with more detailed policy that provide clear direction on the desired scale of development throughout the nodes and corridors, while sticking to the range of outcomes described in the city plan. Next slide, please. The second change is about the list of existing plans to be repealed and amended. In September of last year, Urban Planning Committee instructed us to conduct further analysis of existing local plans. Through this work, we identified a number of additional local plans to retire, as you can see listed here. We now recommend that these listed plans be retired in order to better align local plans with the city plan. These plans join 51 other planning documents that we will propose to repeal when the district plans are considered for adoption. Next slide, please. Last, I'll summarize the actions administration has taken to hear from the public about district planning and how this feedback is being used. Next slide, please. To understand engagement for district plans, you need to go back to the creation of the city plan because it is the source of almost all the content in district plans. The city plan was developed over 2 years through extensive engagement with the public. It used create and refine level engagement to build a plan that represents the aspirations of Edmontonians. With the foundation of the city plan in place, district planning could proceed with refine and advise level engagement, not to revisit the decisions in the city plan, but to support these decisions through practical policies and helpful maps. Following the adoption of the district plans, new planning projects that include create level engagement will be needed to tackle the next set of planning and development questions. Next slide, please. Engagement on district planning itself began in 2021 to help determine what kinds of information the plans should contain and to create awareness about the project. From June to November 2022, we invited Edmontonians to share feedback on draft policies and plans through surveys and in-person and online events. We then added 1 full year to the project to enable Edmontonians to more meaningfully engage and gave administration more time to refine, test, and analyze draft policy. Next slide, please. Another round of public engagement concluded on December 3rd using a variety of approaches, including in-person opportunities and attending events organized by groups interested in the project. In the 3 years we've been working on this project, we've never said no to a request to meet and discuss the district plans. Next slide, please. Throughout all phases, administration used a variety of traditional and digital marketing and communications approaches to create awareness about district planning and invite a diverse range of stakeholders to participate in public engagement opportunities. As outlined on this slide, these tactics included mailing over 400,000 property owners across the city, sharing regular updates through monthly newsletters, and leveraging a range of digital ads to a wide audience. Next slide, please. A detailed account of what we heard last year was provided to Urban Planning Committee in our report last January, but I'd like to share a bit of what we have heard since then. Both community and industry groups have told us that the district plans will need more local context in certain areas. For example, residents of Glenora and Garneau have told us that the development opportunities in the nodes and corridors in their neighborhoods undermine the city's intent to preserve what matters most. Residents in these areas have requested to remove the node or corridor, change its boundaries, or add policy to stage growth and preserve heritage and character features. Administration has found this type of change goes beyond the scope of the district planning project and should be considered after the district plans are approved. Industry stakeholders and housing advocates have indicated that we should expand the size of nodes and corridors and identify more areas outside of their boundaries for higher density development. This feedback has not been put into action because administration has focused the district plans on aligning with the city plan. Also, this suggestion would be contrary to what we are hearing through engagement with the public and because there are diverse and abundant development opportunities through the draft plans as they are today. Other feedback that cannot be fully resolved through the district planning project includes on-street parking, climate, and housing affordability. We've also heard about the need to address growing pains, particularly in neighborhoods with traffic congestion and a lack of street parking. The public would like to see additional amenities provided where infill development adds more people. Industry stakeholders have pointed out that district plans don't resolve the infrastructure issues that make it difficult to build, so their impact on the pace of development will be limited. Many Edmontonians told us that the city needs to take further action on climate change and housing affordability. The city is working on these topics, and district plans may need to be amended over time to reflect the relevant work as it progresses. Next slide, please. Administration has heard a desire for more engagement, but not on topics within the district planning project scope. The district planning project was not intended to revisit the decisions made in the city plan, like if certain nodes or corridors should exist or if new ones should be created, but these are the topics people bring up in our engagement sessions. As a result, many participants have been frustrated by the project scope. In other words, people are more interested in getting to specific issues in their local context than in answering the questions district planning has been posing. This doesn't indicate a flaw in the project. District planning is about aligning local plans and the city plan, and not about tackling new issues or revisiting old decisions. This means that doing more engagement with the same project scope is not likely to lead to new findings and will likely lead to more public frustration. Further engagement should be done by projects that have the scope to make changes to the issues Edmontonians have raised throughout this process. This could be done with direction to add specific issues to the scope of the district planning project, but that will delay its completion and leave uncertainty while the drafts await approval. Administration recommends completing the district planning project as scheduled and addressing these issues that are based in specific geographic areas through other projects that are designed for that purpose. We are using the feedback we've received to identify other planning projects and to add to our other planning projects to add to our work plan after district plans are adopted. Administration will report on these priorities in 2024. A complete What We Heard report, including how feedback informed the final documents, will be provided to Council when district plans go to public hearing. Next slide, please. Now that we have concluded engagement events, the district planning project team is analyzing the feedback we've received. We're using this feedback to make a final set of revisions to the documents and their maps. Next slide, please. Thank you. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to our speakers. So I'll just run through the process so that everyone is on the same page. Members of the public who've registered to speak will be now invited forward. You're going to be heard in panels of 10, so I'll call you forward and the clerks will help you find your seat. You will have 5 minutes. If you're here with us in chamber, there are lights on the podium that are green for the first 4 minutes, yellow for the 5th minute, and then red when your time is up. Given the number of speakers we have today, I will be quite strict on that time. Please don't go anywhere after you've spoken. After the 10 members of your panel have spoken, there'll be an opportunity for members of council to ask you questions. If you're participating virtually, please just remember to mute your microphone when you're not speaking and refrain from using the raise hand function, as that creates issue of fairness and decorum. I also just want to flag for all of those folks in person today as well. I know the passion and enthusiasm that comes with this topic, but I just ask that there's no clapping or cheering following any of the speakers. That's a way that we can make this a safer experience for everyone. So I would ask you to refrain from any expression of your support or disagreement with others' comments. In event of emergency, for those here in person, we'll follow the clerk's direction to evacuate, and city staff will direct you to the muster point. So with that, I'll invite our first panel to come down. If you're here in person, so Karen Brown, Lydia Kawoon, Colin Hefferon, Kaylin Anderson. Maybe I'll just give a moment to let people get caught up. Maybe I'll just confirm, so that's Karen Brown. Is Lydia here? Lydia Kawoon, are you here or in person? Or sorry.
I'm here virtually.
Virtually, thank you. And then Colin Hefferon, are you here?
I'll speak for Colin because we're going to do our presentation just with one because we're going to be saying the same thing, so.
Okay, is he still there and would like to be able to answer questions?
No, he's not here, unfortunately.
Okay, not to worry. So you'll still have just the 5 minutes, and we'll remove Colin from the speakers list. Kaylin Anderson, you are set up in number 4. Elise Shillington, I see you're here. Welcome. Paul Lanny, is Paul here? Oh, hello, welcome. Come on down. David Johnson, hello. Jacob DeWang, are you with us online? Oh, and you're there. Hello, welcome. Adil Kodian.
Yep, there.
Hi, thank you. And David Percy.
Yes, I'm here virtually.
Wonderful, welcome. Thank you. We'll just give a moment for everyone here in person to get settled, and then we will get started. Speaker Brown, over to you, please. You've got 5 minutes. And sir, you just need to turn on your microphone.
Better turn it on.
Thank you, that's great.
Good afternoon. The new zoning bylaw doesn't affect my property, which is RF1 under the current bylaw, and would become RS under the new bylaw. What affects my property is our district plan. We are in the 118th Avenue district, and because of our proximity to the 118th Avenue primary corridor, we fall in its boundaries, so our property becomes mixed use. I also see this as setting up areas like ours for blockbusting. These decisions are not a theoretical exercise. They have real-world consequences for people's lives. And it's becoming clear that for people in my situation, we're on our own. It's our problem. Perhaps forming a homeowners association may be a way of protecting our interests, as no one else is, but we'll figure something out. But I want to address two bigger issues: engagement and implementation. Firstly, engagement. Complaints and concerns have been raised about the lack of public engagement in the zoning bylaw initiative and the district plans. There is an air of buyer beware about the information presented on the impacts of the zoning bylaw and district plans. More a marketing campaign than authentic public engagement. After participating in both online and in-person engagement about district planning, I'm concerned and disappointed about the lack of public response. When most people hear the words zoning, planning, and city council, their eyes glaze over. This is not a judgment, but an acknowledgement of reality. It must be disheartening for those working hard to attract engagement to have so little response from the public. There is the position that it's quality over quantity in public engagement, but that is settling for lower expectations. Again, not a judgment, but an acknowledgement of frustration and exhaustion. The expectation should be for both. This lack of public engagement and interest also shows up in the dismal voter turnout for municipal elections. Having said this, I have no solutions to suggest for this problem, but it needs to be acknowledged and addressed seriously. It is a foundational issue that goes to the health of our democracy. Governing for special interests does not end well for anyone, including the special interests. Democracy is hard, messy, and a step away from chaos, but that is its strength and its weakness. Secondly, implementation. The zoning bylaw and district plans may be separate documents with different focuses, but they do not operate separately. The district plans inform the zoning bylaw and personally impact Edmontonians the most. It would have been clearer to Edmontonians about the implications of the zoning bylaw for their lives if the district plans were in place before the bylaw was passed. I am asking for a mindful, careful, and controlled rollout of district plans. Our 118th Avenue district plan encompasses two huge areas up for development, the exhibition lands and Blatchford, and abuts the Fort Road property, which has been sitting undeveloped for over 10 years, except for the tents. I suggest, if the city and council are serious about affordable housing, a temporary moratorium be put on development permits and rezoning applications until properties like these are developed, rather than properties in mature neighborhoods that are actually affordable for families are torn down to build 2 or more expensive infill houses on their site. If the city and council are serious about densification, put a moratorium on building permits for single-family residences over, say, 2,000 square feet. 6,000 square foot homes are silly, not impressive. If the city and council are serious about ameliorating climate change, ensure building regulations and the siting of properties are such to facilitate future actions like the additions of solar panels and water collecting systems. And 15-minute communities are based on access to green spaces and garden allotments rather than coffee shops. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Next, we go online to Lydia Kaun.
Hi, good morning, or good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I'm Lydia Cowan. As I mentioned earlier, I'll be speaking for myself and Colin Heffron. Our message is the same, and we realize we only have 5 minutes. We are requesting, and it's a good follow-up to the previous speaker, that Edmonton needs a moratorium on all development within the primary and secondary LRT transportation corridors, specifically those abutting residential neighborhoods, until it can figure out the types of mixed-use developments that should be located within these areas and the services that new residents will require. During the moratorium, we suggest also focusing on redevelopment of publicly owned, fully serviced, vacant land to accommodate the immediate needs of people who have urgent needs now, which are the homeless, the people who are tipping into homeless, the newcomers, and anyone else in crisis. Our reasoning is as follows. The new zoning bylaw on transit-oriented development is the most major undertaking the city has seen in decades. It is an aspirational plan that can only be achieved through collaboration at the neighborhood level. This collaboration is not yet fully in place. The transportation corridors will take years to develop, and this moratorium will not threaten gentle densification through the new zoning bylaw. Our third point is we do not yet have a local planning process in place that allows the feedback and interchange required in recognition that the city is a dynamic interplay of multiple factors such as market behaviors, community needs, newcomer needs, etc. As soon as one issue is addressed, the context changes, as we all know, and the new problems emerge. City planners at the sessions I attended said that the city staff teams are still working on several pieces of the general district plans, as we heard earlier from the administration, such as heritage, climate, environment, etc. But this is a work in process, and the pieces are not yet functionally aligned. So over the past several months that I've been involved with the zoning issue, there has been a consistent theme. Community members don't feel that they have been included sufficiently. Communication with the city has been problematic. And the documents are weighty tomes that are not written in a digestible format. It appears that we need a different process and not more of the same. So as luck would have it, Edmonton is hosting a speaker next week who's highly skilled and knowledgeable on this subject. Thanks to Councillor Michael Jans. The speaker's name is Charles Marone, and he's the author of a book called Strong Towns, and the title of a movement that's spreading across the continent. And he's an extremely well-experienced city administrator and planner. The essence of the movement is all about process. Marone argues that planners often don't ask the right questions, and most public engagement exercises are therefore worthless. Planners, he argues, himself included, tend to focus on policy input rather than being what he calls humbly observant of the experiences of citizens. He would argue that citizens know their communities best and their experiences are the most valuable. I think his observation hits exactly what we've been hearing about the process in Edmonton. Marone offers a 4-step solution. He says, first, humbly observe where communities are struggling, which requires really careful listening. He says, I would take this to the Edmonton example as a whole, our greatest struggles are the homelessness, the people tipping into homelessness, newcomers, residents who are seeking rental housing, and they can't find housing within their means. The second point he raises, ask the right question. What is the smallest thing that we can do right now to address the struggle? The smallest thing that we can do is a very focused attempt to build on already vacant, underutilized, fully serviced lands in the public domain, which have no development restrictions. If we focus on that rather than allowing development to go all over corridors, while we still have the time to develop those corridors because they're not going to be developed instantly, I think we can stand a really good chance. And he says, do it right and do it right now. Focus on this problem first and get it right before doing the intensive high-rise development that's not necessary at this juncture. And his fourth point is repeat. Repeat this to communities throughout the city. So I would like to leave you with the final words from Charles Marone, his exact quote. And what if we do this four-step process in neighborhood after neighborhood, across the entire city, month after month and year after year? If we do that, not only will we make the lowest risk, highest returning public investments it is possible to make, we won't help but improve people's lives in the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll come back in person to Kaylin Anderson up next.
Good afternoon, members of Urban Planning Committee and City Council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon regarding the district planning project. My name is Kaylin Anderson and I'm the CEO of the Urban Development Institute for Edmonton Metro Region. The membership of UDI is committed to the success of Edmonton's policy and regulatory improvement efforts, including district planning. We are committed to seeing the city and region grow and contribute actively to the prosperity of the province and the country. Our members provide hundreds of hours of volunteer time and share their city building expertise and perspectives to refine municipal policies and programs in a manner that ensures that they perform well and can ultimately meet Edmonton's growth goals. The district plans are a significant planning project that we have contributed our time and expertise to. Our desired outcome is for the district plans to essentially operate as an economic blueprint, one that helps to enable new development opportunities citywide and which clearly articulates areas for public sector investment to support growth. On behalf of UDI, I would like to thank administration for their engagement with the real estate development industry to date. By incorporating feedback from multiple stakeholder groups, administration and members of the stakeholder groups, industry and members of the public, administration has demonstrated a willingness to ensure that this transformative planning project can meet its intended goals and objectives. However, it's our opinion that a little bit more work has to be done to improve the plans prior to public hearing in May. As currently written, the Rabbit Hill and Ellerslie district plans, which contain the future growth areas, are the lands which the city annexed from the County of Leduc in 2019, and they currently lack any recommended land use directions or planning analysis. We think this is a major missed opportunity. As illustrated throughout multiple maps in both of these district plans, the future growth areas are currently bereft from any information that would provide vital planning process next steps. In essence, these plans indicate in writing and in mapping that there will not even be a consideration for the planning of these lands when Edmonton reaches a population of 1.25 million. As such, one would really have to question why the city annexed these lands from Leduc County in the first place with such urgency if there is no intention to begin the planning process, even in the most general terms. A plan that indicates that no planning is contemplated or permitted sends the wrong signal that the city is not interested in attracting economic development in these areas. Additionally, this will have the unintended consequence of pushing development, and this includes both residential and non-residential, to the surrounding communities outside of Edmonton, thereby eroding Edmonton's tax base and encouraging leapfrog development. To meet future and growing demands, significant front-end work needs to be taken place in terms of infrastructure systems and networks, as well as things like market demand studies and land use studies for the future growth areas. We think these are actually required today. Therefore, we would recommend amending the Rabbit Hill and Ellerslie district plans to outline the key systems and network planning that will be required to pre-plan these areas and change the maps to reflect that planning work will in fact be required over this first time frame of the planning process. I would like to be clear, however, that while certain key changes are recommended, UDI is not advocating for additional delay in this crucially important planning initiative. Much of the city plan implementation work that is actually the most important to the success of industry is currently being held up as the district planning process is held back. In fact, this project has already experienced multiple delays in the past couple of years because of requests for additional time for public engagement. Therefore, we strongly recommend that this project move forward without any further delay. The city should take great pride in being a leader in forward-thinking development and planning and deserves additional praise for its unmatched cooperation and participation with a wide range of stakeholders in this community. We must keep the momentum moving forward and see through the completion of all of the projects that we have underway. thank you so much for the time and opportunity to speak with you. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Speaker Anderson. Next, we'll hear from Elise Shillington in person. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, Urban Planning Committee and members of City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. My name is Elise Shillington, and I'm a development manager with Cantiro. I'm also the incoming chair of the Urban Development Institute, Edmonton Metro's Developing and Redeveloping Committee. Over the past few years, our industry has actively supported council and administration in advancing key planning and development initiatives that help to implement the city plan, such as the recently approved zoning bylaw. As your city building partners, we've also been involved in stakeholder engagement regarding the district plan initiative. We would like to thank administration for their thorough and ongoing engagement to date on the district plans. However, additional clarity is currently required with regards to administrative amendments in the developing areas. Recent increases in administration-driven plan amendments have led to additional red tape, uncertainty, and increased costs for homeowners and businesses. Currently, there's a lack of clarity on how the district plans will impact this situation, either positively or negatively. To rectify this confusion and to ensure a streamlined development process, we would recommend that a clear rationale and intention be explained by administration when amendments are deemed necessary through the district planning initiative. In other words, it will not be helpful if district plans only serve to add additional layers of complexity to the amendment process. We are encouraged by the recent repeals of outdated area redevelopment plans, older outline plans, and neighborhood structure plans. However, we still require additional clarity on the relevance of existing plans in developing areas. Preparing an administrative directive to clarify how various statutory plans will be upheld, amended, or appealed over time would be a helpful first step to implementing the district plans. Therefore, we would recommend that administration clarify how district plans will be administered in developing neighborhoods that have existing and operational NSPs and NSPs that conform to city plan in a manner that reduces planning timelines and red tape. This will be a crucial step in ensuring Edmonton maintains its affordability advantage by reducing costs and ensuring predictable timelines. Please note that while industry is advocating for additional changes and policy fine-tuning to the district plans, we would not recommend any further delay to the initiative in general. There's a sense of urgency by our industry to move forward with this important work of network planning and analysis that will lay the foundation for public and private sector investments citywide. This work requires the approved district plans to be in place. Thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback on this important planning initiative, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Speaker Shillington. Next, we have Paul Lanny. Over to you for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Urban Planning Committee and members of City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Paul Lanny. I'm the President and CEO of Aberton. I also sit on the Board of Directors with UDI Edmonton Metro. The district plans are one of the more significant planning projects that Edmonton has undertaken and will serve to telegraph how we grow through city plans targeted populations, including 1.25 million. To ensure success, it is crucial that the district planning initiative provides clarity on areas where and when the public sector will invest in the infrastructure and community amenities required to support ongoing population and employment attraction. Our current infrastructure does not align with where we are intending to go. To successfully achieve the goals of the district plans and modernize Edmonton's planning system, a clear investment strategy focused on infrastructure upgrades is required. Given the extent of the limitations, it is not financially feasible to push these costs onto private industry on a site-by-site basis, which has been the current practice to date. As your city building partners, we must be clear. Growth in the nodes and corridors will not succeed without a plan for front-ending of infrastructure upgrades by the city. It's industry's opinion that there should be collaboration between the city and EPCOR on what that outlook is for infrastructure upgrades throughout the redeveloping areas. It is important to remember that there's a clear payback on upfront infrastructure investments via the resulting uplift to the tax base, not to mention other benefits that arise from seeing the vision of city plan through. This includes building upon existing major investments by all orders of government, such as the LRT network. Every new home that can be built offers an increase in potential ridership and utilization of this important investment. To ensure success of the district planning initiative, Administration should clarify an infrastructure investment strategy in the redeveloping areas. Telegraphing the areas being prioritized ensures that private sector investment decisions will follow the city's intentions. Specifically, it's prudent to clarify the growth management approach to redevelopment by indicating the system and network planning that is required to bring infill at scale to life in alignment with the city plan, particularly in priority growth areas and nodes and along corridors. In conclusion, I would recommend that administration focus on this recommendation over the coming months prior to the anticipated public hearing in May of next year to leverage the first edition of the district plans to their fullest potential. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Next, David Johnson.
Good afternoon, committee members and other councillors remotely. Having reviewed the city plan and the August 2023 draft of the district policy carefully, I believe that the draft policy sets out to commit to the city plan of 2020 and quotes it saying, "Urban design contributes to welcoming and attractive places that connect buildings, sidewalks, streets, and local areas that build on authentic cultural and historic spaces and buildings. It also involves reimagining and rebuilding these areas and the spaces between them with a wide diversity of buildings and comfortable, durable, animated, and beautiful public spaces that knit areas together." End of quote. To the end of Section 2 of the draft policy, there is a commitment to cultural and historic spaces and buildings, and to the environment, and no reason to think that these needs would not be given equitable consideration in the pursuit of the goals for development of streets and spaces. Section 2.3.2.5 provides direction for blending the old and new by stating that it will encourage development adjacent to heritage places and within cultural areas to respect their role and significance in the urban fabric, using sympathetic architecture and design features such as setbacks, massing, and landscaping. The rest of the content of the draft policy, however, is devoted to densification, transportation, etc., with focus on nodes and corridors. The commitment to balanced priorities in the city is only referenced in the glossary at the end of the district policy, where it states municipal heritage character areas as designated by the City of Edmonton through a previous formal planning process as having a significant concentration of historical resources that are considered mutually significant. The city has done work in the past in support of cultural and historic spaces and buildings, but this should continue to be an active commitment in the district policy if the city plan is to be honored. Further development should not be allowed to hide behind past accomplishments which have recognized what is important to Edmonton and its citizens. Historically significant parks and streetscapes and public and private structures throughout the city ensure the warmth and character of neighborhoods relied on by residents for a sense of community and quality of life. They should not be abandoned simply because they have not been formally designated at this point in time. Edmonton does not need mid-rise and high-rise development on every block in nodes and corridors. To fulfill the city's commitment to a balanced approach, exemptions from node and corridor development where entire neighborhoods will be decimated by such development needs to be added. Fully developed nodes and corridors, as currently defined, will not have room to transition in many older neighborhoods. They will eradicate them in some areas. I live in the Central District, so that's the plan I've focused on. However, all district plans should be considered in the recognition of history and heritage. In Section 2 of the Central District Plan, we read, historical and culturally important locations for this district are identified in Map 2. While only formally recognized locations have been included, other informally known significant historic and cultural features from a wide range of groups, cultures, and times exist in this area. Future growth and development should preserve, enhance, and reflect the diverse heritage of local communities and First Nations, cultural landscapes, and historical resources shown throughout stories, structures, and spaces. This section goes on to describe the work and recognition of several past initiatives throughout the district. But then all subsequent content of this plan focuses exclusively on a unilateral development of nodes and corridors wherever they may be. There seems to be no plan at all to preserve neighborhood character, history, or heritage. I respectfully request that Council instruct administration to amend the draft district policy and the draft district plans to honor the city plan's commitment to a balanced approach to densification, to regulate development as an ongoing, future-focused, continually evolving commitment to maintaining neighborhood character so that generations of public and private investment is not sacrificed as our population grows. I'd like to add that I'm a member of both the Glenora Community League and the Old Glenora Conservation Association, and have received and am fully supportive of the concerns expressed in the Glenora Community League letter to Council. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. We'll go next to Jacob DeWang.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jacob DeWong, and I am a resident of the Queen Alexandra neighborhood. I live directly on the 76th Avenue, I guess, proposed secondary corridor, so I will be directly impacted by the district plans. And I'll begin by saying, please build an 8-story apartment building right across from me. As a renter and someone who's been looking for apartments all over this country over the past 10 years, I can say supply and vacancy is the one thing that keeps market rents affordable. And there's nothing more than I would like to see than having more neighbors and more affordability with more housing options for everyone. I would like for council to move forward with the district's plans. I do not support any further delay in them. I think it is a step forward, but I will be presenting on potential ways to make them better or for future work. All right, okay, we're already on the next slide. So I'll be talking about why we need more transit-oriented development in the district plans. So the first slide is why allow more density around transit. I think everyone on council is aware, but there's a lot of good things that come with this, which is leveraging existing rapid transit assets, more efficiency, allowing more people to live car-free or car-light, reducing the need for parking on roads, which are expensive, providing more affordable housing options near rapid transit, etc. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, the district plans do not have many policies to encourage TOD outside primary corridors. So as you see here, there is some language around supporting high-rise and tall high-rise within primary corridors near mass transit stations within 200 meters. Next slide, please. And that would not be an issue, except that many LRT stops are actually not in primary corridors. Excuse my Microsoft Paint drawing, but that's the best I could do. So on the left, the SCONA plan, you can see that the Capital Line does not go through a primary corridor over most of its length. On the right, I believe the Southeast plan, there is a stretch where the Valley Line does not go through any corridor or node. Next slide, please. And so, next slide, please.
We'll give you, oh, there we go.
Okay, so at the same time, we're seeing that BC has just released new provincial legislation, which goes much further than anything in district plans. You can see for the rapid transit category, with 200 meters or less away, they're permitting up to 20 stories. Within the 400 meter radius, they're permitting up to 12, and then in the entire area, they're permitting up to 8. And 8 would be the maximum that's allowed in the secondary corridors. Next slide, please. So I'll give 2 examples, maybe 1 example since I'm running out of time. So the first one is Avonmore Stop, and I've compiled some census data within the 800 meter radius from 2001 to 2021. I've kept the dissemination blocks that are 50% included in this radius. Next slide, please. So as you can see, this is an area that has not grown very much over the past 20 years, maybe 3% in population. That's relatively stagnant. And housing and density has been added in very specific places through maybe a couple projects. Next slide. And if we look at the zoning and the district plans, there's really no policy to encourage more density or transit-oriented development in this area. It's not even a node or corridor. Remembering that if we're comparing to the BC legislation, this entire area would be allowing 8 stories or more. Next slide, please. The second example is McKernan-Belgravia Station. The station has been open since 2009. Same thing here with the dissemination blocks. Next slide, please. And same kind of idea. It's grown by about 3%. And there's a few projects that has maybe caused that's driven most of the increase in dwellings. Next slide, please. maybe a bit better here, where it's at the intersection of two secondary corridors, but as we discussed, there's no policy to allow for more density at the intersection of two secondary corridors. So it's still that kind of eight stories. Next slide, please. So essentially, we're planning for high density on some of the most unpleasant roads, like on Calgary Trail and Gateway, but not near transit. And I think this is not really fair to many people who can only afford to live in those kinds of higher density housing types. Next slide, please. And I'll just leave off on this note. We should try to be inspired by some of the exciting things happening across Canada coming from BC. And I'm out of time now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now to online with Adil Kodian.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. My name is Adil Kodian, and I'm the Executive Vice President at the Royd Group of Companies. I'm here today on behalf of the Canadian Home Builders Association Edmonton region. The work that staff has done since the first set of drafts provided really helps to clarify some of the intent behind the districts and their policy. A focus on directing growth towards nodes and corridors and removing the previous language around intensification areas is a definite improvement, and we thank city staff for taking the time to consider our feedback and work on these directions. The district plan approach is a great tool to allow Edmonton to evolve and thrive for the long term. The plans make it easier for builders and for our customers who want to live in Edmonton to get a sense for what a neighborhood will be like to live in and to understand the opportunities for transit, active transportation, shopping services, public amenities, parks and recreation, and so on. This is important because 30,000 newcomers are expected in Edmonton, have come to Edmonton this year and are likely expected next year as well. So preparing for rapid growth is important, despite tensions about where that growth should go and what level of detail is needed to satisfy every stakeholder in this district plan. The current drafts follow the general intent outlined in the city plan, and we support moving forward to implementation as part of the next public hearing. Our commentary is primarily to fine-tune the policy as we go forward. More work needs to be done on two specific items. The first item is to figure out how suburban development and infill redevelopment will be reviewed and approved and equally prioritized. And the second issue is how nodes and corridors will be activated and supported through investment dollars from the city. Edmonton has never had a downtown or core-focused employment base because of the type of employment across our region. A significant number of jobs are dispersed outside of our core. COVID's accelerated the trend towards working remotely, but it was already ongoing. This is an option that's more likely to be offered to the office worker working downtown or in the core. This employment dispersion is now permanent. Low office space absorptions in the core are just recognition of the structural change to where people work. This is changing a lot of the established rules on where people will live, work, and play as they move to our city. These district plans are a great snapshot of where we are today and provide a good policy framework for us to start. But now is the time for more precise implementation tactics as we develop over the next 5 to 10 years that are upcoming. One of the things we would recommend is that the committee ask for a detailed planning study to establish a heat map style pattern of where people currently live, work, and play. You'd think that mobile device companies can likely already provide anonymized statistical information to prove this point. Staff can then document as part of the next report what they forecast these patterns to actually look like in the future with new district plans. A future-focused map indicates the future intensity of activity and will help us all understand where people will eventually live and work. We also recommend that no development constraint be inadvertently created through district plans that implies that future buyers and renters may not find the home of their choice and their price point close to where they will naturally live, work, and play. Otherwise, the incentive to move to neighboring communities increases. Permanent work from home has made the commute not a material factor as one considers where they live. Even if you ignore the work from home cohort, with integrated regional transit, the Henday, the highways, and a lot of employment concentrated in the outskirts of the city, you can live in a suburban area or in a neighboring community and potentially be able to get to work in the west or the north a lot faster than living close to the core. This brings me to the second issue that we're talking about. As part of implementation, we also need a better understanding of the infrastructure and servicing requirements. Infrastructure and amenities can be catalysts that can speed up redevelopment, but having 19 priority areas for investment would result in these funds being too thinly dispersed to act as much of a catalyst for any of these communities to grow really, really fast, which is where our population projections are pointing to. While district plans provide more detail around possible growth in existing neighborhoods, we need to see a growth management approach that tells us how the city is going to prioritize growth areas. The district plans as drafted are a great starting point upon which to build Edmonton as it moves towards 2 million residents, and we urge committee to recommend the plans move forward to public hearing in the spring. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. And our last speaker on this panel, David Percy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Edmonton City Plan makes an explicit commitment to heritage. It states that Edmonton will consider, enhance, and preserve historic resources throughout ongoing redevelopment processes. The city plan treats heritage and infill as equal objectives. The Central District Plan clearly deals with an ongoing redevelopment process as described in the city plan, but it barely mentions heritage at all. It does mention the Westmount and West Ingle neighborhood, but it doesn't take any account of the fact that the city spent $500,000 on the Glenora Heritage Project. The Central District Plan takes no account of the fact that the city's own planning department recommended the creation of 3 distinct conservation areas in Glenora. Instead, it gives these conservation areas the same treatment as any other major corridor, just like Gateway Boulevard. The Glenora inventory added some 125 heritage buildings to the heritage inventory of Edmonton, but the district plan places 68 of those buildings within primary or secondary corridors where intensive development is encouraged. The planning department recommended passing the district plan first and then allowing the district plan to take into account heritage concerns later. The problem with this recommendation is that once the district plan comes into force, planners will have to make decisions on the basis of the plan. The plan gives them no right even to consider heritage issues, so it's inevitable that all those subsequent decisions will take the form of favoring intensive development. Sorry about the dog. So we'll continue to lose heritage buildings at the same rate for the probably lengthy period that will elapse before the amendments to the district plan are made. To my mind, the solution is obvious. We need to pause the central district plan to allow it to incorporate heritage concerns. This isn't just the plea of a privileged NIMBY group. Even the Infill Development Association, which was so influential in the zoning bylaw process, expresses the view that the city should establish the rules for heritage protection before giving developers a free hand under the district plan. IDEA urges that this will provide the investment certainty that the planning department referred to. There's not much point in having a neighborhood that consists of a series of plaques that state a heritage building once stood here, with a note saying while we were still discussing a heritage strategy for the future. So my advice would be to incorporate heritage concerns now and not after the fact at some date in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that concludes speakers from our first panel. So I'll ask now that my colleagues sign up to ask any questions that they may have. Thank you to all of our speakers. Councillor Salvador, you go ahead.
Well, thank you so much to all of our speakers for taking time to be with us today and sharing your perspectives. Maybe just to start with Speaker Brown, just trying to get a little bit of further clarity. You know, you mentioned you're quite close to the 118th Avenue primary corridor, and I'm trying to understand whether your issue is with the district plans themselves or
whether it's with the city plan. Because when I think about the direction to see, higher density mixed use development along primary corridors, that direction already exists in the city plan itself. And I mean, in the absence of having district plans, council has been making decisions based on that guidance within the city plan to say that within, 2 to 3 blocks from that primary corridor, we would expect to see that higher density development. And from my perspective, the district plans are just providing sort of additional clarity, but it's nothing new. So I'm trying to understand your perspective there.
My perspective with that is that when the zoning bylaw was presented, it was basically everything that's RF1 is just going to slide into RS. And that was not exactly true, because the district plan is what actually makes our area mixed use. And my concern is, I know that change is happening, and I'm not here just because I think it's disingenuous to think you can stop things, but I don't think as much planning or consideration has been going into some of these steps, or realizing some of the spin-off that's going to happen. What I see now is the weird way the mixed use, the boundaries for 118th Avenue run by our place. We're on 55th Street, just south of 118th Avenue. And the boundaries for the 118th Avenue primary corridor run from 119th Avenue. And on our street, the houses that are on the east side of the street and south of 118th Avenue and north of Mount Royal School are mixed use. The houses across the street are still RF1s, or will be RS. So I'm kind of trying to figure out exactly if what the intent is when everything is really quite weird.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your thoughts and perspectives there. I'm just mindful of my time, so I'm going to try to get a few more questions in. Speaker, is it DeWong? Please correct me.
Either one.
Well, what's your preference, please?
DeWong.
So, yeah, I found your presentation quite interesting. I appreciated some of the graphics as well. I guess, and I'll direct some of these to administration, but help me understand. So would you be looking for, I guess, an additional layer of TOD policy or something embedded into the district general policy to provide further guidance around TOD opportunities?
Yeah, I mean, I think you folks are the expert on the legislation. I think, from my perspective, something either way, the corridors and nodes are already delineated. They're already set out for direction in the city plan, whether it's future work on looking at a higher level for TOD or more direction in the district plans around where the secondary corridors and LRT lines do line up. Right. I think at some point there does have to be a higher level look at leveraging LRT lines. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're massive investments. And maybe I'll just forecast this to administration, but I'll frame it in a question to you. My reading of the district general policy is that in the absence of, if something is not within a node or corridor, but is within 400 meters of a transit station, there's still an expectation that you could go 3 to 4 stories. But you're saying more.
Yes.
Okay.
I guess the RS in a lot of locations would be the max, right?
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. Really just a few questions to Mr. Akodian. I'm curious about the comments that you made with respect to a future-focused map. And you talked about, essentially using metadata to see where people spend their time. That sounds to me like an origin and destination analysis of how people move around. Is that effectively the same thing, sir?
That is similar to, that would be basically similar to what I would say, the origin destination component. My clarification on that one is, for example, the earlier speaker talked about a train station being built in a location that has seen marginal population growth compared to the average in Edmonton. How do we make sure that we don't repeat that in the district plan? I.e., how do we allow intensification outside of where we think a node and a corridor is going to be, if that's where people actually want to live? Like, we need to leave room for us to be wrong, and that's okay.
So, well, that almost speaks to doing that analysis first before we craft the plans, like, understanding how people move and migrate and where they spend their time, where they live, that kind of a thing before we land on the district plans. Is that your suggestion? Or?
Some of it, or given where we are, at least using that information to sort of tweak and modify the plan so that we can actually look at it. In any case, like going to 19 priority areas, you got to pick 3, 4. And how do you guide where those 3, 4 are going to be that get some level of catalyzing dollars from the city? You'd need the origin destination study to have that convo.
In order to identify the points of emphasis.
Exactly, yeah.
What you're thinking. So that almost suggests by default then that there would be places where we would restrict or prohibit development or growth. If we're just going to
well, it can be done that way, but I would say that there would be places where we would incentivize development or growth more than we would prohibit. Prohibit implies, I guess, we know for sure the growth isn't going to happen there. We don't. And incentivize is just, here's where we're placing our bets. If it doesn't happen, we can change the incentive scheme over the long term.
So if I said it a different way, incent where we want to see more development, and that might pull to infill as an example, but don't necessarily prohibit it in other spaces. Just don't emphasize it.
Yes.
Okay. I think those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, thank you everyone for your presentation and for joining us. I just want to start with Jacob DeWong. I understood it to be that it doesn't matter whether the LRT station is on a major corridor or a secondary corridor or primary corridor, that TOD development guidelines still apply. Am I wrong in my understanding?
Sorry, are you talking about the separate policy, which is the TOD guidelines?
Yeah, that's what my understanding was, because I agree with you. Integration of land use planning and transportation planning is absolutely makes your community more affordable by reducing the transportation costs, right? So I agree with you, but I thought that TOD guidelines apply around transit stations. LRT stations.
Yeah, I tried to look into that, and I couldn't figure out whether it was one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
I guess administration would probably be best to answer that. Just from my reading of the district plans, there doesn't seem to be anything over what was currently put out.
Okay, well, I will definitely ask that question. And over to Speaker Kaylin Anderson. I agree that we need more. We shouldn't encourage leapfrog development. And I agree with you that we are losing development to the region, particularly the industrial development opportunities. But you don't want to delay the plan further. So what is missing in your point from your perspective I think you made reference to Ellerslie district plan, I think Southwest and the Rabbit Hill?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question, Your Worship. The simplest thing to do would be to simply change the maps that say that no planning will be allowed until we reach 1.25 million. That would be a very easy change, which would allow pre-planning to start happening in the short term.
So is the plan, currently the plan says that no planning will take place in those three
That's right.
areas until the population reached 1.25 million?
That's right. It's, you have a plan in front of you that says no planning allowed. And I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay, I see, and that's referenced in which districts is referenced in?
It's in the Rabbit Hill as well as the Ellerslie.
Rabbit Hill and the Ellerslie.
That's right.
And the Southwest District?
No, it's just those two for the future growth areas.
Okay, is the Southwest is fully, is it
Yes.
fully area structure plans planned in that area?
Yes.
So the entire Southwest is covered. Okay, I
So
see. Okay.
it really, Your Worship, it really just pertains to the land south of 41st Avenue.
Oh, I see. Okay. I thought that some areas within the 41st Avenue were also not yet had area structure plan. Maybe I was wrong then. Okay, got it. I understood that. Yeah, that's about it. I think there was another presenter that talked about incentivize, not actually working, city developing some sort of incentive program, working with APCOR to encourage more infill or unlock more infill. What I heard during, I think it was Mr. Lanny, Speaker Lanny, sorry. What we heard during the zoning bylaw regulation discussions that APCOR identified there's enough capacity already. So which problem are you trying to identify?
Our concern is the ongoing piecemeal, site by site upgrade requirements that are evolving as applications are being brought forward by development.
So the overall capacity might be there, but site-specific challenges might exist. That's what you're referring to?
Yeah, and I think the opportunity is really where priorities are identified to be able to ensure that infrastructure needs are being met, so the capacity in a specific area, a prioritized area is there. I think that will encourage acceleration of development and investment for future development.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, just a couple quick questions. Just bouncing off of Mayor Sohi's. Isn't the district plan around Rabbit Hill and Ellerslie administration taking guidance from council on the substantial completion?
I don't think they're quite the same thing. There is reference to substantial completion baked into the district plan as well, but it's making an assumption in advance that the answer will be no in terms of getting some pre-planning done. So I think they're two separate things. I would say that the city plan itself forecasted when and where development likely would happen. That needs to be dynamic, that needs to be watched and updated over time, and you need to be able to follow the market to see if that's relevant or not. The substantial completion policy discussion, I think, is scheduled to continue next summer. But in the meantime, you'll have adopted district plans that say, doesn't matter anyway, because we're not going to do anything. So I would recommend not precluding planning opportunity in these district plans.
So let the district plan, if I'm understanding correctly, let the district plan be silent to it and let that policy guide that.
Well, at the very least, silent, yes. Ideally, it would say, in a best case scenario, we're actually starting to think about the systems and network planning that we need to put in place so that in the future we can eventually have ASPs and NSPs.
Okay. I just wanted to one of the Glenora residents, I'm just trying to go through here, all my notes, just apologize. David Johnson.
Yes.
Are you aware that your council representative, Councillor Knack, did bring forward a motion that was supported by council related to a direct control for heritage preservation in Glenora?
Yes, I am.
So that work is already directed to happen in tandem?
Yes.
So specifically to Glenora, what is the concern?
Well, my concern really isn't specific to Glenora. My concern is that the guidelines in the district policy and in the central district plan, probably in other plans, don't take any consideration to the sort of the squeezing out of neighborhoods between nodes and corridors.
Okay. And then one of the questions I had is to number 6, Paul Lanny. So you mentioned about the need for sort of, intense upfront investment in capital, but at the same time, we did receive a letter from UDI with the budget debate highlighting to be very cautious about tax levy increase. So for example, there was at one point debate about dedicated renewal tax levy that we didn't go forward with. Thoughts on that? Like, how do we square those?
I think it ultimately comes down to creating those priorities and finding, we have to find creative ways to ensure that there's capacity to develop in those priority areas. I don't have a direct answer to how it's informed by our budget.
Well, right now we have a renewal deficit, like a substantial renewal deficit, right?
And I worry that because of, if there's a continued lag on investment in the infrastructure, then we won't be able to realize development in those priority areas. And I think capacity, when we look at cities like Toronto, the entire region, where capacity has been a very contentious or very hot topic for development, that's where we see projects taking years to make, to be able to make ground because there's just a lack of capacity. So I would love for our city to take the approach to look forward and ensure that priorities have funding to some degree and somehow bake the payback into the discussion as well.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. A lot of my questions were answered, but I just had, a final question. Maybe I'll direct it to David Percy online. Appreciate the points you're bringing forward with Glenora Heritage. I've been reflecting on the variety of tools that are available for heritage preservation, and just wondering what work current Glenora property owners are doing around designating their homes, as that provides sort of very ironclad protection of those properties moving forward, and comes with financial incentives. I don't know if Mr. Percy is still there. Perhaps not. Mr. Johnson, did you want to take that question?
I actually live in a municipally designated heritage home, and
excellent.
My wife and I are very much in support of designation. The problem that you face in communities like Glenora is that they're concerned about other things outside of their property boundaries that could I believe their concern could be around property value and the long-term viability of their properties. We haven't taken that position clearly.
Yeah.
But really, as I mentioned earlier, I think the concern is as much for green space, streetscapes, other neighborhood character issues outside of my property boundaries would certainly fall into my major concerns.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really important point that, district policy, if there's commentary around some of the public realm aspects, the open spaces as contributing to that heritage aspect is an important consideration. There were a number of questions that came up from other speakers that I will be taking forward to administration, but that's actually all I had for this panel. I'll go now to Councillor Wright for questions.
Thank you. I just have a question for Ms. Anderson, just in regards to, you said that the plans indicate or say no planning. I've done a Control F. I can't find those words together. I'm just wondering, is it because it says future growth areas? Is that what you're referring to, or?
Yeah, I don't have, unfortunately, I didn't print the plan. It's not in front of me, but it's one of the final maps. And you can see it's probably like the third from last or something like that. And it clearly depicts that there is no planning anticipated or allowed up to 1.25 million in those two areas for the future growth areas.
Okay, but and that's the areas south of 41st Ave, right?
That's right.
So there's still, to get to 1.25, I mean, there does seem to be sufficient land, no, within
Well, I don't think,
41st Ave?
no, I don't think we know that for sure, and that's going to be a subject of ongoing conversation through the substantial completion process. But what we certainly know is that we shouldn't be assuming that we should not even begin to scope out the planning work required to treat the lands that we annexed in 2019 until whatever year we get to 1.25. Like, we need to start to know now what it is that we have to put in place. And even administration's report from last August highlighted that need.
Okay, because I'm also looking again, this is at the Ellerslie plan on, I think it's page 15 or something. It talks about further cross-boundary intermunicipal planning with like Nisku and Beaumont.
I don't have the plan in front of me, Councillor. I'm sorry.
Okay, and then I'm just wondering, okay, with the Rabbit Hill one, I believe sort of the southern part of that plan, which is closest to the airport along the transportation corridor, Highway 19, would that be more, and with the noise from the airport, would that be better to be more industrial rather than residential?
Yes, it's currently indicated for residential, I believe, in alignment with the contours of the noise overlay from the airport.
Okay.
So that is that's an important, and since I have the question, I think I'll advocate for a quick second. That's a critically important economic development hub for Edmonton. I would strongly encourage action be taken as soon as possible to get the planning going on that mobility hub.
Okay, yeah, because to me, right along, the transportation corridor of Highway 19 would be, we can't lose sight of that. Okay, thank you very much. That's all I had.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I'm not seeing any other questions for this panel, so I'll thank you all again for joining us and ask you to step back. Thank you. We'll now invite up our next panel. I'll go through the names. If you're online, if you can just let us know you're here through unmuting and saying hello. And then those who are here, you'll be directed to your seats. So first, Andrew Bembridge. Is Andrew here in person? Okay, I'm not hearing them. Marie Gordon. Is Marie here? Oh, hello, hi. Kevin Taft, hello, welcome. Rob Smythe, hello, come on down. Carol Secord. Is Carol here? Oh, hello, hi. Lindsay Sturton, hello. Elaine Soles. Jan Hartstaff, hello. Beverly Zubot.
Yes, hello.
Online.
I'm here remotely.
Great. And Lori Kraus.
Hello, I'm here.
Hi, thank you. I'll just give another call for Andrew Bembridge. Andrew, are you online? No? Okay, well, we'll circle back to Andrew at the end in case he's able to join us. Our clerk team can maybe reach out to him. But otherwise, we will begin with Mary Gordon. Over to you. Marie Gordon, apologies.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm here as an individual, but also a member of a larger group called Better Infill, a group that's heard loud and clear from people across the city about the need for more effective and meaningful engagement on how their city grows. And just to let you know how engaged people are, our very small group of volunteers has a website that just since September of this year has had 12,227 page views, 6,307 site sessions, 4,287 unique visitors, and about 450 active individuals on our email list. And it actually stacks up pretty impressively to the city's own zoning bylaw renewal engagement website between September and December of 22. So I'm not here to complain about the work on the district plans done to date. Many people have worked hard, I'm sure, with good intentions. But I want to talk to you today about how much better this process could be and needs to be. I'm going to focus on the future and the positive potential for better engagement. So what does an enhanced process look like if you direct it to take place, as I hope you do? Well, it's almost all in person. And maybe we try this out in 4 districts, maybe Scona, Jasper Place, 118th Avenue, Central District, maybe other districts that want it. It's designed and facilitated by neutral experts, people who understand how to effectively facilitate groups. And maybe there's 3 key high-end questions that people are asked in order to frame and focus discussion. There are meaningful, user-friendly tools available to answer questions about the district plans. There are good maps, easy to understand modeling. City planners could be there as a resource. Security concerns are addressed as part of the process. It doesn't have to be a massive town hall. Neutral facilitators report key themes back to council, and a summary report from the sessions is shared not only with council, but it's made public. And we give this process enough lead time to really work before it comes back to council. We don't rush it. And what good would all of this do? Well, you as City Council are going to be creating a process where people actually get heard. They don't have to agree with what's proposed, but they truly deserve to understand what it looks like and have their concerns heard. I think you need to stop saying, quote, we've done everything possible to engage with Edmontonians, quote, because that's actually not how a lot of people feel. You can do better, and good process is what you have the power to command. No one's prejudiced by taking time. Zoning applications will proceed apace. The zoning bylaw allows for a substantial densification and is not held up. What I'm suggesting is what the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues has asked for on numerous occasions from you. People can regain some badly needed trust in a neutral process of consultation. You successfully can avoid the one-size-fits-all approach to corridors and potential development. You're giving people more than their 5-minute allotment on a rezoning application here in City Hall, where their perception is that the result is a foregone conclusion. And this breeds poisonous political cynicism. Listen to them now and give them a real chance to understand and have a say in how densification works in their neighborhood, how the city plan rolls out into the district plans for their neighborhood. You could come up with better district plans in which neighborhoods can answer the question, what's most important to protect in our community as urban densification proceeds? And we can all be prepared to be surprised by creative and effective solutions offered by people who care about their communities and have a deep well of understanding and a mass of good ideas. And a number of interests can be addressed in line with the city plan. That's truly what we need. I think all of City Council would reap the political benefits of truly being seen to be listening. This is doable. This takes political will, but it's not rocket science, and you've done it very successfully in the past, the area redevelopment plans. Right now, I fear the perception is that you are ignoring a large swath of people and what they have to say. There will be a price to pay to democracy, community, and potentially political support for the city's agenda in the future if we don't do this better right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Kevin Taft. Over to you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I last spoke to Urban Planning Committee on June 20th about zoning bylaw renewal. I and many others raised concerns about the process city planning used to engage the public about the zoning bylaw. Since then, a sizable citywide network of citizens concerned about development and infill has come together. One of the many expressions of that network is the Coalition for Better Infill, with which I'm involved. In the weeks since Council endorsed the zoning bylaw in October, City administration held public engagement sessions on the district plans. I began seeing emails from members of the public about these sessions shortly after they began. There are too many comments to read to you, but there were themes. One theme was that these sessions fueled confusion because it was difficult to get clear answers, and because what planners said wasn't always consistent with the materials they presented. Another theme was that the materials seemed out of date and that there were no maps. Many people commented on low attendance given the magnitude of the issues. One person wrote to say, "What I find interesting is you can do the district planning survey multiple times. That doesn't quite make sense to me." These comments are not aimed at the planners who participated in the sessions, but rather at a process that looks confused. I attended the session here at City Hall on Saturday and by pure luck had a good conversation with the city's most senior planner. But the lack of useful information for the public was striking. There were no maps, no list of the districts, no set of questions or points to guide the process. It's not clear what the purpose of these sessions was. If they were to inform people about district plans, why were there not detailed district maps? A district is, after all, a physical location. Why wasn't there a list of the districts? Why was there no opportunity for people to see the impact district plans will have on their neighborhoods? Why were there no organizing questions to guide the discussion? It's not too late to seek substantial public input into district plans. City planners could do what they did just a few years before the pandemic. The McKernan-Belgravia ARP was developed through a process in which planners held a series of 3 very well-attended workshops with the public, each workshop building on the previous one, and in which planners changed the draft ARP in response to public comments. This approach could be adapted for district plans and districts where there are expressed concerns and interest, including Central District, Scona, 118th Avenue, Jasper Place, and Southeast. Just bump the scale of the consultation up a notch to take in more neighborhoods. It's nothing unprecedented. But I must emphasize it would only work if city administration and council are genuinely open to changing the draft district plans in response to public input. Good public input draws on the knowledge of people who have the most expertise in a district, the people who live there. By not engaging effectively, district plans won't be nearly as good as they could be. You will cause unnecessary and permanent damage to people's lives, to neighborhoods, and to the city, and we will all miss good opportunities. Good public engagement also provides legitimacy and grants public license. One risk of not engaging effectively is a backlash against district plans and the city plan itself. As someone who campaigned in 3 elections and served 3 terms in the legislature, I can't help wondering how the district plans, the zoning bylaw, and the city plan will play on the doorsteps and in voting booths in the next election. Do not mistake public quiet for public consent. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob Smythe is next. Hello.
Good afternoon, councillors, and thank you for this opportunity. I am adding my voice with others from Glenora with an impassioned plea of City Council that the community engagement on the district plans be extended, and that during this extension, administration be directed to work with community to co-develop details of the 4 corridors in and around our community. The district planning process so far, many in our community are feeling quite disenfranchised and demoralized. We have no ownership of the plan. It feels like it's been a very top-down process with minimal grassroots community involvement. We believe at the end of the day, the plan will do more harm than good. In attempting to take the same citywide approach, there's great risk the unique neighborhood characteristics, things that make a community thriving, vibrant, walkable, and enjoyable will be lost for current and future generations. While the administration has communicated to council that the community has been heavily consulted during work on the district plans, many in our community do not share that sentiment. Much of the process really did fly under the radar. Many of us were not aware of the major impact of these plans. And as we get to a more detailed level of planning in the district plans, there is a devil in the details that should include neighborhood-based process that's more than the inputs from 2022 or the recent citywide Zoom meetings, open houses, and meet with the planner sessions. The takeaway for many of us is that the process is very much an us versus them, winners and losers situation. The process has not worked for our community, whereby we could work collaboratively to develop strong district plans where we're all on board. Collaborative co-creation is essential. The process to date has not resulted in a community that feels engaged, listened to, or respected. We're confident that there is a way to build a consensus on these plans. Now, I'm certainly no Pollyanna here. I fully recognize we'll never achieve 100% unanimity, but through a good community process, we believe we can build broad ownership of the district plan. During this pause, we would work with administration on a process that builds community and citizen ownership, and as cliche as it sounds, work to win-win for the district plans, where administration, council, industry, and community take pride in ownership of the plans. Community working sessions, ideally facilitated by a third party, could be held to work on the details of corridors in the district plans. We fully recognize we're not starting from scratch. The city plan and the new zoning bylaw are solid plans that provide a strong foundation and future for our city. With these two plans in place, we see no need to rush to approve the district plans. I reflect on the collaborative co-creation work the city has done with community on initiatives such as Recover, the Jasper Place ARP and other ARPs, building great neighborhoods, work on neighborhood revitalization, work on community safety and well-being, to name just a few. Although not universal, broad consensus among all parties brought this work to positive outcomes. Can a similar approach be used with the district plans? Where many community members do get very concerned is with the proposed corridors through Glenora that will potentially allow for very, very large-scale projects that over time we believe will have a very adverse impact on our community. The RS zone in the zoning bylaw will certainly change the character of the neighborhood, but the development possibilities in the corridor through Glenora will be dire. Administration has taken a one-size-fits-all approach to future development in the proposed corridor. The maps and accompanying text apply the same criteria for density, for the width of the corridor and height of building, etc., for the entire length of the corridor. The proposed corridor that bisects Glenora is over 50 blocks long. What's most concerning is that the draft policies do not take into account the unique characteristics of the neighborhood the corridor passes through. So there's no variation in what will be encouraged in different neighborhoods along the corridor. The corridor through Glenora and Gateway Boulevard corridor are both primary corridors. As per the plans, the same type of development will be encouraged along both corridors. This needs to be revisited. These two corridors have nothing in common. We don't want a district planning approach that homogenizes the corridors to the detriment of community. The limited fact-finding I've been able to do from other cities shows a very different approach to planning in corridors. The Cambie Street corridor in Vancouver, the corridor strategy in Hamilton, and the work in Saskatoon all show an approach that considers the context and character of different neighborhoods and recognizes that a one-size-fits-all approach is not appropriate. Plans for corridors in these cities build on existing character and context within each neighborhood, strengthening and enhancing neighborhood identities. Our ideal outcome is that with a pause, we can work toward a district plan that we can all support and champion.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for being here today. Next, we have Carol Secord.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, councillors, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. My name is Carol Secord, and today I'm speaking to you as a longtime resident of mature West End neighbourhoods and a member of the Civics Committee of the Glenora Community League. I am adding my voice, along with others from Glenora, with an impassioned plea that the community engagement on district plans be extended, and that during this extension, administration be directed to work directly with communities to co-develop details for the 4 corridors in and around our community. District planning so far has really been inadequate. Many people in my community and friends from across mature neighborhoods in Edmonton are feeling unheard. Hearing that administration's perspective of the entire planning process is that engagement has been in-depth and adequate, I took the time to review all of the What We Heard reports and the various surveys and the websites, even the ones that are now closed. It occurs to me from my reflection that administration has been thinking and working inside the context of districts, not neighborhoods, while the majority of Edmontonians still live and think and engage inside the context of neighborhoods. The marketing and public information strategies for all of the processes in the last 5 years were designed from a district perspective, reaching out to individual persons and to stakeholder groups from a whole city perspective and then a district perspective. Individual Edmontonians not connected to an identified stakeholder group inside this district-focused process have had the experience of being left out. Community, I must remind you, is the connectedness inside the places and spaces that we overlap. School, preschool, spiritual community, sports fields, arenas, gyms, local businesses, and our ways of transportation are communities of experience. Zoning bylaw renewal was a citywide focus, but the impacts of ZBR depends on the nodes and corridors policy, which impacts neighborhoods and people living inside of them. The neighborhoods and corridors policy is based, as I can tell, on a high-level interpretation of city planning. Earlier, it was said it's to design governance, without specific consultation and engagement with people in neighborhoods. There has not been an opportunity for neighborhoods to influence administration's interpretation of the city plan with a neighborhood lens. Administration revealed the nodes and corridors policy in August, while those of us in communities were intensely focused on ZBR. Now we are immersed in a very condensed district planning process with citywide Zoom meetings and district-focused open houses, and we're also not reaching people with a neighborhood focus. Many of us in mature neighborhoods, and especially in Glenora, were waiting for neighborhood-focused area redevelopment plan types of conversations, because this is what happens. This is what takes place when major changes are being made. For Glenora, 107th Avenue, Stony Plain Road, 142nd Street, and 102 Avenue surround and dissect our neighborhood. Surely this requires engaged conversation with the people who live in this community, because this is pretty major impact. A very different approach that I studied was the Cambie Street Corridor Plan, and attached to the notes that I sent to the city clerk, there are 2 pages. The key thing from those 2 pages is it shows the process and their design process. Inside of each phase of engagement, there were open houses, workshops, and then open houses, and after that, policy was developed. This type of process is what we expected in our mature neighborhood. COVID prevented this process, absolutely, but it's not too late. It's not too late to take the time to actually get a neighborhood lens. A one-size-fits-all nodes and corridor plan without active focus on citizen engagement at neighborhood-focused levels destroys community cohesion. In Glenora, the current interpretation of nodes and corridor and transit-oriented planning will create small islands of 10 to 15 residential homes, many of them well-maintained and on the heritage inventory, that could be directly adjacent to high, mid-rise, and low-rise multifamily housing developments without space for gradual transitions, without cohesive urban design. Heritage and unique characteristics of Glenora have not been considered at all in this plan to densify and meet the city's growth goals. Extending community engagement of district planning will allow for this space. Thank you for hearing us and for seizing this opportunity.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Lindsay Sturton.
Good afternoon, councillors. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking on behalf of Glenora Community League Civics Committee, my neighbors, and my friends. We are a diverse community of young families, single parents, blended families, two parents, 2.5 kid homes, empty nesters, and seniors. I want to thank Andrew Knack and Councillor Cartmel for making time to meet with the Civics Committee during Budget Week last week. Your time was deeply appreciated. Quick recap of Glenora's position. The Civics Committee organized and hosted a neighborhood-specific district planning session on November 20th. Special thanks to senior planners Michael Strong and Sean Boyle for the presentation and tactfully handling tough questions. Once the impacts of the district plan were understood, the 40 residents in attendance were shocked, angry, and devastated. Immediately after the city presentation, we held a community meeting and broke out into small groups for brainstorming sessions. Takeaways from the sessions: Public engagement has been inadequate. We need more time at the drawing board. We were not invited into the discussion. The Central District Plan cuts Glenora in half. We are trying to keep our community together. So far, there seems to have been no consideration for heritage and unique characteristics of mature neighborhoods. We can protect this and still increase density. Some of Edmonton's oldest historic neighborhoods are included in the Central District. Why? At the time LRT project was approved on Stony Plain Road, Council and administration had promised that a neighborhood station with low-scale development and thoughtful integration that would surround Glenora's LRT station. Let's figure out how to do this. During the week of ZBR hearings, I listened to enough speakers in favor and opposed to the ZBR to understand that most speakers believe further work was needed on the ZBR and the district plans. The planners who spoke to Glenora residents last month recognized that current district plans are a one-size-fits-all and that more work is needed in each mature neighborhood. They suggested that we ask Council to direct them to further engage with communities. The IDEA Group recommended the creation of a heritage strategy within the city. They further recommended that Glenora be preserved and protected. Council approved work in these areas last week. How can we support and collaborate with you in administration on this before further irreparable damage is done to our neighborhood? Our asks: Glenora is asking for a pause on approving district plans and an extension on public engagement. Specifically, we would like to see area redevelopment plans for Glenora and other mature neighborhoods. We would like to see in-person roundtable collaboration between residents, Community League, the Old Glenora Conservation Society, Better Infill, the IDEA Group, reps from utilities, fire, and city administration. We are asking Council to direct administration to work with the neighborhoods to develop a plan that addresses the deep concerns raised by the community. We would like to see a review of the corridors and nodes that surround and bisect the neighborhood. To the best of my knowledge, Glenora is the only neighborhood that is cut in half by the LRT line and is surrounded on all sides by corridors and nodes. Can we implement a heritage corridors and nodes in this area with a focus on gradual and graduated density in direct relation to the LRT tracks? A review of the Central District, it doesn't make sense that heritage neighborhoods are included here. Perhaps the neighborhoods of Westmount, Grota Estates, and Glenora would be better situated if we were placed in the Desperate Place District. Consideration for Stony Plain Road between 124th Street and 142nd to be LRT cycle and pedestrian only. We would further ask that a review, clarity, and amendments on the maps that designate the corridors and nodes of Glenora surrounding. It's fair to say that homeowners and businesses within the vicinity of Stony Plain Road have serious construction fatigue. Moving utilities off Stony Plain Road started in 2019. LRT construction started in 2021. Ongoing sewage smells through the neighborhood due to cracked manhole covers, constant construction noise, and ongoing challenges exiting and entering our neighborhood. Can we please have time to recover? Can we sit at the table and be part of the next planning phase? We aspire to engage with Council administration. The community is longing to be part of an area redevelopment process. We want to build a community within communities. We are hopeful that you will support our request to pause approval of district plans and extend public engagement. We would like to build a collaborative relationship. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next we have Elaine Solis.
Good afternoon, councillors and Urban Planning Committee and the Mayor. I'm speaking on behalf of the Scona District Communities Council this afternoon. The intent of district planning is to bring the city plan to life, to implement it in districts throughout the city. Like last year when Scona District reviewed the first drafts, we again find these revised district planning materials lacking when it comes to implementing all the big moves of the city plan. The district policy and district plans focus on higher density development and job growth to accommodate a growing population, the rebuildable city, and catalyze and converge big moves. Greener as we grow, inclusive and compassionate, and community of communities big moves get short shrift. The assumption seems to be that population and employment growth and accommodating an increased population in higher density housing will in and of itself automatically create 15-minute communities with sufficient parks, schools, grocery stores, childcare, and other services, not to mention affordable housing, seniors housing, climate resilience, and protection of historic resources. This is just not the case. Intentionality is needed. The lack of baseline information to monitor progress in each district and citywide is a key omission. Without regular tracking and reporting, City Council and Edmontonians will not know if the district plans are successful and are meeting expectations. Are we developing complete, compassionate communities in each district in our rebuildable city? Are we building a climate resilient city with nature-based solutions as we build higher density housing? Are we protecting and showcasing heritage areas like Old Strathcona and key heritage assets throughout the city as we densify? In our written submission, we have suggested additional policies that build on assets and address deficiencies, identified additional assets that need to be included in district maps, recommended regular measurement and reporting, as well as some specific concerns about the SCONA plan. We will touch on these in our presentations today, as well as our concerns about usability of the district planning materials. Turning to community of communities, we need complete communities to support all ages. With development pressure on neighborhoods near post-secondary institutions like Garneau to provide more student housing, district policies should encourage distribution of post-secondary student housing along major transit routes, as well as ensure an ample amount of family-oriented housing with at least 3 bedrooms continues to be available in neighborhoods near post-secondaries. These don't have to be single-family houses, but just the size family-oriented units. District plans include current total population for each district, as well as the expected population in the district when the city's population reaches 1.25 million. But there are no breakdowns. Age ranges are needed to help ensure housing types and services are available for children and seniors, for example, and to maintain diverse age ranges needed for complete communities. In addition to serving an ecological function, parks are important for our physical and mental health. They help us relax and recreate in a natural environment. Parks are more important as more residents will be living in apartments without access to a backyard. Current and some future parks are identified on the asset map in district plans, and policies regarding meeting future park space needs are included in the district policy. However, it's unclear how much new park space is needed as the population grows, and playgrounds are not identified on the district asset maps or in policy, even though playgrounds are needed for complete communities. The asset maps have other deficiencies. For example, food insecurity is an issue in some areas of the city. The city plan indicates that everyone should have ready access to fresh, nutritious food and that access to childcare should be convenient for families. The asset maps and district plans do not include the location of grocery stores or childcare. The city expects 50% of trips will be made by active transportation to meet daily needs. District plans include information about transit and cycling infrastructure, but there's nothing to indicate the amount of active transportation use currently by district. It just isn't there. And we thank you for considering our suggestions in our written materials to strengthen district planning.
Thank you. Next, Jan Hartstaff.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi and Council. District policy and district plans are intended to provide guidance and direction toward future growth to 2 million with a focus on being a rebuildable city. Is this enough? No, we do not believe that it is. District policy and plans fail to ensure our city will achieve the balance of sustainable social, economic, and environmental outcomes in alignment with the city plan. They are not well integrated to the Connect Edmonton strategic goals to ensure we grow as a healthy, climate-resilient, prosperous, and urban city. Cities are experiencing increasing impacts from climate change, longer periods of extreme heat events, increasing heat island effect, severe weather impacts resulting in severe rain events and prolonged drought, increased fire risk, impacts to our air and water quality, and population displacement. My presentation focuses on the importance of expanding District Policy Section 2.2, Energy and Climate, to ensure policy is applied to both the public and the private realm to achieve the Greener as We Grow big move and all of the Connect Edmonton strategic goals. Policy must support transitioning to a low-carbon future and encourage reducing both operational and embodied carbon emissions to ensure the city will meet its carbon budget and achieve net zero per person emissions by 2050. Policy must be applied to both the private and public realm to ensure future neighborhoods in our city is resilient to climate change. Every site should be encouraged to provide functional green infrastructure and, better yet, implement low-impact development strategies. Policy is needed to reduce use of potable water to mitigate the environmental impacts of increased stormwater runoff on sensitive ecosystems, the urban watershed, and water quality downstream. So the Scona District Community Council recommends expanding Section 2.2, Energy and Climate, to provide policy in both the private and public realm under the following subsections. The first, energy transition and carbon reduction, using future alternative energy sources and by reducing whole life carbon emissions of buildings. 2, climate adaptation and resilience, by providing functional green infrastructure and maintaining and growing the total urban tree canopy citywide. And 3, landscape design and low-impact development strategies to encourage deeper soil, room for trees, and support functional green infrastructure and low-impact development strategies. The Scona District Community Council supports a new climate resilience planning and development framework and the work that's going to start in 2024 to establish green development standards. However, we hope this will include developing both green site and building standards that will be supported by effective district policy. Long-term cumulative benefits of curbing urban sprawl and densifying new infrastructure requirements represent significant gains toward climate resilience. But these gains must not transfer infrastructure and environmental impacts to redeveloping areas. District policy and plans must provide direction to ensure no net gain in stormwater runoff to the urban watershed, no net loss of ecological function, no net loss of total urban tree canopy, or increase in heat island effect. This will ensure we achieve the citywide goal of climate resilience in the private and public realm. Scona District Community Council wants to assure City Council we are neither afraid of change or resistant to it. Our concern is that district planning does not adequately respond to the increasing severe impacts of climate change, the multiple lessons of the COVID pandemic, or the serious health and social impacts related to a shortage of non-market and truly affordable housing as defined in the city plan. Some are also concerned about the lack of effective enforcement of regulations to mitigate future construction impacts to communities and adjacent property owners of mature or new infill homes. We are not convinced district planning will improve as it evolves, or are assured that future work will result in solutions that will be down the road instead of leaving this leaving this to future work. Council should direct administration to add policy guidance and planning direction between now and the public hearing to ensure all the outcomes of the city plan and the goals in Connect Edmonton are achieved before we start.
Thank you. We're just at our break, so we'll pause now for 15 minutes and then come back for our last two speakers in this panel and then questions of you all. Thank you. We are on recess.
And we are live from River Valley Room.
Thank you very much. I'll call this meeting back to order. Do a quick roll call of my committee colleagues. Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hi.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Mayor Sohi.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you. We also have Councillor Salvador, Councillor Paquette, Councillor Wright, Councillor Principe, and Jan's joining us right now as well. So welcome. Before we finish off this panel, I was just going to turn to Councillor Tang to move that we add a new speaker.
Yes, I'd like to move that we hear from Dennis Thomas from Glenora Community League.
Thank you. I'll ask my colleagues on committee to please vote.
I'm sorry, that's in panel 3?
In panel 3, yes.
And we're just missing Mayor Sohi's vote.
I think he was having trouble with his e-scribe earlier. Mayor Sohi, are you able to vote verbally if necessary?
I voted through eScribe.
Yeah, there seems to be a problem there, but I
Yes.
take that as a yes. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Councillor Cartmel, are you online?
I am, yes.
Thank you very much. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Sorry for the delay. We'll move now to our last two speakers of our second panel. Beverly Zubot joining us online.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking on behalf of Scona District Community Council about a couple of areas of work that need to be done before the district planning public hearing. The first area of work is reporting on baseline information needed to measure progress towards achieving the city's aspirational goals. The city plan and Edmonton strategic plan, called Connect Edmonton, both articulate similar aspirational goals for the city and how to measure the achievement of these goals. For example, Rebuildable City Goal is measured in part by the percentage of net new dwellings being infill. School district would like to suggest an additional indicator of progress, and that is the degree to which long-time vacant lands are redeveloped. Another example is greener as we grow is measured by the relative increase in green area and tree canopy. I seem to have an echo here and I apologize, I don't know why. Inclusive and compassionate goals of the city plan and the healthy city goals of Connect Edmonton have multiple indicators, but a primary one is the decrease in the percentage of people in poor housing need. Another example for catalyzing converge goals are measured by the increase in jobs, particularly in innovation and technology areas. So these district planning policy plans were set out to create a more detailed path to achieve these aspirational goals and measure progress. However, in order to measure progress, we need to know where we are starting from. For example, how many people now are in core need of housing? And what is the percentage of net dwelling unit gain in each district? Those are just some examples. So Scona District Council respectfully requests the city provide a baseline report with current measurements on where we are now, citywide and in each district. This report should be available for the public hearing. Our understanding is this information is to a great extent already available, although some additional work may need to be done to break the information down by district. In addition to the baseline report, We also request that a city commitment to report on progress on an annual basis be written into district policy. We want some sort of accountability. The baseline report and ongoing monitoring for each district is important to inform the city and all district stakeholders, including leagues, where efforts need to be focused and where adjustments need to be made. So the next area of work I'd like to talk about is engagement. Scona Council highly recommends the city do engagement with communities before repealing their plans. This engagement should inform what parts of their current ARP will be transferred to their district plan. Most old, out-of-date ARPs have already been repealed. Thus, special attention needs to be given to the remaining ARPs, which still have significant value. It'd be a waste to throw it all out. And 5 of these plans are slated for repeal, and that wasn't made known until August of 2023. So there's really been no time with the zoning bylaw work and the general policy work, et cetera, to do this, but it needs to be done. And it doesn't need to be extensive. It may only be 1 or 2 facilitated meetings. However, please do not expect community leagues to do this work on their own. If the city does not have the resources or time to facilitate a meeting, then do not deal the additional ARPs until there are sufficient resources. City planners have attempted to transfer relevant policy statements from the ARPs to the area-specific sections of the district plan, but some important policies have been missed, and now we've run out of time to provide input. It's just truly a shame. So once again, to summarize, please make sure there is additional engagement for communities at a neighborhood level about their ARPs.
Thank you.
And make sure there's, okay, thank you very much for considering the additional work.
Thank you very much. We'll go to our final speaker of the panel, Lori Kraus.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking with Scona District Community Council. The development of the West 240 U of A farmland west of the South Campus is an opportunity to build a greenfield community that balances all the sustainable development goals of the city plan. It is concerning why the West 240 has not been incorporated into the Scona District Plan. Map 6, Land Use Concept to 1.2 million illustrates the West 240 as institutional employment. Map 7, Nodes and Corridors show it to be open space. But Map 7, titled Open Space to 1.2 million, does not show the cross-hatching for it to be undeveloped land with future residential development potential. These maps are confusing and misleading because there is significant density potential here. Treating the West 240 like a silo add-on neighborhood after the fact misses the prime opportunity to plan nearby neighborhoods in consideration of the larger context of the growth potential of the West 240. District plans are intended to guide City Council's decision about future infrastructure and services investment in the public realm. It is key that district plans include consideration of the future servicing and developing of the West 240, along with other large areas of vacant undeveloped land like Blatchford, Century Park, and Northlands. This budgeting for huge future expenses is vital. Scona District Community Council is recommending that district plans focus first on the development potential of large vacant land rather than proactively rezoning to remove barriers to development by upzoning land that does not reflect the full potential of a node or corridor. Neighborhoods in Scona District should be allowed to complement each other instead of having each neighborhood function independently from each other. It's okay for communities to be different from one another and achieve densification goals. All neighborhoods in a district plan could be treated as a team instead of each neighborhood being assigned the same role. Please, it is important to recognize all the services, environmental opportunities, and densification the West 240 development can offer to nearby neighborhoods and the Scona District as a whole. The West 240 is nearing the end of the design phase. Multiple open houses over the year have taken place, but the West 240 development is being treated like it does not exist in relation to district plans. It is such a huge piece of the puzzle, aiming for possibly 15,000 people and commercial properties. It's worthy of examination during the district planning phase. For transparency and to know what each neighborhood requires in connection with nearby properties to achieve the 15-minute neighborhood concept, it is requested the West 240 development not be treated invisible at this crucial phase of district planning. Waiting until the West 240 plans are approved will be too late for the district.
Oh, Lori, you seem to have frozen on our screen. Can we pause her time, please? Lori, I'm not sure if you can still hear us. Oh, and you're gone. Maybe we'll just give one moment to see if she can rejoin the meeting. There she is. Hi, Laura. I'm not sure if you can hear us. Hi.
Yeah, I lost connection.
There you go. Please carry on. We've paused your time, but we'll get that restarted. Thank you.
Okay. The engagement for district planning has been subpar in comparison to the West 240 development planning. People in Grandview have been engaged with the West 240 development process while missing the boat on the bigger picture of district planning. It is alarming the big picture is given less time or consideration. With focus on planning open spaces such as West 240 farmland, let's not miss out on the benefits of everybody working together to plan the best outcome for Edmonton. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've just noticed that it looks like Andrew Bembridge has been able to join us. Andrew, are you there?
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you for.
Great. Yeah, we'll turn to you actually right now. So you've got 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Andrew Bembridge. Just a regular concerned citizen, I suppose, not with a distinct planning background. So I just wanted to speak to the overall district planning alignment with, as I've been reviewing it with topics such as the transit-oriented development and the general focus that I found in the planning to center the, I apologize, I get a little bit of echo, I think I'm a little bit loud there. Centering the development corridors and intensification around our existing road network, as well as bringing in essentially additional activity and placing it onto infrastructure that we're expecting to essentially take on the burden of new cars, new commercial traffic along the way. And the one thing I didn't see a link into with the development plan, or sorry, the district planning was much of a tie-in into the actual links to transit planning and other external policies that are neighboring the district plans, along with things like things like transit planning and kind of those adjacent work. And I'm in full support of the changes, the administrative changes, the planning changes to make all of our communications a lot easier to make. The maps provided are quite detailed on how they're intending to expand open space and labeling things like priority growth areas. The feedback I'd just like to give is just directly related to my opening sentence there, is that I believe we are centering our development planning significantly around road traffic and certain areas such as the Southeast District Plan. In smaller neighborhoods, the intensification is avoiding our large investments in transit, bus lines, as well as our LRT, and we're instead favoring large and polluted corridors in arterial roads that are not going to drive the vision of our city development that I think that the district plan as well as the city plan is hoping to actually envision that new version of Edmonton. So I don't have much a ton of technical feedback in that aspect. Reading the plans though, I see that I believe that as part of future work, I want the plans to be passed ideally from the public hearings, have that go through and have our next step in having our toolkit improve and be much more flexible to do this work. As part of future work, I want to highly suggest to the committee as well as the administration working on doing all this hard work to focus on potentially looking at how we can update these plans and evolve them to take advantage of the new transit technologies, alignment with our things like our transit planning policies, as well as any kind of other external sources that make us that innovative, focused city that is starting to peel away from the car, from the automobile focused range, and utilizing our existing assets, but also making spaces for attractive development that meets our goals without pushing those people onto large roadways where they have, so those apartment buildings are not competing with pollution. We can have our expansion and our development and our intensification prop up in areas that are much more well serviced to people, and things like the bike plan and things like our transit planning. So yeah, I appreciate the time speaking to the committee. I might not be in direct forum that we will come back to the public hearing, but I appreciate the time and thank you for listening to my feedback.
Great, thank you very much. So that concludes our speakers on panel number 2. So I'll now ask colleagues to sign up if they have any questions for our speakers. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you all very much for being here throughout this whole time and also for your patience through our break. I'll start with Bev online. I just wanted to clarify, you had mentioned you would like to request the sort of that measurement piece by district. I was just looking at the items due page on the city website. There is a report coming at the end of February for city plan measurement update on target. Is that kind of the kind of, I guess, reporting that you're looking for, but perhaps more broken down by districts?
Yes, indeed. That is truly it. And so it's available, as I said, it shouldn't take much work to break it down by district, because every district will have a different, I should say, deficit or, an aspiration that hasn't been reached yet. So I think it's important that we look at it district by district, and we also look at perhaps some additional indicators.
Mm-hmm.
As I said, for example, the degree to which we fill in those large vacant lands that have been sitting there for a long time, just asking to be redeveloped, but haven't been.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think, I think that's a critical milestone before the public hearing, and I think that's a good flag. So thank you for that. Maybe I'll come to Rob. Great to see you here. I'm right here, by the way. Oh, sorry. Oh, it was nice seeing you. Thanks so much for being here. I think it's interesting you focused a lot on the engagement piece, and you cited some past work that are fairly intensive co-creation work. Do you feel that those kinds of processes is applicable for all policies, and particularly planning policies? Because one of the challenge that I experienced, I worked on one of those things that you have mentioned, is representation and who gets to be at the table to negotiate, to kind of co-create.
I certainly take your point, but I do think if all the parties are at the table doing the work together, obviously it takes very good facilitation skills and good process. But I think we can get to a point of consensus among what's going to work. I'd also like to float the idea of, this is a long-range plan. Is there an option for phasing some of the work? But I think if we can get sort of industry, administration, community around a table on some of these granular issues, then we can get to a point where we can all think it's the right plan. And again, certainly members of council are aware of some of the examples I used. In my mind, it was very skillful people managing the process, but it got to where we needed to get to. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to say it was 11 when we came to council with some of those reports, but it really was we were all on the same page.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And to your point about consensus building, in my experience with some of these projects you have named, there was no consensus because of the complexity of some of the social challenges, and consensus wasn't the goal at the end of the day. But instead, there were, very specific actions that people could kind of work on, bring their very diverse experience to the table. And I guess I'm not convinced that that process is necessarily applicable to all policies. But anyways, I take your point with that. And then to Mr. Taft, I just wanted to clarify a few things. You had mentioned you've been to a few engagement. There's felt like a lot of inconsistency in what the planners were saying between, what they were saying and what was presented. Was it just kind of a distinct few events, or was it kind of across the board?
I received emails from people who attended Bellevue, West Jasper Place, Inglewood, a number of the engagement sessions, and so I could give different examples. I mean.
Okay, so it's a bit of a across different neighborhoods. Yeah, yes. I can appreciate that. Okay. I think sometimes there's different purpose with, I guess, engagement format and stuff, but thank you for that clarity. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Maybe I'll stay with Rob as well. Thank you again so much for being here. A tension that I really feel in this idea of co-creation within this particular context is the fact that we're not starting from a blank slate. City plan exists, that direction exists. The intent of district planning isn't to relitigate that. So I just worry about, expectations being that that communities are starting from scratch. They can develop those visions when really a lot of that higher level vision was completed, with the input of thousands of Edmontonians already.
Councillor, I really do. I'm really more optimistic. Certainly, city plan sets those policies in place, and as I read the district plans, administration has been a little bit flexible in terms of how they've interpreted what's in the district plan. I mean, certainly a primary corridor, city plan says, is 1 to 2 blocks on either side of the corridor, if you will, and they've in some areas it's a little bit wider, in some of the areas it's a little bit narrower. So if we had those marching orders to, yes, it's a primary corridor, but what kind of flexibility can we build in to make it more skinny in some areas or maybe even wider in some areas? I mean, I think that, using that as an example, I think that's where we could go. But I think administration would need some direction from committee or council to have that conversation so that, maybe 1 to 2 blocks on each side of the corridor isn't absolute gospel, but can you make maybe some areas it can be 2.5 or 3 blocks wide on each side. Other areas, maybe it's just one property. So just to have that kind of flexibility as you go through, my example of Stony Plain is a 50-block long corridor, and to apply the same parameters for that entire length, I think we can improve on, fine-tune that a little bit in some areas.
Yeah, and I don't disagree in many ways. I think what I wonder is the appetite from community to be flexible in both directions. And I don't know that that's what I've heard to date. I've heard more, there's one direction that I'm hearing from speakers wanting to go, and that's narrower and less.
Well, as I said in my notes, I'm no Pollyanna here. We're never going to carry the day with 100%, everybody's on board. Certainly, I've talked to some neighbors in my community, and, they don't think it should be a corridor at all.
Yeah, and I think that's
like let the train run, but status quo is good.
Yeah.
Well, and I said that's not. If we go down that path, we're never going to be able to have a plan that's going to work for all.
Yeah.
Or for most.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
So we've got to really, that's going to be the reality when you get people in a room.
Yeah.
But I think we can get a greater consensus if we are in a room together.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Just very quickly, Speaker Gordon, just a few quick questions. I really appreciated your phrase about the poisonous political cynicism. You know, this is a quick question that I think I know the answer to, but something that's important to me is that, you know, district plans, maybe I'll ask, do you think that, you know, amending district plans sort of frequently or quite soon after they're adopted might create some of that cynicism potentially?
You know, that's a very good question, because I think what you're saying is, I'm not going to tell you what you're saying. I think I hear people say, just let these district plans get approved by council as they are, and then we'll work on them later. I have a real concern that presumptions start to develop, presumptions about what the district policy mandates, and those are used very effectively by individuals with their own agendas. So that simply allowing things to be approved as they are without actually going to the work of ensuring that they are the best product possible. Because I think that from a dynamics point of view, investing the time and the effort, somebody talked about it being, it's a little messy, it's a little hard, it's a little not direct. It doesn't get quite to the point as a clean approval does, saying, let's just get this done, and then if you have problems in the future, you come back.
And I'm so sorry that I have to self-regulate my own time, but appreciate the thoughts. I don't know that we were saying the exact same thing, but I think certainly, you know, recognizing that it's important that there's clear communication and understanding from all parties about what the plans mean, absolutely. Thank you so much. I'll go now to Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. A number of my questions have been answered, so I might just go to Speaker Bembridge. Yeah, I guess just wanted to gain a greater understanding of what you were saying about, I guess, alignment with public transit hubs and investments. Can you just elaborate on that? I know earlier today we heard from another speaker who was talking about just the importance of TOD development and seeing that reflected in the district plans. Is that similar to what you're describing?
Sure, absolutely. So I'd like to, I listened to the previous speaker. I went back and reviewed the YouTube feed there, and I have to reflect essentially at as I understand it as a mechanism to place, you know, all of these different statutory plans and make them a lot more easy to manage as a kind of a overall kind of idea. But yeah.
Okay.
Building some additional innovation inside of these things and saying, you know, we're renewing the system. You know, is it a great time to package in things? Also service things like the expedition lands. You know, how do we focus on, you know, taking advantage of all those transit apps we have available and, you know, all the money we spend on those things, like even for like something like the BRT system.
Okay.
I would intensify around that area rather than focus on purely automobile focused policy impacts.
Gotcha. That's really helpful. Thank you. And I believe, did you mention the Southeast District Plan as an example of that?
I did. Yep. So actually, speaking of, I went and looked up the Southeast District Plan and looked at like neighborhoods like Avonmore, and saw that, you know, some of our placements of our corridors that we're using for fairly low intensity development in the secondaries, and in context of comparison against the city center and major corridors, is that, you know, they seem to avoid interrupting the idea of neighborhood character in favor of placing development guidance towards larger trail roads coming off of Sherwood Park Freeway. Now that's it's a great place to gum through, but it's not a great place to stay. And making people just spend more time on cars, it seems counterintuitive to the purpose of overlaying these kinds of corridors, and the intent behind them linked back to things like transit policy and their overall climate. Kind of like, let's build these 15-minute communities around a highway exit. Seems a bit counterintuitive in that perspective.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you sharing that perspective, and I'll follow up with administration to get some further clarity around that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. One of the areas I found most interesting today is this conversation, not just about the existing districts, but the new future growth districts. And I was wondering if maybe I want to ask some of the speakers from the Scona District Council, maybe Ms. Zubat, if you're free to comment. I mean, you have obviously we're at the FCL for a number of years. You've been through these hearings many times. Do you think it's necessary that council now starts planning for more suburban kind of, ex-urban growth outside of 41st Avenue Southwest?
I don't know if it's a good use of resources at this time. If you're not planning to develop it soon, a lot could change in a short while. I would say that there's too much vacant land in the already developed areas, stadium lands, Blatchford, etc. Let's get those lands, develop the quarters, and then we can start focusing on the newer areas. I think the whole purpose of the city plan was to say we were going to, if we're going to do any investments in this city, it's going to be looking inwards. If we're going to start doing it both places, I don't know if our taxpayer money is going to stretch that far. So no, I don't think it's necessary to start working on the greenfield areas at this point. If you still have places to fill in there in greenfield, and we have so much vacant land within the city core itself.
Right. So if I can paraphrase, you're suggesting we should be focusing on other opportunities within existing boundaries, such as Blatchford, West 240, exhibition lands, etc.
Yes, that's right. And don't forget the quarters. If we could solve that, that would be a huge plus for the city.
What about other TOD opportunities, like say shopping malls like Millwoods Town Center, Southgate Mall, or other areas that are currently big vacant sprawling parking lots?
Well, yes, and they're along transit routes as well. So we do have many large sites that we wouldn't even need to demolish other buildings, which is also a waste. So yes, we have tons of opportunities. So we shouldn't be focusing on demolishing affordable housing to build greater, bigger housing when we've got a brownfield that desperately needs redeveloping. So that's where the focus should be. And we don't need to we don't need to develop green areas until we do develop those brownfield areas.
Right, right. If I can ask Ms. Solas if she's still on the line, sort of a similar question. How do we square sort of the spreading out of density, if you will, that we're not just overly intensifying the Scona district when we have all of these other opportunities, and at the same time, the future growth areas that we want to restrict and prevent further sprawl.
It's a balancing act, and I think there should be some intentional focus on the areas where that are just sort of begging for development, like. For example, the quarters and even within Scona, where there are plans to build out the West 240. Why take down perfectly good housing to build just bigger when we've got these other areas? It's not that there won't be redevelopment. Nobody is saying don't redevelop anywhere. But we do have some opportunities that need I'd say some intentional focus.
Excellent, thank you. I really appreciated the written submission, and I will be asking administration about it when the opportunity arises.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. I'm not seeing anyone else on the board for questions, so thank you all again for speaking, and I'll invite you to step back as we invite our next panel up. So this is our third and final panel. I will call the names forward. If you're online, please just unmute and say hello. Diane Forbes.
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. Suzanne Cherdichuk? Here, thank you. Come on down. Nicholas Rubottom?
I'm present. Jason won't be available. He had an emergency come up, so he will not be available.
Hopefully he's okay.
Yes.
Great. Catherine Mowat? Hi there. Come on down. Kelsey Becker-Brooks? Kelsey Becker-Brooks, are you online or here in person? Okay, we'll circle back to you. Paul Greywall? Hi, welcome. Debbie Cronwit-Martin?
I'm here, thank you.
Okay. Wanda Banas? Is Wanda still here? Okay, we'll come back if needed. And then Dennis Thomas.
Yes, I'm online.
Great, thank you. Okay, well, we will get started. We'll go to our first speaker online, Diane Forbes. Over to you.
Thank you very much. And just before I start, I believe that we're actually getting feedback from the City Hall feed for the speakers, just so you know.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. I'm speaking on behalf of both the Scona District Community Council and as a resident of Park Allen with respect to corridors. There continues to be a significant lack of clarity around how the district policy and district plans are to be used together to inform Edmontonians about how and where the city will grow. In district plan, I understand secondary corridors to only incorporate one block and are to relate to the properties abutting the road that defines the corridor. However, there is little clarity in the language relating to development on different types of roads, major, minor, collector, arterial, principal roadway, etc., that form primary and secondary corridors. This creates confusion in reading the plans and policy as a suite. The Scona District Community Council recommends these types of roadways be added to Plan Map 7, Nodes and Corridors, to help identify where intensification and increased height is permitted. The diagrams in the plans also appear to be completely indiscriminate with respect to properties included in a corridor. As an example, much of the property along 61st Avenue, 111th Street, 113th Street, and South 109th Street, where Park Allen, Allendale, Pleasant View, Lendrum, and Malmo Plains are situated, include properties protected from the corridor by green spaces, and are in fact properties that face into their neighborhoods, not onto the main roads. To suggest that such properties are to be considered equivalent for development as other properties along corridors is really inappropriate. They are not suitable spaces for development above that of small-scale residential, as their access is entirely from residential roadways internal to neighborhoods, and development of the existing greenbelt would not support greener as we grow. The protective green spaces that currently protect such properties from road noise and damage, for example by collision, are also not suitable for such development as they're too narrow, serve as a dual function such as water management, or would hamper traffic flow to accommodate the entry or exit of residents. Not to mention the loss of softscapes that help to keep Edmonton an attractive, livable, and green city. Using the west side of South 109th Street as an example, the city is in fact proposing to close the lane access from 109th between 65th and 64th, thus further defining the houses that use the parallel alleyway west of 109th as being within Park Allen as opposed to part of the corridor. And hence there are conflicting messages on how these properties might be developed in the future between the city policy and the district plan that speaks to the 109 renewal project. As I live in Park Allen, I'm aware of these conflicting messages in my local spot. However, I fully expect that there are many other areas that face similar confusions. Hazeldean, Belgravia, and many of the older neighborhoods along 63rd Avenue, Argyle Road, and 75th Street quickly come to mind. In recognition of this, I urge the city to reconsider the district plans in order to clearly differentiate its intentions for managing development of corridors in the coming future. On appropriately oriented lots, the Scona District Community Council supports the addition of the requirements for future development along 109th Street to be accessed from a rear lane parallel to the street and to be added where one does not exist. This will help facilitate rear parking, waste removal, deliveries in the rear, and provide a buffer to adjacent small-scale or low-rise development. However, I personally wonder if those examples included in Belgravia that are identified in the 114th Street public realm diagrams are suitable for this development, given the circuitous route to access these new alleyways. Additionally, vacant land owned by the city or other governments or institutions should require community consultation on future development applications and consideration of local context to determine if development is appropriate and would contribute to the creation of complete communities. Finally, in closing, I actually would like to reiterate back to the last round of questionings that as we approach the first milestone of 1.2 million, I specifically will measure success by the city having stimulated development on underutilized surface parking across the city, as opposed to in neighborhoods where land use is closing in on 100%. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much. Go next to Suzanne Chertichuk.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Suzanne Chidarchuk. I'm the president of the Park Allen Community League, but I'm here speaking with the Scona District Community Council. The Scona District Community Council has done a thorough analysis of district policy and district plans. We have provided feedback and recommendations to provide additional maps and information to improve clarity and usability for its users. This includes providing greater detail of streets to show the actual boundaries on map 7 of nodes and corridors, and to label more streets to orient the user. Community residents and property owners want to know if their property is located in a node and corridor, and this is not made entirely clear. We have also recommended that Map 6 land use concept to 1.25 million makes clear that what is illustrated on the map is explained in the district policy section 2.4 land use, which describes the development intensity that will be permitted at the different types of nodes or corridors at the local nodes or on large sites. This map should also show which roads are collector, arterial, or principal, as these are referred to in the district policy, but only shown in map 10 on transit, and not at all clearly. On page 12 of a document called How Were the District Plans and District Policy Drafted? It states prototype testing took place in 2021 with a group of core stakeholders, and that this input helped to improve sample plans and draft remaining district plans. EFCL followed up in writing with the district planning team in a May 14, 2021 letter recommending they engage with communities before introducing completed drafts in 2022. Then, in 2022, refined engagement on district policy and the 15 draft district plans was held separately. Not until advised level engagement in fall 2023 were both district policy and district plans presented together. However, there was not effective engagement on how to use these two tools together, nor has there been engagement on the repeal of residential infill guidelines or transit-oriented development guidelines. SDCC strongly recommends testing the district planning tools with a broad range of users and stakeholders to ensure GBA plus equity goals are achieved and to resolve any existing barriers or challenges using district policy and district plans together. The SDCC found that it was cumbersome and confusing to jump back and forth from district plans to district policy, keeping in mind the special area policy included at the end of district plans, as well as considering the vision and context of the city plan with other relevant strategic policy documents, such as Connect Edmonton, Community Energy Transition Strategy, Climate Resilience Adaptation Strategy and Action Plan, Affordable Housing Strategy, Community Safety and Wellness Strategy, among others. How will district policy plans achieve balanced, sustainable development outcomes without incorporating policy guidance and planning direction to the larger vision of the city plan? As an exercise, I myself undertook the use of the district policy and Scona district plan tools and tried to use them together. First, I was directed to a 17-page guide on how to use the district plans. Visually, I found it crowded, monochromatic, and dull. I attempted to follow the instructions, which included no links to policy or plans within the guide to take me to the relevant information. internal links within the district plan to the policy did not open in a separate window, which meant I couldn't view them side by side, again adding to some hindrance of its usability. Maps lacked distinctive contrasting colors, symbols were hard to make out, and the scale was so small in the maps was hardly readable. While digital maps with layers could help improve this, how will this be an equitable solution for all users? In the end, although I made a concerted effort to use these tools, I couldn't draw the connection between the plans and the policy to determine what could be built and where, and I gave up. And so what does that say when someone such as myself, who has more knowledge than most about city planning, became so overwhelmed, bogged down, and lost that I was turned off? These tools should not be a barrier to being informed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll go to Nicholas Rubottom online.
Hello there. Good afternoon, Urban Planning Committee and other members of Council. My name is Nicholas Rubottom, and I currently serve as the Executive Director for Infill Development in Edmonton Association, IDEA. I'm here today on behalf of our organization to recommend that Council direct administration to spend more time improving upon the district plans before they go ahead to public hearing. IDEA highly values this initiative and recognizes the benefit it will offer to bridge the gap between city plan's overarching framework and the detailed framework of the zoning bylaw. We acknowledge the positive steps that have taken place since January, such as the proposed repeal of additional ARPs and the removal of intensification zones along nodes and corridors. These measures have undoubtedly clarified development policy, but there are still hurdles that require further work. One major concern highlighted by IDEA is the readability of the district plan maps, particularly concerning the boundaries around nodes and corridors. The lack of scalability and unlabeled key roadways make it challenging to discern where these vital areas begin and end. Our understanding from discussions with administration is that there's an IT systems issue that would prevent timely creation of fully interactive maps, such as those created for zoning bylaw renewal. Instead, IDEA recommends that an interim solution would be for administration to provide labeling of key roadways and convert the maps to scalable vector graphics, which would significantly improve clarity, accessibility, and usability. Enhanced interactivity with the maps would certainly be useful. Being able to layer important elements of the district plan, such as the land use concept to 1.25 million, map 6, and the nodes and corridors map, map 7, would offer great utility to the maps. However, we can wait for this piece. Another critical area that requires attention is the urban mix policy. Currently, urban mix outlines support for small-scale housing, low-rise development, and provides expectations for nodes and corridors, but it doesn't address mid-rise development outside the nodes and corridors. This concerns us because both city plan and past council decisions on rezonings identify multiple areas where this type of development has already been supported. As it stands, if a landowner applies for a district plan amendment in tandem with a rezoning application, there is no appropriate policy area to change. IDEA recommends that administration modify the wording of the urban mix policy area, allowing for mid-rise development in context-appropriate areas. This adjustment is essential to bridge the gap in policy and ensure comprehensive coverage of diverse housing types. Our view is that it is not the creation of new policy, but ensuring that district plans reflect and are informed by policy direction embedded in city plan and demonstrated in council's support of these types of developments. In addition to text amendments to clarify policy direction for the transition between high-intensity development in nodes and corridors and low-intensity development at the interior of neighborhoods, there needs to be clear visual representation on the maps. The hard lines around nodes and corridors can be misleading. An idea suggests that the district plan maps be revised to show that these transition areas through a gradient, providing an accurate representation of density changes approaching nodes and corridors. This change would not only provide clarity for industry, but also provide a more accurate vision to citizens of the types of changes they may see, and in many cases are already seeing in their neighborhoods. In conclusion, the decisions made regarding district plans will significantly shape the future growth of our city. It is critical that these plans provide a comprehensive and inclusive policy direction for all types of development. If urban mix policy is not amended to accommodate mid-rise development in context-appropriate locations, this may lead to a policy gap for such projects during public hearings with rezoning applications. IDEA is not seeking perfection, but aims for clarity in the plans, ensuring they align with ongoing initiatives in our city. As I have the time, I'd like to address some comments that have been made today on IDEA's position regarding heritage preservation. I believe the comments might be referring to our January 18th, 2022 position paper, where IDEA requested that Urban Planning Committee support a heritage resource management strategy. To clarify IDEA's position on heritage, we do not support a Glenora Heritage DC1 plan as previously presented to and considered by Council. What IDEA does support and has supported on multiple occasions is citywide engagement that results in a holistic heritage resource strategy, prioritizing equity, inclusion, and our many histories. Thank you for your consideration today.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Catherine Mowat.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. My name is Kathy Mowat, and I'm speaking to you as a resident. My comments are based on a review of the district policy, my district plan, and the bylaws, and most of them relate to policy and implementation. I also have a number of questions which I hope the city will consider. The documents are, as designed, very much about supporting growth and development, and the city is making a strong commitment to support this growth. Unfortunately, based on a review of the district policy and my own district plan, I find myself wondering if there is a significant commitment to anything other than growth and development, because there seems to be a disconnection between the higher goals and the actual policies. So, for example, under Section 2.3, Heritage Places and Cultural Areas, the city plan states that we will evolve according to new demands and opportunities, but we will also preserve our heritage. But when you look at heritage places and cultural area policies in Section 2.3.2, you only find policies that encourage or promote. We don't see must, should, or require, and we've all seen the results of weak policy and protection in this area. A second example would be the urban structure section and its references to environment. Section 2.1.1.3 says protect, create, or reintroduce environmental health and ecological functions through a pattern of streets and open spaces that are derived from and integrate natural areas and topography in a holistic manner. But when you look at site planning, Section 2.1.2, and open space and natural areas policy, later in the document, you find that the policies do not address or even acknowledge the impact of redevelopment on private lots, the role of private property in supporting ecological functions, or that the majority of land in the city is privately owned. And again, more specific policies tend to be tepid and have no teeth. What the city is proposing is an experiment in city development, and I have a lot of questions. For example, how can the city expect to achieve its higher goals with these kinds of omissions in the district policies? Number two, how are you going to identify and address unintended consequences? And three, what are, or perhaps what should be, the responsibilities of the development industry and the city in this experiment? If I had to summarize my thoughts, I would say that I believe that ongoing oversight will be an essential starting point in managing the growth that the city is initiating. I believe it will be absolutely necessary on the part of the city to achieve anything worthwhile, and that the city cannot achieve its stated higher goals without good oversight. I would see oversight including the community and through community involvement, and I would actually submit that the community is a prime source of information on unintended consequences, and that would be of use to you. If I bring it down to the level of my district plan and my neighborhood, I noticed that on page 6, it says district plans provide direction on how each district will grow to improve connection, accessibility, and quality of life at the local level. But the question is never asked, what if the district plans actually make the local area less livable? And there is a real danger the city will reduce the quality of life in and near nodes and corridors based on what I've seen in my community. Infill has not been an environment of gradual development. It's been an ongoing, relentless disruption and loss. This is the on-the-ground reality. Affordability is becoming an issue. The district plan for Ritchie will remove a lot of the most affordable single-family homes in Ritchie. Will one of the outcomes of this plan be that only certain income groups have access to single-family homes, and that the plan will actually remove one rung on the ladder of housing options rather than adding to it? This would be an unintended consequence. And finally, the ecology of Ritchie has been damaged. This is in direct opposition to the city's stated environmental goals, and nothing in the policy counteracts this loss.
Thank you. Sorry, we're just at your time.
Okay, all right,
Thanks.
thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Thanks very much. Next, I'm just going to call again for Kelsey Becker-Brooks. I'm not sure if you've been able to join us. No? Okay, so we'll go to Paul Grewal now.
Good afternoon, councillors and Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Urban Planning Committee, to provide this opportunity to present our concerns and suggestions. My name is Paul Grewal, and I'm here to present on behalf of 3 investment groups that work collectively to develop lands. We combined own approximately 4 quarter sections, 3 of them facing Highway 19 and 1 facing on 197th Street Southwest. I can provide civic addresses to all 4 of these ones if you need them. We combined spent close to $30 million to acquire these lands because we saw an opportunity with the County of Leduc initiating an area structure plan to develop these lands prior to the annexation application being put in by the city. And to make a long story short, we supported that annexation application by the city with the hope that the city of Edmonton, being a much larger municipality and entity, will be more proactive in their planning strategy, seeing these lands so close to the airport. But all those hopes were dashed with what we've seen so far. I was reading through the Urban Development Institute letter dated December 1st and listening to the presentation by Kellen Anderson. And 2 points really struck me on this one here. And those are, they mentioned that these district plans currently indicate in writing and mapping that there will not even be a consideration for the planning of these lands when Edmonton reaches a population of 1.25 million. And the second one was a plan that indicates that no planning is contemplated or permitted sends a strong signal that the city is not interested in attracting economic development in these areas. And I absolutely agree with their concerns about the lack of planning about their designated future growth area. Not only our investment groups, but other stakeholders in the area we meet on a regular basis also want the future growth area to be planned now, but without population growth caps. We think all that area should be afforded an option to develop without full set of services, especially the sanitary services. And development can happen with ingenuity at this stage to hook up city services when those become available. The idea is that if the city of Edmonton cannot initiate any development plans like other neighboring bodies are doing in their jurisdictions, like the County of Leduc was doing with that area structure plan, then at least it should not put up roadblocks. Other concerns we often hear when we propose that we should be allowed to develop those lands on Highway 19 are that no, it will be leapfrogging. And let me address that. It makes logical sense to let developers start from extreme South City boundary limits close to the airport and let that development progress towards 41st Avenue. We don't need to go too far to see that scenario happen right in front of our eyes in Ladue County, when the county approved Amazon facility at the farthest point on its boundary, and look how fast that entire industrial development filled that so-called leapfrog gap point to its boundary, gap between Old Nisku and their extreme north boundary. City needs to boost its industrial and commercial tax revenues, and what better way to do that than let developers be innovative in their approach and attract new business clients and investors? This means developers' concerns being addressed by the city and having a proactive and progressive approach to develop this mutually beneficial relationship that will encourage other developers and future business owners to gravitate to the City of Edmonton. I will also ask the City of Edmonton administration that we've seen maps published on the city that's been distributed that have erroneous information on this one here, and it's confusing. And I heard that point at least a couple of times during these presentations. And they need to be corrected to reflect that our lands are without population growth caps and still remain as part of the non-residential future growth area and not agricultural lands as they're being currently shown. So when we actually had brought this one up here with the city deputy manager, they assured us that that was the case, that they're not residential growths. They cannot be residential growths because based on the noise contours from the airport, further expansion on this one here. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go now to Debbie Cromit-Martin.
Hello. Is my time started?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to sell you a house. I can't tell you where it is or when it will be built. I'm not sure of the size. It'll be 1 to 3 stories. I can tell you it's what you need. Would you like to buy it? Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? This is what district planning sounded like for community participants in the consultation process. Meetings were general collective consultations, not organized by district, which would have helped people understand and actively participate. Diagrams couldn't be read online. Planners couldn't explain the magnitude of change. It was made clear that the district plans came out of the city plan consultations and changes were not possible. Several participants at city plan sessions said district planning was never mentioned when they went to the sessions. People were extremely frustrated. The administration did not provide full, clear, and accurate information, nor did they provide opportunities for meaningful participation. Calgary is providing meaningful participation opportunities in their area plan process. District planning stated goal is to attain a 15-minute city. Other cities with this goal started with assessments of what exists and then identified what is needed. District planning's done neither. Until the 1980s, planning department worked with the development industry to design our subdivisions. Walkable, convenient communities were a priority, and throughout our mature neighborhoods, there are commercial developments surrounded by apartments and row houses. There are restaurants, daycares, pharmacies, and offices. There are tree-lined walkways, schools, and parks, all within 15 minutes. It is the newer neighborhoods that lost this. District planning hands our beautiful 15-minute mature neighborhoods to developers to decide what will be profitable. It appears to citizens there's one singular objective, and that is to accommodate growth at any expense, at their expense. The district plans do not adhere to the policies outlined in the policy document. The policies commit to guiding ARP revisions. Instead, the city is eliminating most ARPs. Calgary, by the way, is working with citizens to amend their ARPs. The policies commit to celebrating natural, historical, and cultural context for the design of the built environment. The Scona District Plan ensures most of the historic and cultural built environment will be destroyed. It calls for a 250% increase in population. The Central District Plan proposes similar changes for the unique heritage areas in Glenora, Oliver, and Westmount. Nodes and corridors cover almost all historical areas. Preservation of historical communities is a priority in Calgary's process. In many districts, densification in nodes and primary corridors is logical and will work well. It also allows the city to focus infrastructure investments. However, district plans do not limit redevelopment to nodes and corridors. By also encouraging redevelopment along all arterial and collector roadways, and it says that, the district plans have no mechanism to direct densification to the nodes and corridors. Pre-approving upzoning will increase land values in nodes and corridors. Increased land values will make redevelopment outside nodes and corridors more affordable and attractive. You will achieve the opposite of what's intended. As written, the district plans create tremendous uncertainty. As developers push to build infill mixed-use developments outside the nodes and corridors, residents will fight to protect quiet, family-friendly neighborhoods. Somehow, in all the conversations about what is needed to facilitate and encourage development, you have forgotten real people live with your decisions. Ask the 12% of Edmontonians who work night shifts if they want those vibrant residential streets with ghost restaurants bringing a constant stream of delivery drivers slamming car doors through the day and evenings. Ask the residents who've had bars in neighborhoods adjacent to their homes if they appreciate the inebriated patrons slamming car doors at 1 a.m., shouting to each other, fighting, defecating, and urinating on their grass, and ask the police officers about the impacts on their resources. Every time a shift worker is injured due to lack of sleep because you allow commercial and quiet residential streets, it's on you. When a doctor or nurse makes a mistake because patrons at the adjacent bar woke them several nights in a row, it's on you. With schools clustered along collector roadways providing 1,000+ potential customers, adjacent properties are now prime locations for burgers and pizza restaurants, comic book stores and video arcades. If a child runs across the street and gets hurt, it's on you. Your decisions today have real impacts on real people. Mr. Codian spoke to the mobility of people changing following COVID. Listen to him. People are already looking elsewhere. The district plans are setting council up for continuous conflicts with communities and citizens.
Thank
Save
you.
everyone time, effort, and money. Direct and properly resource the administration.
Thank you. That's your time now. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call again for Wanda Banis. Wanda, are you here in person or online? No? Okay, then we'll go to Dennis Thomas.
Yes, good afternoon. I guess it's still afternoon. Mr. Mayor and members of council. I hope I'm not getting too much feedback here. I was in council, this chamber this afternoon, and I had to leave to pick somebody up. So now I'm coming in through my computer. Let me, I'm sort of associated in a way with the Glenora spokespeople this afternoon, particularly Rob Smythe. My wife and I own and live on the east side of Grote Ravine, and my address is 10402 127th Street. That we describe or self-describe the area as Grote Estate, although it's at least from a community league point of view, part of Westmount. We have actually the similar issues about Glenora. This particular part of Edmonton that is south of Stony Plain Road, is actually older than Westmount. It was mostly developed before about 1910 and 11. It's largely intact from a historical building point of view. There's some new building. This area was subject to the Grote Plan, which was the first community plan developed in Edmonton in the mid-1970s. It was never adopted by bylaw, always by resolution. And it provided a context for development within this area, which went all the way up to 7th Avenue. During the last 50 years, there has been quite a bit of infill development. In fact, the Grote Plan acknowledged that there had to be an increase in density, and and we were able to work out many developments with developers, with real developers, not speculators. We spent a lot of time quieting the sites that had fallen into the hands of speculators. Now, just very specific points I want to make. Firstly, I see some overlap between the boundaries of the corridors and of other boundaries of areas within the district plans with the river valley, and that conflict, if I can call it that, should be eliminated in some process. The other one is this issue that's the Glenora people have raised about the potential conflict between the corridor concept and the heritage designations. In this particular area, again, basically south of 120, south of Stony Plain Road and between 124th and 127th Street, there are a significant number of residential buildings that have been identified as historic, they're in the inventory, historic resources. In some cases, they have been designated, and in some cases, they're actually residential buildings that are designated provincially. So it's important, in my submission, it's important that this cluster of historical resources be identified, and partly that and could be accommodated simply by altering in a minor way the south boundary of the corridor of Stony Plain Road and concentrating on the vacant areas at the junction of 124th Street and Stony Plain Road. That's where the high density should go ahead. Nobody's ever opposed that. So it's, I think, a matter for you to find or direct a process to sort of get down at the granular level and work out some of these inconsistencies, overlaps, and conflicts. And it should be done, better to be doing that in a working group setting and not end up before council in a public hearing where those sort of technical issues are difficult to resolve. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you very much. We are just at our dinner break time, but I am wondering, with my colleagues' unanimous consent, we might just extend our orders by a few minutes to make sure that any questions of speakers can be asked now so that you all can be released before we take an hour break. So I'll just ask colleagues to sign up if they have any questions. I might start, really appreciate all the speakers' thoughts. I did just want to follow up with Mr. Grewal. Really appreciate you being here today and sharing your perspectives. I'll certainly have some questions for administration. What I was seeing in the plan was that planning for the industrial area would be undertaken sort of during the portion of time where we're growing to 1.25. So does that maybe address some of your concern that planning work may get underway in terms of starting to open up those lands?
I think we need to separate the two developments on this one here, residential and industrial. Having an industrial plan in place right now, I don't think it should be connected to the residential. If substantial completion is the target on this one here, keeping it north of 41st Avenue, we're okay with this one here. But I think we should be opening up these corridors or these district plans here, and we should be proactive in developing those industrial and commercial plans. And furthermore, because the third runway will eventually be built, because the noise contours, there will be no residential development in those areas anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think that's an important point, and I think, something that we'll definitely take forward into our substantial completion conversation, because I think you're right, that discussion has been primarily focused on residential, like completion of residential areas, but I see your point about decoupling that from the industrial growth and investment.
Correct.
Okay,
yeah.
Great. I'm not seeing anyone else sign up. Maybe just very briefly to Suzanne, thank you for being here. Actually, I think you spoke very well just around some of the navigational challenges that you were experiencing. Do you think that there's value? I know administration has talked a bit about some of the technological navigation that they might have in the future. Just any thoughts about, like, one tension I see is like the visual versus the written policies, and sort of what, is it both? Is it a bigger focus on one rather than the other?
I found that the written almost overwhelmed to the point that then going to the visual, I was already lost.
Okay.
But the visuals themselves, because of the coloring specifically and the lack of more distinctive lines for more of the streets, just found it really hard to focus in on any one area and say, well, where is this specifically? So I could go in and type in my address and see where I was on that map. But then relating it to other things was rather difficult.
Okay. Okay, well, I appreciate that. I think that was really helpful to hear that feedback. Okay, well, with that, we have now heard from all of our speakers. And so, oh, sorry, you know what? I do just need to call again for Kelsey Becker-Brooks. Nope. Okay, well, we will now conclude hearing from members of the public. So you're very welcome to stay for our further conversations, but you're also welcome to head out. Thank you all again so much for staying with us during this afternoon. When we come back from our dinner break at 6:06, we'll give a full hour for our staff to have a bit of a break. We will, well, let's say 6:05 just to be rounded off. We'll be starting with questions of administration, so we look forward to connecting with the delegation then. Thank you again all for being here today. We are now on recess. back to our Urban Planning Committee meeting. I'll do a quick roll call of committee members. Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good evening.
I see Mayor Sohi joining us. Hello there.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. We're also joined by Councillor Salvador. Good evening, Councillor Wright, Councillor Principe, and I believe that's all at this time. If I've missed anyone, let me know. Great. So we've heard some very robust conversations and questions from our public speakers. We'll now have an opportunity to ask questions of our city staff, and I see Mayor Sohi's on the board to start us off. So over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. To administration, can you tell me what you heard today from 30 and so speakers? How that will inform the next steps before you come to council with the bylaw?
We've heard a lot of feedback today and through our engagement period. Some which are opposites for more density and more intense development, but also for that surgical and tactical response to certain situations. We are also hearing that there is some need for clarity in our maps and for some clarity in terms of the words, especially with the future growth area. Sean?
So I would just add to that you know, we've just come off an engagement period where we've received a lot of feedback from folks. A lot of what we heard here today aligns with what we have been hearing over the past month and a bit. And so we've already started to work some of those changes around wording and around clarity to make the plans more usable into the final product.
So what are some of the new things that you heard today that you did not hear during the engagement so far?
We've heard through the engagement everything that we've heard tonight.
Okay, any points that you think you did not hear before that you heard today from public?
No.
Okay, so it kind of reinforcement of some of the ongoing concerns that that you have heard from the public so far.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So on the major corridors, why are we planning for 2 million people? That means 5 blocks on each side of the corridor. Why are we not staging that? Like, why are we not planning for 1.2 million, then 1.5 million, 1.75 million? Can you walk me through that process?
Yes, our previous drafts did attempt to show growth to 1.25 and how that would occur. The feedback that we received at that time and from committee in January was that it created some confusion and uncertainty in what happened beyond the 1.25 growth to the 2 million. And so the drafts that you see in front of you today reflect that direction that we received at that time to show the full extent of the nodes and corridors and all the opportunities for development as we grow. The primary corridors in particular, we are showing to 2 to 4 blocks wide, which is based on that 800 meters, which and adjusting for block structure, and that is the direction from the city plan. But it is actually, like the city plan says 3 to 5 or 2 to 5, and we're showing 2 to 4 generally.
So on the primary corridors, it is 2 to 4 blocks.
Generally speaking, Sean. Yep. Yep.
So where am I getting the number 5 then? I heard that somewhere, right? I just want to understand where that's coming from.
The 5 block wide direction is coming from the city plan.
Oh, I see. So this is more focused. So this is a little bit narrow than what the city plan was.
Yes. So what you are seeing is the refinement of the direction in the city plan to the district level.
Okay. What is on the secondary corridors?
We're showing 1 block generally, and city plan said 1 to 3.
Okay, so one block that is the corridor itself, or one block addition to that corridor?
It's one block itself, so yeah, so it's
So say 99th Street is a secondary corridor. So you both side of 99th Street, not 98th Street or 100th Street.
that's correct.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you for that clarification. I may have more questions. Look forward to further conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you so much. Maybe I'll start with just some reactions from the comments heard today, similar to kind of the starting point with the mayor. There was a bit of, I think there was certainly lots of conversation around the future growth areas. Maybe I'll start there. Comments such as if we're not gonna plan for it, why did we annex in the first place? Are we sending a signal about economic development? Just a bit of, I guess, reaction from you. I wanted to hear your take on that.
So, Councillor, what we heard today generally is accurate. And an interesting note for committee is that these plans were published in August of this year, and so that means even in July they were generally in the form that they are today. We had a substantial completion check-in with with committee in August that isn't reflected in these plans. And so what you heard today was more in line with what committee heard in August. Okay. The intention is that before public hearing, the plans would be updated to be consistent with that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Wanted to maybe hear a little bit about this comment around what in public engagement spaces or forums in different formats across different communities, what the planner said was inconsistent with what was presented. Can you, because I guess the way I interpreted that was, there's lots of different ways of engaging communities and perhaps there's different formats. Can you just, I guess, speak to that a little bit? Because I don't understand why it would be inconsistent with what's presented on paper.
If you're speaking about the engagement approach, it was consistent across the city. And then we responded to any requests that we received from any stakeholder group in the positive, we were able to meet that request. Yeah, so
I guess it's more like what happened during those sessions.
Right, so.
And the conversations there.
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just add that engaging on plans at this scale has a lot of challenges associated with it. They're pretty broad. They're usually at a bigger scale than what people want to dig into, right? Because they're not so local to be about their street or their neighborhood necessarily. We tried to design our engagement events to create the most space for people to talk about the things that were important to them. So last year in 2022, our engagement events were more directive, like we are here to talk about these things and these are the topics we want to get feedback on. In this round of engagement, because we heard so many things last year that went beyond the scope of our project, we sensed people's frustrations with those limitations. We tried to design engagement events that were more open for people to discuss the issues related to planning that were of interest to them. So that could mean that someone participated in an engagement event and it didn't involve, say, a thorough presentation of all the content in the district planning, and it ended up being a bit more of a free-form conversation. But we always followed up with people to try and make sure that they could have the in-depth conversation they wanted to have, even one-on-one with a team member if they wanted to get the information that they're looking for.
So maybe what was interpreted as inconsistent could have been followed up and kind of dug into it in those opportunities that you were talking about. I thought that was interesting. There was a comment around sort of the measurements by district, and I was wondering if you can comment on the feasibility of that, and that upcoming report in February is really focused about citywide and city plan measurements. Would that be a relevant opportunity to talk about, I think, what the speaker was alluding to?
You're correct. The February report is going to talk about the 13 targets that are within city plan. Those are big, broad targets that span the whole city, and there'll be baselines there for those targets. Extracting them down to the district may not provide any value and may be exceedingly difficult. So we're starting at the city plan level, citywide first, with those particular measurements. And then if it does make sense, and if it is possible, some of them will be very difficult to look at a tighter geography, but if it is possible, could be looked at the district. There will be district monitoring and reporting, though, outside of those. So we are starting next year reporting on development statistics at the district level so that decision makers have that information.
Well, you know what, I'll stop there. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to skip my turn for now and just go to Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering, the public engagement, I don't recall seeing anything in the southeast. Was there a reason for that? Like in the latest round of in-person?
Our latest round of in-person, we tried to do one in each quadrant, as well as City Hall. So yes, I believe the one that covered the southeast was actually in Bellevue, which was on the north side of the river, but we had one in Queen Alex. Okay.
So was there not space available to hold something in the southeast, or?
We provided the in-person in the time that we had, and it was a decision that we had to make to only hold, or to hold the 4 or the 5 in total, so one in each quadrant plus City Hall.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if it had maybe been, you didn't have much feedback first time around or something like that, but okay. Okay, thank you very much. And then I'm also wondering about, I think it was, I'm not sure who mentioned it because I can't see who's there. Talking about maybe taking into account some of what you've heard during public engagement and what we've heard today about the future growth areas. So is there a potential that some of those things will be refined when it comes to public hearing in May, I think it is?
Yes, Councillor Wright, that is the intention, based on what we heard today and through this engagement and direction we received from committee in August. The future growth area will be shifted to be consistent, and so specifically making sure that there's clarity in mapping and policy that non-residential development is not in part of that sequence and is not within those time horizons. If we need non-residential land for the city, we'll accommodate and open those areas up. The residential components, the plans talked about that the planning to open those areas wouldn't happen until after the 1.25 milestone. That's not what committee talked about. That's not what we heard at hearing. And the intention is that we would adjust that to say planning is starting over the next several years. Doesn't mean that development will happen or that perhaps official area structure plans will be adopted, but that the planning to get the foundation for that area will start much sooner than the plans currently talk about.
So that people can continue to look forward and plan going ahead?
Yes, Councillor Wright, as we know, we're growing fast, and it seems like every economic update, we're finding out we're going faster. So this is being ready on paper so that if we do need to move shovels because of a faster growth rate, we're ready for that.
Okay, but and definitely that industrial will be looked at separately than what we're going to be looking at with substantial completion, is that right?
Substantial completion does not restrict or look to comment on industrial growth. We did hear one speaker, though, if I could just note, that talked about a special location in the far southwest about industrial. That has a little bit of a different policy context within city plan that talks a little bit about sequencing of development. So there's a few more restrictions on that potential area, but not because of district planning.
That was the one on Highway 19, right?
Correct.
Is it 19? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. And thanks so much for all the work on this. Appreciate the tension between certainty and flexibility that the team is working with. So I have a few questions, maybe in that realm around that tension. And I'll just start with the lines that we see around primary and secondary corridors. And apologies, just looking for clarity, but is the width that we see where those lines are, it is to a population of 2 million? Or is that scaled to 1.25?
The lines that you see on the map are to 2 million.
Okay. Okay, then I guess I have questions about that piece, because when to some of the similar questions that the mayor was asking, when I look at the city plan, it does talk about primary corridors being wider than a single block and having its edges blend to meet surrounding parts of the district. So I guess question about that width, but also what that transition looks like into community. And I can imagine that we want sort of that gradual transition, but the way that it's depicted on the maps, it is looking like a hard line. And I wonder if there's an opportunity to show that as more of a gradient. I guess I just worry that we would be setting expectations that it's like, okay, here is a hard line, and if it's one lot over, it's a no-go. And I don't think that's necessarily the way that city plan envisions that transition. So just looking for some thoughts on that piece.
Yes, thank you. There's a lot of capacity in our nodes and corridors, way beyond our 2 million population, and that was validated through our modeling work. So there is that tremendous capacity. The transition piece we are demonstrating in the district policy document in our urban mix policies. There is policy that speaks specifically to the transition between nodes and corridors in the interior neighborhoods, the interior of neighborhoods, as well as locations at the edges of neighborhoods or along certain corridors or in proximity to mass transit. So that transition that you are speaking of is present, but it's present in words. Not in the maps.
Right. And has the team, I'm sure you've probably given a lot of thought to this. Is it possible to show that on the maps? Or what ideas have popped up around that?
Yeah, I'll start and then I'll pass it on to Sean. But our attempt at showing that transition, we provided in our earlier drafts, and the feedback that we got, that it was confusing. And yes, that was a 1.25 and 2 million conversation at that time, but still that transition or that area in between always provided, or the feedback that we got was that it was not clear in terms of what could happen there. And so we are trying to respond to the context of neighborhoods across the city and situations that lend themselves to that transition policy. But I'll pass it off to Sean.
I would just say that while one of the challenges that this project faces, there's a lot of information in the maps, and so being able to display that information in a helpful way and not create additional confusion is a balance that we've had to strike. And then I would just add that the nodes and the corridors give full and unequivocal support for development at a certain scale. Having a transition policy written in text rather than drawn on a map allows for a little bit more discretion. Because I think what you find, especially with things like secondary corridors, is as you get off of the main road, often the urban form on the other side of that can be quite varied, quite different, sometimes facing into the neighborhoods, sometimes not having very good road access to the sites relative to what's on the main road. So having the transition policy, we felt like was the right approach to allow for discretion and context-sensitive development while still being clear and encouraging of the type of development that helps you go from apartments along a main road down to lower scale development in the interior.
Okay, that's fantastic. And that, I think, gives me just a higher degree of confidence that discretion, capacity for discretion is absolutely there and built in. So that's great to hear, because that's what I'm looking for. I'm not going to have time for another question, so I'll come back. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I guess for me, there's a few things that I'm struggling with is like, what does this do in practice, the proposed district plans? And so, for example, let's say you have a place in a node that is identified for mid-rise, appropriate for mid-rise. and then a public hearing application comes up for 10-story development. Is it just then going to be a simple like plan amendment to then like, are we just going to perforate that anyway? Like, I guess I'm just trying to understand at what point, is this supposed to guide us in like a hard way of saying like, if it's 10 stories in this space that's identified for mid-rise, we're not going to put a 10-story building there? Or are we just going to end up doing a bunch of structure plan amendments along the way in the next few years? Because that doesn't create, like, for me, the biggest thing is trust and transparency with the public. And I'm not sure when I read it that that wouldn't be the case, that would be what would happen.
Yeah, I'll start and then I'll pass it off to Sean. But yeah, we are trying to bring that clarity in terms of what happens when a certain application comes in a certain location, to provide that direction in terms of what can be supported in a primary corridor or a secondary corridor, or any of our NOZA corridors, as well as the interior of neighborhoods. How that gets upheld will be demonstrated through the land development application process and decisions made here at council. But the intention is to provide that clarity to administration, to the community, and to council as to how those fuzzy lines that are in an 8.5 in city plan right now, and how that's broken up by district.
But does the clarity actually almost create, like, I guess in that way, I'm like, we've been approving things at public hearing for the last 2 years, at least since I've been on council, based on the city plan and those fuzzy lines, and
yeah.
Seems to be working just fine. Like, I really am like genuinely trying to understand, because to me the clarity also creates more certainty, and then with more certainty people will look at that map and then say, okay, but so I mean, like, there's one that's coming up, right? I know in my ward that will be 10 stories in a space that doesn't right now identify 10 stories. It's going to be affordable housing, so it's are inclusive and compassionate in the city plan. It's justifiable. Like, what isn't justifiable in this district plan as either already we're going to approve through this district planning, or will be a justifiable amendment to the district plans shortly after we approve the district plans?
Councillor Rutherford, I think you're reflecting on the tension with flexibility and certainty.
Yeah.
And certainly as council has made decisions over the last 2 years, interpreting city plan as the 8.5 by 11 map that's a little bit fuzzy, district plan is zooming in on that a little bit more clearly, and certainly from a community perspective that are, looking at this from the lot level up, looking for those hard lines. So we're trying to balance that tension with flexibility and certainty to provide some level of policy framework where we can have the policy direction to make decisions and recommendations to council for those land development applications. It's not to say that we won't have an applicant that will come with an application to amend a district plan because of the 10-story using your example.
Yeah, and that's you're right. Like, you've nailed it in terms of like that tension between certainty and flexibility. But I also wonder if, like, one of the guiding principles of the zoning bylaw that I really appreciated was userability and accessibility. And I, as a layperson, as somebody that's not a planning expert, I'm not feeling the same userability. Like, I feel the zoning bylaw was more understandable than the district plans. So how do we rectify that between now and whenever this comes back for final approval?
Yeah, we'll be working again to try to make some of those refinements on readability and usability, and there is a goal at the end of the day to have an online tool that helps with that. It won't be a deliverable for May, but it will be a deliverable that we do provide, hopefully in 2024, 2025. But yes, and yeah, we're trying to work on the readability and clarity that will bring, but city building is complex, these plans are complex, and we're trying to drill down to that district level.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Well, I really appreciate the conversation today, and I think my thinking is coalescing around some key points. And I thought, just for clarity, I might just start by putting a motion on the floor that I am very open to some back and forth with administration and with colleagues. But this motion will be that the district policy and district plans be referred back to administration to improve the accessibility of the documents through, one, incorporating relevant content from the district policy into each of the district plans so that each district plan is self-contained without the need for a separate district policy document. Two, adjusting the organization of the district plan contents to maximize usability for users. Three, consolidating and simplifying Map 6, land use concept, and Map 7, nodes and corridors in the district plans to provide a singular land use concept. Four, removing the local node identifiers on the consolidated Map 6 and 7. 5, removing the definitive boundary, geographically indicating the node and corridor boundaries to ensure consistency with how development transitions are described in the district policy. And 6, conducting advised level engagement on the above changes. So as a brief introduction to that, I think one of the key themes that has emerged so strongly for me is the important role that district plans can provide in creating a shared understanding between residents, between city council, between members of city staff, from those investing in our community about what it is we hope to see. I think that's where some of the tension has come up, and I think that this offers a potential opportunity to help address that. Some of the more specific ones, so local nodes, for example, I feel that's a really intensive exercise to identify every single local node in the city, and I think there's a risk, and I've noticed a few that maybe weren't geographically indicated, and again, I think that creates an expectation amongst communities that they don't have any local nodes in their neighborhood. Therefore, if something were to come forward that met all the location criteria of a local node, they still may not be anticipating it. So the intent would be to provide greater language clarity there. This certainly does not resolve the tension between certainty and flexibility. This does lean to more flexibility, which I think is important, recognizing that development and change happens at a parcel by parcel level. In a perfect world, we would have that, the first block redevelop first and the second block redevelop second. But that's not how our land ownership patterns work or how we are able to direct development. Different landowners may have projects that are feasible at different timelines, and I think that the intent here is to accommodate what fits in the long run. Consolidating into self-contained plans, it's really just to ensure that it's one reference document and focusing on users. So what questions different users might ask of the plan, just having a clear answer to the specific questions that they might ask. I think I also now get 5 minutes to ask questions. I feel like I need to, I may be taking liberties as a chair, but just wanted to follow up on a few points that came out through the conversations and our discussions. Maybe just going back to this question of amendments. So could administration speak to the instances in which the district plans may need to be amended? I'm thinking maybe let's take an example like in an existing neighborhood, in a redeveloping neighborhood, if there's been any analysis about recent rezonings that may have required a district plan. And then I think just picking up on that question of what that looks like in an NSP, ASP environment as well. But maybe starting just with a redeveloping neighborhood example.
Our analysis on the amendments looked at the city as a whole or all of our LDAs. So I don't have the numbers for redeveloping and developing, but we could provide that to you at a later date. But basically, what our findings found was that 7% of amendment applications, of all amendment applications that we looked at, and in a certain period, only 7% would require a district plan amendment.
And can you give a flavor of why they were needed and how extensive the amendments would have been?
So if you're moving a major road, like in the developing areas, and then in the redeveloping areas, if you're changing a land use, say from institutional or non-residential to residential, those would be two examples.
Could I just clarify? So in the urban mix land use category, there are both commercial and residential developments there. So we're talking about shifts where you take, say, industrial land and it becomes appropriate for residential development, larger land use changes. The most common ones would be things to do with parks, which is a separate land use category, parks and urban services. But you can, the types of changes that say someone's adding shops to an apartment building or houses to where there's a commercial building, those don't require amendments under the scheme that we have here.
Okay, and so, I think maybe another piece is if we remove the local node identifiers, so let's say there's a site that's interior to a neighborhood, it's more than 2 blocks from a primary corridor, but it has maybe some commercial, some open space, some existing higher density. If there was a rezoning that was approved there for mid-rise, would that require an amendment to the plan?
So if the thing that really distinguishes local nodes from other development possibilities within the urban mix is that mid-rise piece. So within the urban mix policies, there's policies that support low-rise, commercial, mixed-use development, where you might just have a corner store now, and the policy is already supportive of bringing in that kind of mixed-use character and more shops, more apartments, but limited
to low rise.
Up to low rise. So what distinguishes a local node is that mid-rise possibility, which we talk about it, depending on the context of the site, because that can be a big
Collector
shift.
roadway, arterial roadway.
Yeah, so a local node, I would say, can develop organically within neighborhoods, but if you didn't have a local node in place and you went straight to a mid-rise building, I think it would be appropriate to amend the plan to show that local node as part of that development application.
But what if we're not geographically showing local nodes?
Yeah, so one consideration there, Mr. Rubottom in his presentation talked about, wishing to have mid-rise opportunities elsewhere in urban mix areas. So if we don't show the local nodes, anyone who wants to do a mid-rise development and wants to propose it somewhere might reasonably say, well, I think this is a local node.
But wouldn't they have to demonstrate contextual, like if it was a block of single detached housing and they said, here is a local node, I don't think that fits the language of the policy.
Sure, so we do have city plan, the description of local nodes in city plan to go
Well, and also
on.
district plans.
And also district plans. However, I think that it would leave a lot up to interpretation from the applicant. And I mean, if you're doing a mid-rise building, you can provide, say, shops at the ground floor, and you could make the argument that because they're commercial opportunities, this is how the local node starts in this location. I think it leaves a lot up to the applicant to define what is a local node. And I think if they have a big enough site, then they can say, look, I can create a local node out of nothing, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the language of the district policy is actually much clearer. I don't think it leaves too much room for interpretation, but I think that's an interesting consideration about, and I think that helps answer my question just in terms of the possibility of those amendments coming forward. So I'll wrap up there and go to Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, I think maybe this is just a question to Kent or Kim. I just want to make sure that district planning is not hindering our economic growth ambitions, particularly on the commercial side and the industrial side, because it is so important that we grow our tax base to reduce dependency on the residential property taxes, as much we have seen that dependency growing over the last decade or so, and we're losing our share of industrial and commercial development to the region.
Mr. Mayor, as a presentation from one of the speakers alluded to some opportunities to clarify language in the district plans, we are absolutely doing that to ensure there is clarity around those economic development opportunities, particularly south of 41st Avenue.
I'm just talking about it more broadly speaking.
Okay.
More broadly speaking, we have land in the northeast part of the city. We have other southeast part of the city. I just want to understand. I just need assurance that we are not whatever we're doing is not going to come back to us 2 years from now, 5 years from now, that we made this decision. Now we cannot grow economically.
Understood. And I would say district planning is supportive of our economic development growth, in addition to other work we're doing around our industrial land strategy.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for that. On the innovation corridors, how do they relate to economic growth? There's a reference to having certain innovation corridors within the districts. Can you speak to that? Or can anyone from administration speak to that?
Yeah, so the innovation corridor that's shown in the city plan is shown in the district plans. There are not accompanying policies for that area because we deemed it to be an economic development consideration rather than a land use policy consideration. So district plans are supportive of the type of development that the city plan describes in those areas, but does not offer additional policy guidance on the innovation corridor addressed there. More broadly speaking, the district plans are supportive of growth and development, including commercial opportunities within the nodes and corridors more broadly. And so in that way are supportive of economic development throughout those nodes and corridors.
So that's mixed use development, commercial on the first floor, or maybe second floor. Is that what that like? So what is? So just don't look. What is the innovation angle to that?
Yeah, the innovation, like Sean said, is really on the economic development side and looking at how transit connects our post-secondary institutions and our hospitals and along our mass transit. And so it's really that economic development and what is the opportunity to grow our economy and make those connections. So it's really not a land use consideration, it's more about economic development.
Okay, got it. Oh, my time hasn't started yet. Thank you for being so generous, Chair Stevenson. On the infrastructure requirement, we heard from infill idea folks, right? That even though there's capacity at a bigger level, EPCOR told us during the previous conversation, but on a site specific, there might be some challenges. Can you speak to that?
So, Mayor, yes. Maybe just quickly starting at the high level, we are working with EPCOR very closely. They have looked at all the district plans, the nodes and corridors and infrastructure that's needed to support that, and looking to prioritize where they would invest the infrastructure to really activate those nodes and corridors. But you're correct. There will be parcels outside of nodes and corridors or perhaps in nodes and corridors that don't have the servicing that they need. So over time, as neighborhoods are renewed and as the city invests in infrastructure, those areas will see that necessary servicing capacity. But in the meantime, where there is that gap, through development permit reviews, infrastructure assessments are done to determine what the infrastructure is needed, and if upgrades are required, then that is a developer cost to finish those requirements.
So we're not going to be subsidizing developers with the costs to upgrade the infrastructure, which I'm glad to hear that we are not.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I just want to focus on the motion on the floor. It's a lot of technical, very specific direction, and I'm not sure I understand fully what each of them does. So I'm just going to start at the top and then see where we get to. So I think I understand incorporating relevant content. So that means basically then rather than having the district policy be something that you have to flip to, each of the individual district plans would reference that in the same document. Does that seem like your understanding too?
That is our understanding. The district policy provides that common set of policies that are across all districts for all types of nodes and all corridors in the urban.
So it would just be duplicating the same information.
It would be duplicating it, yes. And then if an amendment is necessary for those elements that are citywide, we would have to amend those 15 times. So if there, yeah, and then we are really trying to achieve that equability across the city for those common elements. So whether it's public realm, even our district energy policies, and also have a home that we can apply those climate and resilient policies in the future. And so where they rest across the city, so that's why we kept it separate. So if there's a change, we only have to do that once, and it's equitable across the city, and we're not treating any district differently than any other one.
So you're not going to end up with, so with this direction, you could end up with, over time,
ARPs at a district level. So it could end up being prescriptive.
Okay, what about 2? So that's number 1. What about 2? 2 is adjusting the organization of the district plan content to maximize accessibility for users. Does that give you enough direction or understanding of what is wanted there?
I think so, yes.
Or were you already planning to do that anyway?
Yeah, we were already planning to do some of this.
Okay. Consolidating and simplifying map 6 land concept and map 7 nodes and corridors in the district plans to provide a single land use concept. What does that mean?
We'd have to have some discussions as a team to figure out what that means and what the consequences are of amalgamating some of that information. Like Sean mentioned earlier, our maps are very dense in terms of the information that's being provided, and so combining them makes it difficult. So we will be dropping off information, but that does achieve the flexibility that Councillor Stevenson mentioned she's trying to look for. But it is something that we will have to take back to the team to figure out how we can achieve that.
Okay, and then maybe on my next round, I'm just trying to get through all of them so I understand. Removing the node identifiers, I feel like I kind of heard through the conversation that there's some administration sees some risks with that direction. Is my understanding correct?
There's risks, but there's also benefits.
Can you walk me through it as a layperson here on the planning thing?
So the policy covers what they are, right? What a local node is and what the criteria would be. And then it is displayed graphically on maps. But across the city, there are a number of local nodes that perhaps haven't had a star indicator. So broad field work hasn't been done to identify every single local node potentially across the city.
Oh, so it can create a misalignment.
It could create a misunderstanding as opposed to just relying on the policy.
Okay, that helps with that. And then this one, I think you also had some cautions about with the removing the boundary. This is like that phase-in kind of thing. Is that what number 5 is? Removing the definitive graphical boundary indicating the node and corridor boundaries to ensure consistency with how the development transitions. What does that, what would you take away if this passes? What would that do?
Yeah, we'd have to take back to the team, but ultimately we'd be removing that solid line and just leaving behind the hatching. But we'd have to take it back for some certainty in terms of the project. But
you just remove the solid line and leave the coloring?
Or leave the hatching that we have.
What's the hatching?
Yeah. So cross lines.
Okay.
It depends on which map you're looking at.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
It does
that's
depend.
true.
Yeah.
We show them in a couple ways, but yeah, it would be removing the boundary line at the edge and just leaving the color in there.
Okay.
That's there right now.
This seems very, very, very.
I think
okay,
for someone.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I'm out of time. I'll come back for another round. I get maybe some other questions will be asked of the mover administration by others on the board, and I might come around again.
For the record, these are all very fair questions, and good to be working through them, so thank you. Councillor Tang.
Okay, well, maybe I'll just keep going with that line. First of all, is this too granular, too directive, too operational a little bit from a motion perspective? Or does it align with kind of whatever you're thinking of next steps?
At this point in the project, this is the kind of direction that we need from committee.
Okay.
And we need specific direction because this is our, we're at our final draft stage, so we need direction from committee and in terms of what they would like to see in our final drafts when we come to public hearing.
Okay.
I would just add that you did mention in this adjusting the organization of district plan contents to maximize accessibility for users. So we did overhaul the structure of the plans from direction last January, so even more precise direction on what that might look like would actually be very helpful. I mean, we are making usability improvements, but they might not reflect what the mover is looking for here.
Would the mover like to clarify what she means by this? And also, I'm also curious, do you feel like those particular points will address some of the concerns around map readability that came up a few times today?
Yes, yeah, I think that's certainly the intent. So I think a challenge that I have, or, I think one of the pieces is, looking at Central District, for example, when you look at map 6, it's yellow, it's primarily yellow. And so if someone looks at that and thinks, oh, I can do the same thing in the heart of Oliver that I can in Westmount, I think that creates some confusion. So then again, you can go to the next map and then see the nodes and corridors. But the idea is that potentially those could be aligned. So there's just sort of one-stop shop of like, what's happening? What does this generally look like? But sorry, you were specifically asking too about, the user. So I think what I found reading through some of the general policies is that some of the policies have a lot of relevance if you are writing a new NSP. Some of the policies have a lot of relevance if you are drafting a DC zone. Some of the policies are really relevant if you're a development officer deciding on a variance. Some of them are relevant if you are an investor looking to buy a property to build. So the idea is that right now you may have to read through 10 policies that aren't relevant to the question that you're asking or the information that you need. And the idea would just be that it would be a bit more user-focused.
Okay. Was that clear to you?
Yes and no, but so some of, because we've been through the discussion of amalgamating the district policy and district plans at a project level, we talked about it a lot. And what we're trying to achieve is that equability across the city for elements of the city plan that apply across the city. So corridors cross districts. So we need something that will be equitable, whether it's in Jasper Place or the Southeast. And then, so there's, sorry, can you repeat?
No, it's okay. I think maybe on the turn of the mover, she can further clarify some of this, because I do want to get to this last point about the advised level engagement. So we're now extending further engagement to do this work. Is that necessary? I mean, I feel like I heard some of that. In fact, I would say there's some differences even in perspectives on positions, even on the industry side of things. Can you just talk me through that last piece?
Yeah, that's the most difficult for us, because this is direction that we're getting from committee. It does not necessarily reflect what we're hearing, because what we're hearing from industry or from some stakeholders, not just industry, but some stakeholders, is that the nodes and corridors need to be bigger. What we're hearing from Edmontonians and through our community level engagement is that nodes and corridors need to be smaller. So given that this is direction from committee, it would be very difficult for us to go out to the community and say, give us feedback on this, because we don't know what we can do with that feedback in a genuine and meaningful way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the fact that we had 5-hour public speaking and you're telling me that you didn't necessarily hear anything new, I guess I question, even if we do go out, what new information, new perspectives are we going to generate? I'm open to always talking to people, right? But I think I kind of actually hesitate after hearing today's feedback. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Councillor Salvador, I don't know that you've had a turn yet.
Sure, yeah, thank you. Just looking to close the loop on one of the questions that was lingering that a few of the speakers raised, just around TOD development. And I'm just wondering, I guess the direction around allowing for higher intensity development would be embedded in the district policy. Is that my understanding? As opposed to, again, speakers were saying, why is it not shown on a map? But that would be embedded in the overall policy, correct?
Yeah, so the direction, I'd say that TOD shows up in the district plans in a number of ways. I mean, it's built right into the selection of the nodes and corridors that was done for the city plan, and is of course reflected in the district plan. There are a couple of stations in the city that are urban mix areas that aren't in a node or corridor. They're real outliers. We have policy that is supportive of development in those areas, just as the TOD guidelines are today. For clarity, we intend to repeal those TOD guidelines because we feel that their direction is fulfilled within the district plans and policy. And we can add some graphic representation of those development opportunities within the area-specific policies of the district plans if that could provide greater clarity where people are uncertain about those opportunities.
Okay, and maybe just and I'll use the Avonmore station as an example because that one was brought up a few times as a station that is not within a node or corridor that just has urban mix surrounding the station itself. Can you just clarify what would be expectations or what would be supported in terms of allowable intensity in an area like that is just urban mix but is within close proximity to a station?
Yep, so the urban mix policy says that within 400 meters of that station, we would support low-rise development along the arterial and collector roads. So there are both types of roadways right by that Avonmore station, so that's the kind of development that we would support. That's in line with what the TOD guidelines say about neighborhood station types. Is that clear? Did I answer your question?
Yeah, and that would be a height of 3 to 4 stories, correct?
Yeah, low-rise development is defined as 4-story development. So we'd be talking about, say, the RM zone at a height of 16, could also be some other zones that allow for that, like MUN, etc., RSM.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for that piece. And then just one final question, just around, I'll say, the longevity of the district plans as they're presented today, recognizing that this does take us to 1.25 million. Of course, our growth rates are pretty substantial. And by my estimate, I mean, we're going to be hitting that in less than 5 years. What does that mean for the longevity of the plans themselves? Like, would this mean that we're going to be undertaking a major review in quick succession?
Councillor Salvador, no. The intention is not that they would be comprehensively reviewed at 1.25 million. They would be every year monitored and have district level monitoring of how each of the districts is growing and if adjustments need to be made. And we would also see the incremental refinement of addition of perhaps there would be some climate actions at the district scale that are inserted over time. Similarly, we are doing a comprehensive open space and park assessment at the district level. That could be inserted over time. So the intent is to keep them fresh and not have major review cycles. We feel confident that with showing the 2 million boundary for nodes and corridors, we don't need to be quite as reactionary in comprehensive reviews, but rather regular refinement based on monitoring.
Okay, excellent. I think that is it from me. This motion looks good as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, so just want to understand if this motion passes, would it mean administration coming back to the urban planning committee again? Or would it mean, go do this work, engage with the public, but come back as scheduled for bylaw?
I'll pretend that you're asking the mover.
Okay, I'm asking both of you. I'll start with you.
Sure. The intent is to go to public hearing rather than another committee check-in. I understand that committee is not able to direct that something go to public hearing. So the advice from clerks is that we can, with this wording, it is referred back to administration, and then administration determines the path forward, which could include bringing it to public hearing as a next step. I don't know about the timeline, though. That would certainly be to administration.
Yeah, maybe to administration, then how do you see this, if this passes? Would you be obligated coming back to the urban planning committee? Because I'm concerned, like if this increases the timeline for you to come back for as you have scheduled to bring forward the bylaw, that raises red flags for me. So I just want to understand from your point of view, would you be required to come back to urban planning, or would you be able to incorporate this into the bylaw?
So Mayor Sohi, we would look to incorporate this into a bylaw to bring to public hearing and not have another check-in back with committee. But it would be important to note that the work listed in this motion would mean we would not be coming back to a spring public hearing. It would likely be a fall or early winter 2024 public hearing. So this work would amount to several month delay.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. So that's a cause for concern. We've been already, I think, about 2 years behind on, am I right, on this, right? Or
there was a couple of extensions, at least a year, to do more engagement, correct?
yeah. And I know there's 7 parts to this this motion, and we are about 9 hours into the meeting, and there's a lot of technical stuff here. So I would need administration's advice for me to formulate my position. I even though understand, like I think number 1, number 2, I understand, right? And tell me in 2 minutes that are remaining, out of the 7, what are the most concern you have on which are the most concerning ones?
Mr. Mayor,
Could further delay,
yeah,
or cause you go against what you have already heard from public.
I think the engagement component of the motion does add time to plan and to conduct the engagement. So certainly that would be a piece that adds to the number. Sorry, I got to put my glasses on. Number 7, yeah. Sorry. And the work associated with putting the general district policy into each district plan. I'd look to the team for feedback on that one if that is what would take more time.
I think sorry, and it is number 6, that's the engagement, but I think the one that would take the most time for us is the engagement and then the amalgamation of map 6 and 7, because that is technical and it's across each of the 15 districts. So that's 30 maps that we have to look at and try to figure out how we execute that component. And then Sean?
I would just add some concern about number 1. Like we've said, we've talked a lot about how to organize the district plan and district policy. I just point out that even if the district policy was incorporated into each plan, you still have to flip through information. There's no end of flipping, no matter how you structure it. I mean, right now, people look across residential infill guidelines, transit-oriented development guidelines, ARPs, overlays, zoning bylaw to try and get answers to questions about development. If all of the information were in a single document 15 times, people still need to move across pages to find information. So concerned that if we did that, we might not get the outcome committee is looking for.
Okay, I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I was going to propose an amendment, but then as the questions for Mayor Sohi just went through, I would pretty much amend everything to be removed except for adjusting and organizing of the district plans to maximize accessibility of users, which is already something administration is committed to doing, even if this is received for information. So I guess to the mover, what benefits come out of doing this?
Sure. So
in your mind.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think, so the idea of having things in a single document, what I do think is gained, so something that administration has just highlighted is the challenge of going between various different documents. If each district plan was self-contained, what that would allow is that as you're reading through the policy and it says local node, you could click on a hyperlink that would then take you to the relevant district policy that talks about local nodes. When they are in two separate documents, you don't have that functionality. I think that if there's a way, I mean, I can ask a question of administration about there's maybe a middle ground, but
like, are we jumping too ahead because they did say that like come 2024, I think 2025, there is intentionality to have that interactive map, which is probably filling some of the gap, but you can have these base maps in a stagnant document and still create that interactive map, correct? To administration first.
Yes, correct.
yeah, and so I think that there could be a way forward in the interim that provides some clarity. I actually would have guessed that the thing that would take the most time would be number 2, to be honest. So I mean, it's interesting to hear that commentary. I think the one with local nodes, and so 4 and 5, I think it will save us a lot of amendments and a lot of, I think it will avoid misunderstandings and expectations from members of the community, from members of the public.
Okay. So just again, number 5 was just removing lines.
Yep.
Right, and keeping the color. There's still a lot of text, right? So I had the same tension, right, with the district planning. Like, and we talked about it when I was at the Inglewood event around, along St. Albert Trail, you've got Sherbrooke and Dovercourt, which are technically not on a node, but there's a line that says on major arterials that, there would be ability. But I had asked you the question at the time of should we add gradient color there so that it's more clear. So I guess for me, what has administration already grappled with around some of these, what's in a text versus what is visualized in the map?
We have had the same conversation that you're having in terms of what we should map and what we should provide in words. And we've really tried to strike that balance to have that flexibility and nimbleness to respond to the market and to opportunities, but is also trying to provide that certainty and clarity to community. And so we've talked about the gradient line. We even tried to do that with our initial drafts. But we've put forward the best product that we think that serves Edmontonians for all the purposes of development, as well as providing information to community, and this is where we've landed.
Okay. I mean, I don't know if I will support the motion in its totality, but I'll at least make a motion to strike 1, 4, and 6.
That is not friendly, so
Yeah, I said a motion.
We can put that, I mean, most of it, we can vote on it one by one.
Yeah.
But if we could get those as separate motions, separate amendments, or we can do it as one amendment and we can vote on each one separately.
I'm making that, I'm making that amendment because, and if you'll give, I guess I have a couple minutes to introduce my.
Please.
So
can you say it again, Councillor, with what 1, 4, and 6?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I chose, like I said, I don't love some of the other ones in here, but those, when I was talking to administration, definitely number 1, I think has some major impacts in terms of that over time there could be some unintended consequences of creating confusion with having to amend 15 different things and not making sure that there is that equity piece, that we don't create uniqueness in one district around, like, let's say, historical preservation or environment, that we're not also expanding to other areas and other districts. Number 4, oh, I don't know where the thing went that had the list. Number 4 was around the local nodes, and what I heard was that, no, wait, was it number 4? What? I think I mixed up 4 and 5, actually. This is where we're at in this conversation. No. Oh, it was number 3 I meant to take out, not number 4. Sorry. That's so consolidating and simplifying the 2 maps. I just feel like that can be done at a different stage, at a later stage. So it's supposed to be number 1, 3, and 6. And then 6, again, I think we've all had some conversation about that. I think we also have a robust public hearing process that will happen when these come back. So I'm comfortable with that being removed. Those are my thoughts.
Great.
So just to clarify with the clerk, you've got 1, 3, and 6, not 1, 4, and 6. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Well, that was a great introduction. Did you have any, oh, that was at the end of your 5 minutes, yeah? Okay. I will just have a few quick questions. So yeah, I really appreciate the tension between having them all together, having them separate. And you know, I agree, if there's a way that if we delete number 1, if there's sort of a middle ground there, like one thought is, can they be approved as separate bylaws? So you have district policy and then you have the district plans, but just be presented in a single PDF until it's integrated into a different technology system?
We'd have to take that back and figure out if that's possible.
It's possible, yes, sorry to disagree with my boss, but yes, we can put both documents together into a combined PDF, perhaps with a disclaimer that it's not the official bylaw, but it's there for usability purposes.
Perfect, perfect.
Sorry, point of order.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
These are not the ones that I wanted. These are that are on this display. It was incorporating relevant content of the district plan into the district polity into each district plan, number 1. Number 3, consolidating and simplifying map 6 and 7. And then number 3 was the conducting advised level engagement. So just recognizing that none of the things that are displaying are what I was intending in my amendment.
We will fix that on the screen. What was displayed was how the motion would read if those items you mentioned were deleted, were removed from it, but we'll put the flip side up so that it reads out which ones you want to take out.
Okay, that is also helpful. Excellent. Okay, and so that's great. So if this amendment passes, you won't be directed to combine those, but you may still explore different ways of presenting the information.
Correct.
Excellent, great. Then, yep, I mean, no real further questions on the consolidating and simplifying the maps. And then just so I understand as well, so the technology solution that may be developed in the future, you could have those layers on simultaneously, right? Like you could be toggling layers.
That's the goal, but we're working through that with our colleagues.
Right. So that technology solution could achieve that objective, but it just avoids you having to do that technical work at this moment.
Correct, and it's, yes.
Okay, great. Then just in terms of, oh yeah, I think my question there too though is it a 1-for-1, like are all the areas that are hatched on map 6 the same as nodes and corridors, the colors on map 7?
That's correct. So the reason that these maps are separate, if you permit me getting very technical here, is that nodes and corridors can be urban mix, they can be commercial, industrial, they can have parks, like they can have a number of different things. They almost act more like an overlay. So the reason they're separate is by coloring in the nodes and corridors on the land use map, you lose information about what is the land use of within that node and corridor area. That's the reason why they're separate right now. So consolidating them we'd have to find a way to still be able to communicate what is the land use underneath that node and corridor, because they exist both in industrial areas and in other areas.
Yeah, and I guess the value, because again, I think what's hard is that you have to go back and forth and see exactly where a parcel is to determine, you might know the land use generally and the district, but not be able to identify, but the maps, the technology solution would achieve that.
Yes, and I just add the technology solution might not be we can't do anything until we can do everything. There's a possibility. The nodes and corridors layer is perhaps the most important, or the layer that most people want to know and reference.
Right.
So we can look into the possibility of getting that layer available so someone can search their property and get an immediate answer as to whether they're in what type of node and corridor. We can look into those types of improvements before waiting for the whole deal of technology improvements.
Sure, and then, really appreciate the conversation and points around another round of engagement and, raising expectations, causing frustration. To be honest, in my mind, I was thinking of just sending folks the revised draft before it's on a public hearing agenda.
Maybe Councillor Stevenson, I could offer, we could look at how we could release the information sooner than the public hearing typical agenda release. That could be a way to allow more time for community engagement. Now, we haven't mapped out level of effort to make the changes depending on the outcome of the motion, but certainly that's another way we can share information with Edmontonians.
Sure, and I think I would just flag, the only thing about doing it within the formality of the public hearing is it shuts down any conversations that we can have once they're posted as an official agenda versus just information on a website prior to them being on a public hearing agenda.
We're always available to talk and answer questions even when an agenda is posted.
But we are not.
Understood.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Sohi?
Yes. So, Councillor Rutherford's amendment removes 1, incorporating relevant content, 2, consolidating and simplifying map 6 and map 7, and conducting advice level engagement from the above changes. So if Councillor Rutherford's amendment is passed, then you will be able to adhere to the timelines that you have previously stated to bring forward the bylaw.
We believe we can account for the remaining changes, but we have to sort of take back the level of effort and see. We may need to adjust slightly, but our goal will certainly be to meet the May public hearing target. But we may need to adjust, just assessing the level of effort to make the changes or make the updates.
Okay.
Definitely,
so,
we want to advance this work prior to the summer break to a public hearing.
So, I think 1 week here and there is one thing, but a few months here and there is a different thing. So I just want to get a sense from you on the possible delay.
Mayor Sohi, we can do it. We will we'll attain that public hearing in May date with the motion on the floor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you for that. That's all.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. That was a great clarification. I think we're ready. I'm not seeing any other questions, so I think we're prepared. Okay, Councillor Tang?
Just a quick one. I feel like one of the things that we heard a lot about too is kind of like how many blocks wide is a corridor. Maybe you can walk me through if we keep that number, oh my God, number 5, by keeping it in the motion, we remove. So just, if you can just explain that to me, like, would that be clear or unclear?
The direction to administration is clear?
No, sorry, to, clear to the public.
We, in our
boundaries,
communication,
yeah.
in our communication of the changes that are made prior to, or to get to public hearing, we would communicate that that direction, A, came from committee, but B, what the intention is behind it. So we would try to be as clear as we can with the policy through our refinements and the readability to communicate what that impact is to the directions of the plan.
Right, I'm glad that's your plan, but I feel like one of the challenge so far, whether through email or through comments today, is like, okay, is it 1 block? Is it 3 blocks? And if we remove some of those boundary piece that defines how big or wide, doesn't it create more uncertainty for whether you're a resident in that neighborhood or an applicant, and doesn't this stimulate some more dispute?
Potentially. So we have heard that, and that was stated today, that there's a lot of tension around clarity. Some folks want very defined clarity of where the line is. Others do not. Perhaps what might give comfort is the policy talks about transition. So the policy indicates that that line is fuzzy and is flexible. And so I think this motion is suggesting of reconciling the mapping with the policy intent that there is a transition expected.
Yeah, I guess just like in all these efforts with the city plan, zoning bylaw renewal, district plan, maybe I missed something that I had thought we were working towards greater clarity and consistency. We may not agree, right, with some of the definition, but at least we know what the definition is rather than simply it's fuzzy.
I think this was the tension we were talking about earlier around certainty and flexibility. And, you know, city building is complex and it's like a puzzle. And there are going to be areas where, you know, we have development on a corridor over the course of 3 lots, but there's a 4th lot and the line was on the 3rd lot. So does that trigger a district plan amendment? And so I guess I'll call it a fuzzy line, provides a bit of flexibility in how the policy would be applied in that scenario.
Okay.
If that's helpful.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go, he's not on the list, but to Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson, and my apologies for not being able to join. I was just at a community event I had to attend. So I'm going to try not to ask repeat questions. I'm hearing a sense from what I've even just listened to about not including engagement, and maybe I'll ask about that broadly. This ties maybe into Councillor Tang's questions, which I don't think have been asked from what I've heard so far. Is when we're looking at those corridors, and one of the things I'm curious about, and so I'm going to go specific as an example, is that, you know, we heard from residents in Glenora around the size of the corridor there, and yet I look at the corridor just to the west where the LRT continues along 156th Street, and that is a block. Sorry, it's not even a block wide. It's a single lot, and yet for Stony Plain Road we have 3 blocks. And I guess I wanted to start by asking why. You know, I get that 156 has been defined as a secondary, but it feels like it's been very rigid, and I'm worried there isn't that flexibility. I'm hearing desire for flexibility, but if we're only going to go along 156 and 3 blocks on Plain Road, even though they both have the LRT, does that not allow for some creativity where maybe we have a wider corridor on 156th Street, and you don't need quite as wide corridor on Plain Road?
So I think the difference that you're seeing there is the primary and secondary corridor and the direction that we're taking from the city plan in terms of the widths that those corridors should be. where a primary corridor in the city plan is described as anywhere from 2 to 5 blocks, and secondary corridors are 1 to 3. So we've taken, we're showing that as for all primary corridors across the city, anywhere from 2 to 4 blocks for primary corridors, and secondary corridors, we're pretty close to a block. So it's the direction from the city plan, that difference that you're seeing in those two areas.
And I appreciate that, and this is something I flagged when the city plan first came forward, and was told that there might be an opportunity, I think, to have a bit more flexibility, because I feel like, so I look at the entire Valley Line West corridor, and regardless of whether something's primary or secondary, it feels like it should be treated with a generally similar lens. But with how this draft is, it's sort of, you go from one I'm using extreme in an incorrect way, but I just think of a better word right now, but essentially from one extreme, which is that 2 to 4 block, or in the case of a lot of Stony Road 3 block, to, and the last I checked the district plan on 156th Street, I don't even think it's a block. I think it's a lot. I might have missed it, but I'm pretty sure it's only a lot deep. So I guess I wanted to get a sense of, do we need to, as part of that comment around flexibility, allow you to have some flexibility in how you distribute that? Because I'm not sure from a land use perspective it makes sense to concentrate the almost exclusively most of the density in the west end along Stony Plain Road, and then the rest of the secondary corridors don't have very much at all. I mean, it's really no different than what currently allowed today.
Could I just add that on 156th Street, which is a secondary corridor, the station that is sort of in the middle of that corridor, yes, is in a secondary corridor, which it welcomes mid-rise development. But as discussed before, the areas that extend off into the neighborhoods on collector roads from that station, we also support the development of low-rise, which is in keeping with the neighborhood station area type that was in the TOD plan. So I guess what I'm saying is that it isn't that there are only development opportunities within the corridor. There are other development opportunities for multifamily development in proximity to that station.
Which maybe raises a, oh wait, okay, I think I'm still good on time, because I think, and you might hear folks from Glenora say, well, that was also defined as the neighborhood station beside Vice or Pies. And so if we're using that sort of thinking, I guess so maybe I can first correct it, because I don't have the full screen in front of me. Is 156th Street, besides what you've just shared, showing only as one lot, essentially just on the main road? Am I correct on that?
I think it's half a block.
Half a block?
On each side, so the equivalent of 1 block for the corridor.
But is that just going to the alley, or does that even encompass the essentially the next residential street over? Because I didn't think it did.
I think it's the alley.
Okay, I'm out of time, but I might need to follow up set of questions because of that.
Sure. Well, I could follow up on that thread, because I think it's an interesting question. So I think, again, another piece on the technology, which I hope is possible, is to have a satellite image behind as well. Appreciating it would be very hard to have on these maps, but just to locate ourselves, it does seem to me that as the corridor passes through Glenora, it is generally 1 block on either side. I think there's one point where it's maybe 1.5 blocks, just because it is a sloping road, but it seems that it is generally a block on either side. I think that the challenge is that the blocks are north-south blocks, and along 156th Street, they're east-west blocks. I do sort of have a similar question to Councillor Knack. So what struck me is that 142nd, 149th, and 156th all have the same widths to the corridors, which to me seems to suggest that the LRT is not having an influence over the boundary of that corridor on 156th Street. So I think what I'm hearing is that around the station, there is still that flexibility, but for the corridor as a whole, it's treated the same as any other secondary corridor despite having mass transit on it and being closer to those mass transit stations as a result.
Yeah, there is a bit more land included within the secondary corridor right by that station at 95th Avenue and 156th Street. So most of the secondary corridors, you see them going one parcel in sort of up to the alley. In this case, it extends the full block on either side, and that's reflecting both the
Sorry,
presence
not
of the
the
station.
full block, just to the, at 95th Street.
At 95th Avenue and 156th Street, the corridor is a bit wider. That reflects both that the station, the presence of the station, as well as what the land use is there right now.
So then just for my understanding, so if there was, so on 156th Street, let's say at 92nd Avenue, we have the alleyway, and then we have a single detached home, and sorry, on the east side, there's an alley, I think it was a former gas station on that site, then there's a single detached home after the alleyway. What would be the planning guidance for the development possibility of that lot where the single detached home is?
So the guidance given in the district policy is that within the secondary corridor, meaning fronting on to 156th Street, that mid-rise development would be supported, and that we can transition from mid-rise development down towards small-scale development with something on the outside of that corridor or along the edge of that corridor. So that could be low-rise, it could be stacked row housing or something of that nature.
Okay, so then going back to the fact that, again, maybe that former gas station, actually I think it has redeveloped, but anyway, let's say it hadn't redeveloped. It didn't have a mid-rise, so it was just an empty field. And let's say those 3 lots are consolidated and someone came in for, previously known as RA7, a 4-story. What I guess I'm asking is there's nothing to transition to yet, right? The 6-story hasn't been built.
Yeah, so that is really part of the flexibility that we felt like was appropriate to have in these district plans.
Yeah.
I mean, over time, as you have some larger development, the function, what should happen on the other side of it will become much clearer.
But what happens before you have the larger development, recognizing that sometimes smaller projects can happen sooner?
Yeah, so I think that's where the policy needs to leave us the freedom to exercise some discretion about the context of that site in order to make a recommendation. So really that is why the transition policy isn't mapped into a line that says 4 stories here, for example, because we think it really does depend on the site in question and requires that context in order to make a recommendation on a site-by-site basis.
And I hear that. I think my concern is that if I was a neighbor to that site and in the plan saw there's this corridor that goes to the alleyway, after the alleyway is yellow or it's blank on the nodes and corridors. Like, I think that's just where that tension is really going to come out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the plans are trying to direct development to the nodes and the corridors. Just as a point of reference, if you want to build a mid-rise building in the city of Edmonton, there's 1,200 hectares of secondary corridor land and another 1,200 hectares of developable primary corridor land that is supportive of that kind of development. If you want to make a play at the margins of that corridor, I think that you do assume some additional risk. There is some more uncertainty about a development in those cases. I think that's the plan functioning as it's intended.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Knack next.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So, I guess I'm still struggling a bit because I appreciate right around 95th Ave there's a little more. I was able to pull it up on my phone here, but most of one street is what I will consider one lot to the alley and all the homes street. So it is truly one lot. You call it half a block, but I think I would argue it's a single lot. Which, if you look at our thing, and I think one would argue the last couple of decades, that's generally how we've approached it, which is that you only go alley, you don't even go beyond that. So I'm worried we're missing the mark in areas where it could support far more. And I pick on 156 because I live on it, and I'm surprised that in proximity to a node like Mall, a mass transit route, that as an example, we're not allowing for more there. And in return, we've focused all of the development in the West End, I'm using as an example, on a single corridor that doesn't even all have the LRT, because at 156th Street West, it no longer has the LRT, and yet we still use the same 3-block approach. So part of why I was a little concerned about the notion of removing engagement is how, if we want to address that, which I feel like I would like to, how do we do that if we don't have a little bit more time to work on things?
Councillor Knack, I'll start and pass it to the team to add. I think what you're providing is some feedback around the development opportunities through those secondary corridors like 142, 149, 156, and the opportunity to increase the development opportunities through those corridors. And what I would say is that where we are today and how we monitor growth and development through our growth monitoring, we may reflect, at a 1.25 or 1.5 million population growth that we need to expand those corridors because there's a demand or an interest to continue to develop even further than what we've identified here. So there is opportunity in the future to expand those secondary corridors or the width of the secondary corridors. And I'll just look to the team if they want to add to that. That's all.
Okay, yeah, I hear that, and I guess, but then I'm actually worried that we're not, I'd hate to have to wait that long, I guess, to have that, and at the same, because if I'm looking at the West End, there's only really one new development location, and that's Stony Plain Road with a larger corridor, because all of the other secondary corridors are no different, other than our zoning bylaw allows for a slightly higher building on an arterial road, but you can't even go further in. And so, even in terms of trying to provide a diversity of housing choice in all communities, I don't think we get there under the current design. And I am worried that's not that for me. There's a lot I love about the district plans. I'm really worried about that how rigid it seems like we've been. This is the primary corridor, and these are the secondary corridors, and there shall be no flexibility to think about them differently because this is secondary, this is primary. And if nothing changes, if this motion passes, that doesn't change, and we actually, I think, underdevelop West End and arguably overdevelop one single corridor in the West End. So I guess I'd love some thoughts on that, and because I am worried about that.
Councillor Knack, I would suggest that one thing is important to keep in mind is that we are not limiting development opportunities to strictly within the nodes and corridors boundaries. The secondary corridors support mid-rise development. We're talking 5 to 8 story buildings, but there still is opportunity through transition policy to do things like low-rise or stacked town housing. Even within the RS zone, there's opportunity for multifamily housing in a variety of different forms. So there's a lot of development opportunity out there in the West End for changes to happen, for more people to come in, including people in apartments inside of neighborhoods. The local nodes also support additional development opportunity for multifamily development within neighborhoods as well. And the last thing go ahead.
Yeah. So I guess that my quick last question is, if you wanted to live in a 5 to 8 story building that's not on an arterial road in the West End, under these district plans, I think the only spot that occurs is in Glenora and Grosvenor. Is that because with the way the draft currently shows, I don't see how anyone wanting to live in that can live interior to a community.
Okay.
I guess I'm out of time, sorry.
Sure, that's okay. I mean, I will go next. I'd be happy to hear an answer to that.
There are also the local nodes. 3 of them are identified in the Jasper Place district plan. Local nodes can accommodate mid-rise buildings when the site context is appropriate. And then I would also remind Councillor that there is also part of a major node and a district node in the Jasper Place district plan as well, which offer the opportunity for taller buildings.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I think Councillor Knack's questions are a good starting point for another question that I had. We're getting wildly away from the amendment on the floor, but I will just ask it because I think that's where the conversation we're having. Just looking at the map, so really appreciate since our last committee meeting the addition of the sort of vision at 2 million. Like I would note, I think maybe where I'm feeling a tension between sort of the answers that I'm getting, which is that, you know, there's a bit more flexibility, there's sort of site-by-site consideration that's possible along secondary corridors. When I look at the 2 million mark, like that, we don't see that, right? Like what is shown as developed is still just sort of to the laneway on 156th Street. So that might be a first question. And the real question I have around the 2 million mark is why we've indicated explicitly that they shouldn't be used for decision making. Because I think that was part of the intent in terms of having that longer view to help inform decisions today.
They're not being used for decision making just because of the level of detail that's provided, and they're for illustrative purposes. When we were when we did our last round of engagement last fall, we definitely heard from Edmontonians that it was really hard to conceptualize what it meant to be in a node and corridor and what it means to be at 2 million in our growth. And so that is what that is trying to show in terms of our nodes and corridors and growth, as well as that that opportunity for growth within the urban mix as well.
Right, so then I guess then I'm not understanding the answers we just heard, because in the 2 million, like I'm not seeing that fuzziness or that possibility outside the delineated corridor. That's not what's illustrated in the 2 million map.
We can take that away as part of the feedback that we're hearing.
Okay, great. I'm not sure, I know Councillor Knack was having trouble signing in, so I'll put it out if you had any further questions before we vote on the amendment. Councillor Knack? Okay. Oh,
no
there we go.
further questions. I would speak to it, sorry, if there's opportunity.
Okay, great. Well, let's take a moment to speak to it. You can go first. No one else has signed up yet. We're getting footloose and fancy free at committee here at 7:44 p.m.
Well then, thank you. And again, my apologies for not being here for the entire conversation. It's an important one, but I had to equally distribute time for one of the neighborhoods in the West End where we were talking about this issue. So I appreciate that while I haven't listened to the entire conversation, I understand that sort of, I think through the passing of this motion, whether amended or not, but in particular if amended, generally will retain the timelines we were looking at. And while I think there were some challenging comments from some of the speakers where I'm not sure that for some people any delay would make any real meaningful improvement for some folks. I gave some of these examples in the West End because I actually think we are setting ourselves up to underdevelop in a number of areas, including the Jasper Place district, which I'll focus most of my attention on, along with the Central, which includes 2 of the neighborhoods I represent. I mentioned just through questions that, you know, part of what we've been trying to do is provide more housing choice and not exclusively keep that in the exterior of the community. And I think if these plans come back generally the same as what they are right now, we're going to create a situation where 5 to 8 story apartment buildings are only allowable on the arterial road or within primarily two communities in the West End, Grosvenor and Glenora. And while I would love to have those housing options in those communities as well, I also want to be realistic that there's a caveat that exists in one of those two communities that restricts anything beyond single family homes, and I would also suggest, while not always a relevant land use, we're not in a public hearing, I'll talk about the fact that one of the two communities has significantly higher land values, which even if there wasn't a caveat, would often make that style of development very hard financially to make happen for residents. And so if we're looking to provide more and attainable housing choices in all communities, I actually don't think we're where we need to be. And so I am worried about pulling out, or I'm worried about really sort of holding firm to the timeline that we're on, because I actually think we're underbuilding. And so appreciate I didn't get a chance to listen to all of the questions that I know you would have asked about the timelines, about why we should or shouldn't extend it. And I will, commit to going back to listen to that as well. But I would like to see more time, and in the interim, not to squeeze rezoning applications or stop anything else. We have the city plan as our guiding document. It's quite clear. But I think we're going to be missing out. So I am worried, and I just wanted to say that out loud. And I appreciate whatever committee will decide. But if we're looking to actually implement the city plan and make sure it applies across most communities, I can give, using just the West End as an example, I don't think we're actually there yet, and I don't think we're going to accomplish what we're hoping to achieve in the city plan if nothing changes today. So I'll leave it there and just recommend that, appreciate it. Even if this motion passes, I still think the original timelines probably hold firm, but would love to see some more time spent to expand the secondary corridors, at least the one where we're going to have mass transit, because even the major nodes that were flagged one is on the Misericordia Hospital site, which realistically not going to be a massive residential development anytime soon. The other one is already a site that's planned for future development, but we don't have enough nodes to get, I think, the density and the housing choice we're looking for. So thanks for indulging me. Thanks for letting me join and ask some of these questions, but I would really like to see us spend a little more time to do more as per the city plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. I'll just speak very briefly. I really appreciate the amendments. To be honest, I know how detailed the direction is at this point. I think this is just ensuring that we do have clarity in terms of expectations from our last committee meeting to where we are now. I think that the recommended deletions of 1 and 3, what I'm hearing and understanding is that these opportunities can be addressed through a technology fix that can help with that communication and clarity and just ease of use for the documents. So certainly appreciate that that the solutions to those are coming and don't necessarily need to be delivered in this exact way. And if that helps maintain timelines, very happy to see that. Yeah, I sense the tension around engagement. I think I really take administration's advice just in terms of not wanting to hold engagement that maybe even causes more frustration, that creates less trust in the process. I think that's really important. My intent would certainly not be to go back and reduce opportunities further. And I think that by and large, that's what I was hearing was the desire. So I appreciate that being put on the floor. So that's all I'll say, I guess, just for this specific amendment, but appreciate the amender, appreciate the conversation and administration's indulgence in this conversation. Mayor Sohi, over to you.
Yeah, this is a very interesting conversation that, we're getting close to, I think, our end time as well, but in an hour or so. I really, I want to commend administration for giving us a good advice on the motion, as they always do, and I heed their advice. So I will be supporting the amendment from Councillor Rutherford, because it's very important that we maintain the timelines that that we have set for the bylaw. No, as we heard during the zoning bylaw renewal conversation, these are living documents, and there'll be many opportunities for refinements and further discussions. But we need to have something in place, and I think further delays or anything that causes further delays causes red flags for me, right? So that's the reason that I think these are good deletions from Councillor Stevenson's motion that Councillor Rutherford has suggested. So with that, I'll just stop here.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Rutherford to close.
No, I think I explained the justification for these in my opening, and yeah, that's all. I have nothing further.
Great, thank you. I've just seen a request for us to vote on these each separately. So if Clerks is able to accommodate that, we will proceed on that basis. So
And I can't vote through eScribe, so I don't know what the reason, but I'll vote verbally.
thank you, Mayor Sohi. So we will vote on the first part, which is deleting incorporating relevant content from the district policy into each of the district plans, so that each district plan is self-contained without the need for a separate district policy document. And when that's up and Clerks is ready, I will ask you to vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. We'll now vote on deletion number 2, which is striking the consolidation of maps 6 and 7. Please vote at the appropriate time.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We're just getting that vote sent out now. We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. And the third deletion, which is advised level engagement. Please vote at the appropriate time.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. So we are back to the as now amended motion. I'm not sure if there are any further questions at this point, or if we may be ready to speak to this last part. If anyone online wanted to sign up to indicate that they have questions, otherwise we will go just to speak to. Knowing that some have some technical difficulties, I will just give an additional pause, reach out however you can. Oh, who is? Oh, Mayor Sohi, did you have some questions?
No, I just want to say that I just want to briefly speak to this.
Please.
I'm supporting this with full understanding, as Kent has stated in his earlier remarks, that this is not going to delay the timelines for the bylaw to come to council. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I guess we are speaking to Councillor Rutherford. Okay, moved, it is, but still moved by me. So Councillor Rutherford, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I just want to say I know we're still moving forward on that timeline, and there is always that tension. But I think, you know, again, I really truly believe in the democratic process and public hearing, and I think that with these changes, it is ready for a broader council, not just committee debate, and an opportunity for the public hearing process to commence. So that's why I will be supporting this motion on the floor. And thank you, administration, and everyone that's worked on this for your work through many years on this project. So thank you so much. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you. I'm just going to slow roll this a bit just to ensure that everyone who wishes to has an opportunity to speak. If any others online were hoping to, please feel free to put it in the chat, to raise your hand, to just speak up. Going once, going twice. Okay, I will speak to close. Well, thank you. We're at the end of a long day, and for you, at the end of a very long, months-long, years-long process. First and foremost, just want to thank you for your patience and indulgence in this conversation. You know, I think the central tension that emerged today that is an ongoing pernicious one of planning as a whole is the question of flexible certainty. People wanting to have room to be context specific, to be situation specific, while also wanting clarity and certainty. And I think that desire for flexibility and certainty, you know, is maybe sometimes characterized among, you know, split between different groups that, you know, developers want all the flexibility, community wants all the certainty. But I don't know that that's entirely the case. I think certainty is just as important for folks who are looking to invest in our communities. They understand what they may be able to do on future properties. And I think flexibility is as important to communities as well, who, when we look at some of the developments that have happened, maybe don't exactly fit all the exact textbook definitions of what should be, have been really welcome amenities in a community. Like a little coffee shop that's maybe an aberration from a plan that might have been there, but has become a really beloved community amenity. So I think flexible certainty serves everyone, serves all stakeholders, as hard as it can be to sit in that gray area and that fuzzy space. I think the changes suggested here and the further work that we'll see prior to it coming to public hearing help ensure that expectations are appropriately managed, that there is, for me, the critical part of like no sense of betrayal, no sense of having been sold something or understood something through a plan that turns out not to be. That's my true hope, that these district plans as adjusted can provide an understanding and a shared understanding amongst all stakeholders about what our intentions are for the future. I do think that there is a continued opportunity to be bold, to think a little bit more about those transition areas, and for us as a city to be more comfortable with starting to break some of those barriers. I think, you know, going from a laneway to maybe half a block, you know, I think as was highlighted, we talk about housing options and housing choice, and I think that choice is also about potentially wanting to live in higher density, but not on a main road. That's a privilege that I have, living in a higher density area on you know, what is effectively a local road, and that is something that I value and hope that we can provide more opportunities for folks. So I will end it there. Encourage my colleagues to support this, and appreciation in advance for all the work that the team will be doing coming into the public hearing and at the public hearing process itself. So look forward to that further conversation. But thank you, and please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. That concludes item 7.1. We will now go, we have put off 7.2, so we'll go to 7.3. We'll have a brief presentation from administration and then go to our speakers. Just give a moment to get everyone set up. Actually, why don't we just officially take a 2-minute break, recess, so we can get up. Okay, I will bring us back to order. Just do a quick roll call to ensure we have quorum. Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel.
Hi there.
Great, we are ready to roll. Over to you.
Thank you very much and good evening. We are here with you today with an information report to discuss a new approach for securing a new revenue source for affordable housing through contributions made during the land development process. This work was triggered by a council motion in response to the repeal of a previous related city policy. I will now turn it over to Crystal Kujener, Director of Affordable Housing and Homelessness.
Good evening. Thanks, Jennifer. The City of Edmonton you can advance the slide, please. Thanks. The City of Edmonton established Policy C582, or Developer-Sponsored Affordable Housing, in 2006, and it was in place until 2021. This policy required developers of multi-unit condominium projects seeking enhanced development rights under the city's zoning bylaw, DC1 or DC2, to offer the city the option to purchase 5% of the units in the development at 85% of market value, or provide cash in lieu or a comparable public benefit. In the 15 years that this policy was in place, it resulted in the acquisition of 28 new units of affordable housing and $110,000 in cash in lieu added to the housing reserve. In 2018, the Office of the City Auditor conducted a review of the city's affordable housing programs and concluded that the developer-sponsored affordable housing program was not effective and recommended the program be reviewed. The review concluded that the program was ineffective due to the few overall units it created and that it was reliant on conditions of the broader economy. At that time, the local economy was not favorable for new condominium development. Some additional learnings from this review also included that the program had a very narrow scope, as the policy only applied to direct control zones with ownership tenure and did not apply to buildings built under other zoning or to rental properties. The per door costs of acquiring units this way was also not cost effective relative to other tools the city had at its disposal. Many of the units that were offered to the city were not well suited for the affordable housing program and resulted in over-subsidization. And this is because most DC applications are for higher cost projects, which put the focus on the program on the upper end of the near market segment of the affordable housing spectrum. This didn't align with target low-income households. The macroeconomic context during this period was also not conducive to a steady pipeline of multi-unit housing developments. The program resulted in considerable administrative effort for little gain. Next slide. The goals and objectives of this work are directly connected to the targets identified in the city plan. and in particular development of an inclusive and compassionate city where nobody is in core housing need and there is no chronic or episodic homelessness. This cannot be achieved without creating more affordable housing in Edmonton. This work is also aligned with the Affordable Housing Strategy, which has been recently updated to focus on increasing affordable housing across Edmonton. In addition, the Community Safety and Wellbeing Strategy identifies safe and stable affordable housing options as the key for creating safety and well-being through pathways out of poverty. Edmonton's renewed zoning bylaw advances the goals of Connect Edmonton. Oh, we're on the wrong slide, sorry. That's what Hanny's looking at. Could you go back one? With the, thanks Tracy. Excuse me, where was I? Edmonton's renewed zoning bylaw advances the goals of Connect Edmonton and policies of the city plan and will be a key municipal lever that supports more diverse and affordable housing throughout the city. The Affordable Housing Contributions Project proceeded adjacent to the work of the zoning bylaw renewal and will contribute to the city's aspirational target of having affordable housing throughout all Edmonton neighborhoods. At the same time that our team was in the process of reviewing Policy C582, a related provincial policy change also occurred. In December 2019, the Government of Alberta expanded authorities of Edmonton and Calgary to include inclusionary housing through the city charters. These powers were not in place at the time that the city's Policy 582 was developed. Inclusionary housing policies aim to leverage the private sector to create affordable housing options and incentivize developers to include a percentage of affordable housing units in new residential developments. Inclusionary policies can require developers to contribute dwelling units or land, or alternatively, they can contribute money in the place of dwelling units or land for the purpose of affordable housing. These new authorities increase the options available to the City of Edmonton and have been considered in responding to Council's motion to replace Policy C582 with something new. Next slide. A collaborative and robust engagement approach was undertaken to ensure that administration pursued as many opportunities to learn as possible in a generative and respectful way. The project has completed multiple phases of work thus far. Pre-engagement. In this phase, administration conducted initial engagement sessions with industry representatives and nonprofit housing providers to introduce the project approach and seek feedback on how they would like to be engaged, as well as any key considerations they recommended to be integrated into the project plan. This feedback was used to develop the engagement approach and the plan. Phase 1 was a learning and relationship building phase of the project, and these sessions focused on building a shared understanding of the affordable housing landscape in Edmonton. Phase 2 sessions focus on exploring and refining creative options for supporting affordable housing. Affordable housing providers were engaged to understand their experience with the development process and identify challenges. This information served to highlight potential areas for partnership with the development industry. Phase 3 of engagement focused on refining the options on the table and evaluating each of the options with an assessment of overall feasibility. And Phase 4 included engagement with the housing sector organizations from a GBA Plus perspective. This phase also solicited feedback from engagement participants on the What We Heard report and focused on an analysis of the engagement results and preparing this council report. Next slide. There were numerous inputs into this project. The City of Edmonton's Housing Needs Assessment provided information on areas of housing need in Edmonton by price point and size, which support targeted questions during the engagement process. Administration started with a broad scan that identified all of the various tools used in other jurisdictions. Several tools were dismissed due to their inability to implement in Edmonton for a variety of reasons, including they are already implemented, there's no mechanism available to implement them, they're unavailable at the moment, or that this would very likely be redundant or ineffective with the new zoning bylaw. The refined list then formed the basis for engagement on options with industry and affordable housing stakeholders. Engagement feedback has been another key input. And finally, the consultant's report and analysis will be a critical input to inform any replacement policy. Next slide. There were many participants in the engagement process as seen here. Participants included all umbrella industry organizations, other than the BOMA, who was invited to attend but declined to participate. Other umbrella organizations participated in at least a couple of the engagement sessions. We also engaged with affordable housing providers via the Shovel Ready Roundtable Committee, individual builders and developers, and City of Edmonton business units, in addition to EPCOR Water and EPCOR Drainage. In total, 27 meetings were held, 15 meetings with 37 external stakeholders, and 12 meetings with 17 internal City of Edmonton work units and EPCOR. Next slide. After extensive engagement with industry stakeholders and affordable housing providers to explore a replacement approach for Policy C582, 4 options emerged. These options include an affordable housing partnership program, an affordable housing investment fund, an inclusionary housing program, or an offsite levy. An affordable housing investment program could create formal opportunities for partnerships between the development industry and affordable housing providers. This could be structured in a variety of ways, from a roster of affordable housing providers requiring development expertise and developers willing to offer that expertise, to a more complex partnership program or coalition where numerous levels of government, affordable housing providers, and developers could come together to contribute their unique skills. If a more complex partnership program or coalition were to be pursued, developers would be responsible for capital construction, affordable housing providers would be responsible for operations once constructed, and the city would offer incentives and act as the coordinating body to convene partners and to make collective decisions about investments. The second option is an investment tool to fund additional development of housing units. This would be a funding tool that is dedicated to the development of affordable housing and seizing the opportunity to create a fund between government grants, fundraising contributions, and a traditional financing from banks and lenders. An affordable housing investment fund could offer grants or debt financing to developers of affordable housing units. This investment fund could also function as a revolving loan fund, and as projects are completed, the revenues and equity continue to grow, which in turn increases the value of the investment fund and the ability to provide more loans. The third option is an inclusionary housing program. Inclusionary housing is defined in the city charter as the provision of dwelling units or land or money in place of dwelling units or land for the purpose of affordable housing as a condition of subdivision approval or of being issued a development permit. It leverages the private sector to supplement affordable housing initiatives and must be implemented through the city's zoning bylaw. And the fourth tool is an offsite levy. Offsite levies can be used to finance all or part of the cost of affordable housing projects and can be implemented as a financial levy on developers. Offsite levies are implemented through bylaw, and the fee is imposed at the time of subdivision or development permit. Alternatively, the city can enter into an agreement where the developer constructs the project at their own expense and then contributes the asset to the city upon completion. Offsite levies are intended to pay for the cost of infrastructure required to support and service the needs of new development or redevelopment. Alberta and a number of other Canadian provinces enable municipalities to apply levies in acknowledgement of the costs of growth are significant for municipalities and place constraints on the use of existing revenue sources. Next slide. This slide provides an at-a-glance summary of the feedback we heard from various stakeholder groups and our consultant on the four options at a very high level. It's important to note that this is an overly simplified version of the feedback received. There were many opinions given, and none of the stakeholder groups spoke with a unified voice. This slide reflects the majority of voices within each stakeholder group for each of the options discussed, but please keep in mind that this is not a fulsome reflection of all the feedback provided. Anywhere on this slide where general support is indicated, the group was generally supportive with some hesitations, and some concerns indicates that the majority of the group expressed concerns that would need to be addressed in order to be able to support the option. Where some questions is indicated, the group could support it, but their support would be conditional on the exact configuration of the policy or if they were split in their support. There were some general concerns noted regarding the offsite levy and inclusionary housing program. Umbrella organizations, individual builders, and developers did not tend to feel that any additional changes could be absorbed into the cost of housing development and that this would increase the cost of housing as costs would be passed down to consumers. The consultant hired for this work, Enberry Lyons Consultants, emphasized that the degree to which the new levy or inclusionary housing program will impact the feasibility of new projects will be subject to the magnitude of change considered. They cautioned that any new levy or requirements should be considered within the cumulative picture of all fees and charges for a new development, and they recommended that neighborhood-level analysis be conducted. They also emphasized the need for a gradual phase-in period and a need to establish a way to monitor and review any new regulatory requirements should adjustments be required. The Affordable Housing Partnership Program received general support from all stakeholder groups and the consultant. While there were questions around what this might look like, there was a general sense that there could be benefit in formalizing opportunities for affordable housing providers and private builders and developers to work together. The Affordable Housing Investment Fund also received general support from umbrella organizations, builders and developers, and affordable housing providers. NBLC had some additional questions around the city's appetite for risk in real estate development, for example, that would need to be addressed before pursuing further. Next slide. Administration has not landed on a preferred option yet. All the options require further engagement with stakeholders and refinement to produce more specific parameters and program guidelines for each option. We welcome input from committee on the 4 options presented here today, including which options appear most promising and which raise concerns. Based on your feedback today, administration would like to continue to engage with stakeholders to further refine one or several of the options, and then come back to you once we have more precise policy and program recommendations. We also would like to advise council that since the presentation and report were drafted, there has been some emerging intergovernmental discussions that could also impact the inclusionary housing program options, and we recommend moving into private to share any further details, which would be confidential under FOIP Section 21 and 24 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Thank you. This concludes the presentation.
Great, thank you. I think a few procedural things. I think we will move to speakers first and then come back to conclude that conversation. Before we do so, I'd just like to ask my colleagues, just for some agenda management, that we move to postpone item 7.4 to the January 16th meeting. Just hoping for a quick vote on that, barring any questions or comments colleagues may have. No? Okay, let's take a quick vote on that.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Thank you. So just for the delegation on 7.4, the commingling of paratransit and on-demand services, we will get to your item when we reconvene in the new year. Thank you very much for staying with us this evening. We'll go now to our speakers. Thank you also for staying with us. So we have, I believe online, Laura Bruno.
Yep.
Hi. Adel Kodian.
Adel's really trying to get here. I don't know if we can circle back at the end of the panel if he's made it.
Yes, of course. Yep, no problem. I believe Kaylin Anderson is oh, you're already, look how fast you are. Great. Thank you, Nicholas Rubottom.
Yep, I'm still here.
Great. And I believe Jason Kuna is maybe still not able to.
No, he's not going to be here tonight.
Okay, not to worry. We will get started. Laura Bruno, over to you.
Great. Good evening, Urban Planning Committee and members of council. My name is Laura Bruno and I'm the CEO of the Canadian Home Builders Association Edmonton region. Our members are experts in the residential construction industry and responsible for 80% of the residential dwelling built in 2022. The members of CHBA pride themselves on creating places where Edmontonians live and thrive in communities that feel like home. They face the challenge of providing an adequate supply of high quality and safe homes for the rapid population increase our city is experiencing. Our continued success requires the preservation of housing affordability, both through rental and ownership. The more affordable housing in the market, the more people that can be housed. Expanding the supply of non-market homes is a very important discussion. However, implementing tools that will add cost burden on the people who will be investing in new homes is not the appropriate place for these costs. Off-site levies and inclusionary zoning are examples of tools that indirectly tax new home buyers, driving up the cost of housing, and in turn, these approaches put more people in a position where they're out of reach of attaining market-priced homes, both through ownership and rental. There are a lot of cost pressures for people today with mortgage qualifiers, inflation, interest rate increases, the cost of household goods, so making rent and paying the mortgage are becoming more challenging. Our collective goal should be to move more people up the housing spectrum towards market attainable housing and not the opposite. Everyone deserves to have a comfortable, safe shelter, and that matters to us. However, housing for all is a complex issue, and we need to better understand which part of the housing spectrum is being addressed, by whom, and what tangible results will be provided from any given course of action. The options provided to committee do not give us the clarity we need. City Council just approved a zoning bylaw that will do a great deal towards providing more variety in housing and new products that should lead to Edmonton maintaining its competitive advantage as a city where people can have a high quality of life at an affordable price. We recognize not all residents have the same access to housing. We don't want to see the level of housing security eroded by adding costs through levies or inclusionary zoning that are passed on to the consumer. There are some great examples of voluntary partnership programs that industry has participated in other municipalities that have made a major impact. The Resolve program in Calgary is just one example where partnership created positive results for the community. This program had a total of 9 partners as well as government support to provide 1,850 dwelling units of both affordable non-market and supportive housing for 3,000 vulnerable and homeless Calgarians. If committee and council are seeking options to moving a broader spectrum of housing ahead and providing more non-market options through voluntary partnerships and incentives, we are open to problem solving and providing our expertise to ensure such programs can advance successfully. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We'll go next to Ms. Anderson. Over to you.
Great, thank you very much. Good evening, members of Urban Planning Committee and City Council. My name is Kaylin Anderson, and I'm the CEO of the Urban Development Institute for the Edmonton Metro Region. Our industry is committed to attracting ongoing economic development and supporting Edmonton in its pursuit of building great neighborhoods that welcome new families and residents into attainable housing as our population grows. As we are all keenly aware, Canada is facing a widespread housing affordability crisis, and as such, our industry does not support the imposition of new levies, fees, charges, or delays that will inevitably increase the cost of housing for new homebuyers. Our focus as an industry is on maintaining market attainable housing for both rentals and ownership. Increased costs imposed by governments on the price of new home construction can erode affordability significantly for homebuyers and renters, thereby increasing the pressure downward along that housing affordability continuum. Keeping more households within market attainable housing is the best way to structurally reduce the growing need for affordable housing. Every action to promote this goal matters, and every single cost adds up. For example, in jurisdictions within Canada where inclusionary zoning has been deployed, the estimated impact on the price of a home ranges between an additional $25,000 to $60,000 per market unit. Further, it is often the most financially precarious new homeowners who make up the bulk of new real estate purchases for their households, a large proportion of whom are new arrivals to the city, province, and country. In other words, to subsidize some homes in this manner, the costs for everyone will go up. And this effect has been clearly demonstrated in other municipalities where inclusionary zoning and development charges have been deployed. Going forward, we do have some key recommendations to make. As one of the key drivers for market unaffordability is constrained land supply, our efforts should be focused on removing barriers such as regulatory burdens and additional levies and taxes to improve the overall affordability of housing in Edmonton, which includes non-market housing. Recognizing that the private sector is set up to deliver market goods in a timely and efficient manner in response to demand, and the public sector has the capacity to subsidize market goods via income redistribution mechanisms, such as income tax, through its orders of government, there may be opportunities for the private sector to work with nonprofit providers where they can profitably provide housing that is then managed and subsidized by governmentally funded agents or nonprofit corporations. Traditional solutions such as utilizing the general property tax and tax-supported debt would be an appropriate way to subsidize housing at the city level if this aligns with municipal jurisdiction and there is fiscal capacity to do so. Additionally, the city's own assets, land in particular, could be leveraged to generate money for affordable housing projects and/or income and rent supplements, potentially through a dedicated fund. Finally, through dialogue over the course of the process, our industry pointed to the successful outcomes achieved in Calgary through their Resolve campaign, and we are open to ongoing conversations about how this might be deployed in Edmonton. In conclusion, it is essential that any new policy be poised to amplify Edmonton's affordability advantage without eroding the value and viability of current and future private investments. Development incentives, public-private partnerships, the removal of development barriers, and alternative financing mechanisms are all viable options and could build upon other provincial and federal programs, such as the quite successful CMHC Mortgage Loan Insurance MLI Select program. Industry has invested almost 2 years in conversation with administration on this topic and is open to ongoing dialogue that leverages the expertise and distinct roles of the public and private sectors. However, to move forward effectively, a more streamlined approach and focused discussion is required. Clarity, transparency, and sound methodology are all critical ingredients. In particular, it will be important to identify actions that will not erode our affordability in the name of improving it. We would be pleased to work with you on these recommendations and encourage a balance of creative thinking and prudent approaches. While the challenges of running a city are many, the solution simply cannot be adding more burdens to its residents by increasing the cost of housing. Edmonton can be a national leader in delivering a city that in fact works for all Canadians and does provide homes for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will go now to Nicholas. Over to you.
Thank you. Good evening, Urban Planning Committee and other members of Council. My name is Nicholas Rubottom, and I currently serve as the Executive Director for Infill Development in Edmonton Association, or IDEA. I would like to briefly speak on behalf of my membership on what we believe is an extremely important advocacy piece. I will first summarize IDEA's engagement on this file and then offer our perspectives on the 4 recommendations made by administration in their Community Services Report. We are eager to continue engaging on how the development community can offer their expertise in creating affordable housing in Edmonton, but believe future engagement could benefit from a more focused approach, setting aside the options that will erode market housing affordability to pay for affordable housing. In terms of previous engagement, in July of 2021, administration was directed by the previous City Council to develop a replacement approach for City Policy C582, developer-sponsored affordable housing. From this direction, administration developed a 4-part work program that commenced in April of 2022 and was completed in September of 2023. IDEA has participated in the engagement associated with this work program over all 4 phases. In the report being received for information, IDEA would like to briefly discuss each option, followed by a summary request to Council regarding the options. Regarding option 1, the Affordable Housing Partnership Program, IDEA believes there is merit in this option. As noted in the report, there are a variety of different ways the partnership could be structured, but ultimately it allows each stakeholder to play to their strengths. The report does not reflect the extent to which the Resolve campaign and the success it achieved was discussed during engagement, and therefore makes it difficult to make a decision on the viability of the option on the merit of the report alone. However, IDEA does believe that under certain models, this option could be supported. Concerning option 2, Affordable Housing Investment Fund, IDEA would really like to explore this option further. Industry suggestion of the option was very much inspired by similar tools used by the Canada Housing and Mortgage Corporation. It is not entirely clear how the fund would be seeded. We see the leveraging of city-owned land to generate funds as one potential option. With respect to option 3, an inclusionary housing program, IDEA vehemently opposes this option. The cost of creating affordable housing through an inclusionary housing program is the erosion of housing affordability. In transferring the cost of building affordable housing to the developer, the owner must raise the price on at-market units to subsidize affordable units, unduly burdening at-market renters and new home buyers. Administration comments on these negative impacts as part of their risk assessment. Furthermore, as noted in administration's report, it is quite possible that the government of Alberta will remove City Charter's authority to implement an inclusionary housing program. Concerning option 4, the offsite levy, again, IDEA vehemently opposes this option for the same reasons that it opposes an inclusionary housing program. Anything that imposes additional fees on the developer is simply passed on to the homeowner, therefore eroding affordability in the process. Administration notes these negative impacts to the market as part of their risk assessment of an offsite levy option. IDEA suggests that Council direct administration to discontinue exploration of an inclusionary housing program or an offsite levy, deeming both impractical for affordable housing without creating negative market effects. IDEA's main critique of previous engagement is that too much time was spent discussing the offsite levy when industry had indicated its non-support and rationale to begin with. Instead, IDEA proposes that Council direct administration to engage with industry and housing stakeholders for feasibility assessments of an affordable housing partnership program or an affordable housing investment fund, or both. The evaluation should cover resource requirements, budget implications, housing market impacts, and other considerations, including an analysis of factors contributing to the Resolve campaign's success and their applicability in Edmonton. Thank you for your attention and commitment to finding solutions to the affordable housing crisis happening here and in Canada. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. I think that we saw Jason join the meeting. I don't know if he's here now and wishes to speak.
He was just down for questions. I'll double check with him if he wants to be available for questions.
Great. And then did Adel make it?
I don't think he's going to make it.
Okay, not to worry, not to worry. We will go now to questions if colleagues would like to sign in for questions of our speakers. I can start us off. Really appreciate you all being here and the different feedback that you provided. You know, I think I certainly see the challenges that you've flagged around inclusionary zoning, off-site levies, and what I think I heard and sort of read in the What We Heard report was support for traditional models using general tax levy to fund affordable housing. So maybe just to Ms. Bruno, like that ultimately increases taxes, right? Like I think if we are looking for tax levy funded affordable housing, that's really our only other tool. If offsite levies are off the table, tax revenue is really our way of generating cash. So we hear often from your industry about concerns around increasing taxes. So just wondering what advice you'd give for us to balance those demands and tensions.
I think there's other opportunities beyond just the tax levy to support affordable housing. Like Nicholas mentioned, potentially providing land or selling city-owned land to support affordable housing. I can understand the challenge with the tax levy and increasing the tax levy, but I think it's really important to note that this is a citywide responsibility, and it's not necessarily to be borne by new homeowners.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I think, you know, certainly that model of providing land is something that the city has been doing for many years. And I think is certainly, you know, this was really about looking at new tools because, again, even though I think we have quite a robust program, it's not necessarily adequate to meet all the needs. But, you know, you actually touch on something very interesting because I also take your point about this being a citywide issue. I think the one piece that I struggle with, so when we look at our developed, like our existing communities, one of the biggest challenges in terms of meeting our target of 16% affordable housing in every neighborhood is that we don't necessarily have access to land, or land may be very unaffordable in those neighborhoods. And one thought that I need to explore much more with administration, but that comes to mind and just wanted to get industry's thought on, is, you know, we do have existing processes around MR, municipal reserve contribution in new neighborhoods. I don't think that, you know, there are limitations in the MGA about how much that can be. I think it's 10% of land. But just any concerns if a portion of that MR contribution was maybe set aside as an affordable housing contribution, just to ensure that it could be built in. I see Ms. Anderson has some thoughts.
I don't see it on a principles-based perspective why there would be any trouble with that proposal. As long as the neighborhoods, in fact, I think, you know, as we're leaning into new neighborhood design, there might be ways to thin out different park spaces, road widths. There are many options to build more efficient neighborhoods, and as long as there's no increase to that MR overall, I don't really see that as being a problematic issue for industry because it would be net neutral in terms of cost.
Great. Thank you so much for that. Maybe just a few last questions. You know, well, I think this is an interesting one. Because again, I do really appreciate, I think, Ms. Anderson, you spoke to sort of, you know, the importance of maintaining affordability, like market attainability, to keep people housed, to provide those opportunities. You know, for me, the other, you know, relatively easy gap to close is just around people's income. So I know that it was mentioned in what we heard that we don't, you know, we don't want income redistribution to be happening at this level, but just wondering if the industry has had any advocacy conversations with the province and federal government around income support, income distribution, housing allowances that would make more Edmontonians able to access market rental and potentially market housing too as well.
I can't speak to any recent conversations about that, but I would note that any income redistribution activity should only be borne by those who collect the income tax, which is not municipal governments.
100%,
So,
which is why I would ask if industry may join us in some of the advocacy to other orders of government.
Potentially, we could think about that and work on that. You know, I would want to make sure that we're, again, demonstrating that we're making the very most of our resources that we currently have before we ask for any additional ones from other orders of government, because at the end of the day, there's just one taxpayer.
Yeah, I think the challenge is, again, just the depth of need. So I think, you know, 50,000 Edmontonians, I stand to be corrected, in core housing need, and recognizing that the tools that we have available, which I think you've rightly pointed out, you know, municipalities have few tools to be drawing from. I will self-regulate and stop myself there and go next to Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I actually don't have that many questions. I mean, all of the speakers have also sent emails and letters that I've read, so it was very clear. But Kaylin, can you elaborate on the Resolve campaign from Calgary and those promising practices?
You know what, I'm actually going to pass this to Laura, because I think that
absolutely.
she's going to be better at this than me.
Yeah, happy to answer it. So it was a partnership between not-for-profit, the municipality, and industry. And my understanding is the province provided a lot of the funding to make the project move forward. And it was a really great example of how putting together like expertise from industry who can build the structures, not-for-profit doing the operations side of the project, and then municipal support and provincial funding resulted in a really great campaign that housed 3,000 Calgarians.
3,000, wow. Okay, thank you. Oh, Jesus. Kaylin, you said something that really struck with me, and you know I've had conversations about this, the distinct roles of private and public sectors. And on the flip side of that, I've been very vocal in other committees about where public sector ought not to be. But I feel like I would be a bit hypocritical if I said that on this side of the table, but then said, but industry, get out of your lane and come in over here. Any thoughts that you wanted to elaborate on that for our consideration as we move forward with this? Because I'm kind of like honestly of the mindset of we could advance one or two or none. That's my mindset, but I'm just trying to, like, I feel like housing can be advanced in other ways.
Yeah, I mean, from the market lane essentially is a for-profit lane.
Yeah.
And so if the business is not profitable, it just simply won't occur. So in administration's report where they commissioned, sorry about forgetting the acronym, you guys, NLB, HC, close, NBLC, to look at the impacts. Sorry, Councillor, it's the end of the day and I lost my train of thought. I was trying to think about what the report said there about market lane. Oh, sorry, if they clearly demonstrated, I'm back on track, sorry about that. They clearly demonstrated that if you add new taxes or levies, you're not taking that out of the profit margin, you're actually taking that out of, you're compressing the land value. So if you aren't able to transact land at that time, there's nothing that can be recovered, so that money's simply put straight on to the home buyer. That's the direct input. So when we're talking about lanes, yeah, the market sector is really great at building attainable houses quickly. I think we've proven that. We're, you know, the leading city in the country in many ways on that dimension. So if we can find ways of leveraging each other's strengths, appreciating that the city is not an income redistribution organization, because that's just not your mandate or your capacity, appreciating that other orders of government are, appreciating that the private sector is well suited and poised to develop land and housing quickly, and appreciating that there are organizations with expertise in everything from the most kind of wraparound services right up to light subsidy. You know, if we can start to think about how to put all those partners together in ways that emphasize their strengths instead of pulling each other into the wrong lane, I think that we will have a lot more energy and a lot less resistance.
So with that, would you say there would still be appetite to explore the partnership option as sort of the viable option?
Yeah, I mean, through our work, and I'm kind of looking up there literally and metaphorically at Nicholas and Laura, but we think that those options do have merit, but they're just not fleshed out enough right now to be able to understand.
But if we're going to if we're going to utilize people's time.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know, administration sort of said, we want direction on which ones you want to explore further.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make sure that alignment, like the partnership one is kind of that sweet spot, right? Where it's like we can leverage each other's strengths towards this common goal while still doing the work that we do well. Is that like at a high level without all the details fleshed out?
That's absolutely correct. And I actually think IDEA put it best when they just said options 1 and 2, we would be happy to explore. 3 and 4 are off the table.
Okay.
That's kind of the shortcut. Nicholas, not to put you on the spot, but if I got that wrong.
No, thank you. I was just about to chime in. Yeah, no, we definitely think that engagement, like further engagement, is so important. And there's definitely opportunities for industry to really offer their expertise while also staying in their lane, like doing what we do best by engaging further. But we feel that the important thing when it comes to future engagement is really having focused engagement. And part of that focus can be direction coming from council that either option 1 or option 2 are the things that will actually potentially create affordable housing if we do it right. 3 and 4, not going to get there. So that's why they're non-starters for organizations like IDEA, and why, not to speak for my other stakeholders here, but I think they agree, 3 and 4 do not work for industry.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other questions of our speakers, I'll just say again, thank you very much for being here. And I will move that we go into private pursuant to sections 21 and 24. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. We'll just give a few moments to clear good to go.
We are back in public. We're just making sure that the doors are open.
Great, thank you so much. I have just a few more questions. Oh, yeah, and first, sorry, I'll just suggest with unanimous consent that we extend orders to finish this item. Seeing nodding, great. I just have a few quick questions. So I was curious about exploring the possibility of MR contributions being committed to affordable housing as part of our neighborhood planning. I appreciate that there's a lot of, as we heard from industry, sort of net neutral from an industry perspective, but I imagine a fair bit of trade-off and balancing among city departments in terms of balancing our open space needs and our other needs that we use our MR land for. Wondering if that can be part of this conversation moving forward, or if that is being advanced through other channels.
Councillor Stevenson, I'll start, and then if the team has more information. As you noted, there are some competing interests when it comes to municipal reserve, whether it's parks and open space, district parks, natural areas, non-credit or non-ER natural spaces, tree stands, etc. So we don't, find that we can't use the MR, but recognize this is about prioritizing how we most effectively use land. So if that was something council wished or committee wished for us to explore, let's not work. I don't believe that's ongoing at this point.
Okay, well, I think now is probably not the time to craft a motion to that, and would be happy to chat a little bit more to ensure that that can be, understand a bit more about the scope and scale of that piece of work, but something I would like to circle back to in the future. In terms of the investment piece, so I actually think there's a very exciting opportunity, even potentially for the city to be providing lending for market developments as well that may have many solid aspects to it, but just be lacking. Banks can just withhold somewhat arbitrarily, to be honest, some of that financing. So my question there is just how rapidly do you think we could advance option 2?
I wouldn't say we could advance it rapidly. In our research on that option, there's some complexity to forming a new investment fund, and that takes time, bringing the partners together, finding the seed funding and so forth. And there's usually lots of rules and risk associated with that kind of a tool.
Well, and what I would suggest, very controversially, I'm sure, is that we do already invest quite a bit of our city money. So we have our investment pools like EdTel with the principle that is an investment fund. We have short-term investments that we make on some of our bigger reserves, FSR, things like that. So just wondering, again, recognize, and then we also have sort of, real estate expertise. We have retained earnings from real estate as well. So I would almost challenge us to think about the investment functions that we already make and have, and how quickly those could be pivoted to potentially support both market and non-market.
Councillor, I think those are good points, and we can definitely consider that. And without someone from finance here, I feel I'm hesitant to speak on that.
to commit to that, fair enough. I know, I think Stacy, she's probably like her ears are burning, or she knows that we're plotting huge changes to her work. But, okay, I think that's something else that we could potentially follow up on offline. But again, I do see a really opportune moment right now in recognizing where interest rates are, that we could make very healthy returns. I think earlier when you know, reasonable or affordable mortgage rates were much below what we might receive in other returns on investment, I think that was a less attractive proposition, but there's a real opportunity right now, given where market rates are. We can still have very healthy returns while still meeting a gap in our community. I will leave it there and go to Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much. I would like to put the motion on the table.
Please go ahead.
Okay. That administration continue exploring affordable housing contribution options with priority on options 1 and 2 as outlined in the December 5th, 2023 Community Services Report CS 00738 and return to committee with further information and recommendations.
Thank you. Did you want to introduce that?
You know, I think this is probably the most balanced motion that can respond to what we're hearing and the best path forward. That's it.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments? Not seeing any. Would offer for colleagues to sign up to speak. You know, I'll just briefly say, you know, I appreciate the mover bringing this forward. I think it is an appropriate way to respond to the feedback that we heard today, and also the needs that we have in our community to ensure that we move quickly on options that are very feasible, and take more time to very carefully consider other tools and intended and unintended consequences potentially that those could have. Look forward to the ongoing conversation. Appreciate administration for this work, and for our industry and community partners who have provided their insights and expertise in this discussion. Councillor Tang to close?
No, I'm good.
Great, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Excellent. This concludes our last item on today's agenda. We have already done notices of motion and motions without customary notice, so I believe we are at our adjournment. Thank you, everyone, for staying with us on this